Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Committee of the Whole for Tuesday, December 4th. As always, we are fortunate enough to meet and live on the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. Hoskin, Squamish, Squamish, Wayway. May I have an adoption of the agenda? Moved by Rees and Councillor Taylor.
Thank you.
Is it up to you? Curious. What were you using last one?
Both. Sometimes I would call him Councillor, sometimes I would call him John.
Okay. Councillor, moved by Councillor French, seconded by
Jenna.
Jenna. Learning people's names. All those in favor? Opposed? Big committee of the whole. Thank you. You know, next week I won't have jet lag. On top of this. So we have a big agenda today. So we're going to keep things moving. And we're starting with our community enhancement grant program. And I know this is partway through, and so we're continuing from where council left off. I will turn it over to Christine Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott. Christine Matthews, Chief Financial Officer, and with me is William Murray Peterson, our Administrative Assistant for Finance for, sadly, only one more week. She's going to planning on it. Happily staying with the District of Squamish. So we just wanted to very briefly remind you all that we're just in the middle of this process. So very quickly, last time we met, we had a brief overview of some of the authorities and responsibilities. We went through the policy and asked you to consider about 3 items in the policy that you may wish to amend. And then we started application consideration. So today we're going to fire up with application consideration and try and get through that very extensive list. We, after that, are going to just have a request from council as to whether there's any delegations you'd like to see on December 18th so that we can get back to those organizations ASAP and schedule a event. And, sorry?
December 11th?
Sure, December 11th. Thank you. Part of the 18th. Okay. And the contingency, we just wanted to circle back and just make sure that you're comfortable with just using our regular contingencies, or if you need anything through the year with some applications that may, emergency applications that may come through the year. With no further ado, I'll hand it over to Lily to carry on the discussions.
So, before we do have a look, I just want to also remind Council of just a couple of applications which when we come up to review, they might just need some extra scrutiny, or I have some information that might add to your decision. That's for Guide Community Services, but Linda did give you a bit of a presentation last week regarding the issues surrounding that. Quest University with their 3D modelling, and the Trail Society as well. And we were up to, we had 2 left to circle back to from last week, and I believe it was BC Whippet Society as well. There you go. And go ahead a little bit, sorry.
So last time we went through most of the in-kind applications, and we had a couple question marks just on the BC Whippet Racing Club and the Minor Hockey Association were the 2 outstanding items on that. The rest were approved.
Downtown Business Association will be coming back with delegations on the 11th.
That's cash and
And then that will get up to cash grants.
I understand we did make a decision on the downtown BIA. Okay.
Correct. Sorry, I was just looking at the in-kind, but Lily has corrected me properly that cash and in-kind you also looked at. So the downtown Squamish BIA, you ended up suggesting that we might ask for a delegation on that. The Rebuild Society was granted 2,000. Senior Society was granted, but without the liquor license request, and I believe that's where we are now.
Yes.
Okay. We can pass
Back
that
to you.
back to
Back to me.
the mayor if you'd like to carry on through.
Okay, so we're at the 835 Griffin Squadron Air Cadets. The cash requested towards their program activities for the year. We have supported them for a number of years.
This one seemed to me that it was operational funding. I didn't see a specific program, and so I wonder how that meshes with the sort of policies we have around this.
You are correct, in a manner of speaking. They didn't actually specify themselves that it was not going to operations, but they do, in previous years, they have suggested that they use it towards, they put the programming on every year, and they are thinking that if they didn't get the funding, they'd have to put back the program in favour of operational costs. So it will generally go towards the programs that they put on for their activities.
Follow up?
Yeah, I guess I mean, I think a lot of organizations might say the same thing in terms of, and we consider that operational funding. Typically, like, I'm thinking of the Arts Council, for example, a bunch of programs, different groups. So I just wonder about the consistency and if you know, if there are organizations that have a lot of worthwhile programming in general, if we would accept those applications as well, or if it is very, we do really need to see a specific program or specific sort of purpose for these grants.
So through the mayor, the policy is intended to not, to ensure that the organizations we contribute to are essentially financially sustainable with or without our grant. That's really the key reason for that policy piece. So we want to make sure we're not throwing good money after bad, frankly. And we're not ensuring they garner so much reliance on us that they couldn't continue to operate if we were to pull a grant. So those are the basic parameters. Beyond that, really, again, it is a council policy. It's up to council. And thank you for respecting all the things we did talk about. I think that's excellent. But I think you do have some leeway. It's really up to council.
Any other concerns? Doug?
Well, not a concern. I mean, just to answer that, historically, I think we've looked at, there's this and there's a couple of others. The Women's Center is one that comes to mind, where it is a little bit blurred. There's no question. And as staff have said, if we didn't get the grant, then really what would happen is their programming would cut back, as opposed to them letting somebody go, like the executive director or something like that. So you try to, from my perspective, you try to avoid sort of funding a person's salary on an ongoing basis, because if we didn't fund one year, then that person might lose their job. And look for, you know, it kind of goes into a pot anyway, but they also have programming that arguably is the kind of thing that the funds would go to, and if we didn't advance the funds, are the kinds of things that would be pulled back from.
Certainly for me, this is about youth leadership in our community. They do a lot of good work. My understanding in previous years that it does go towards enhancing their program rather than just the ongoing integration of the program. So I'm certainly supportive of the grant they've requested.
On a stronger basis.
Me too.
BCSPCA, again, this is a program council has supported in the past. It's to provide low-income individuals and families with spay and neuter program. Any comments at this point, council?
I support this one straight up.
Any questions, comments?
I support it as well. My one concern would be that it is fully funded by the district, but I do think it's an important piece of our broader community programming, so still supportive of it.
Yes, and just to be clear, part of, they get contributions from each of the veterinary clinics in town
I
who
think it
do
in kind.
free spay and neutering. This is just our contribution, because it is voluminous. Like, there's a lot of strays as well as low income.
Thanks.
I just had, I mean, I see this as really valuable, but I'm curious to know if we're seeing a trend or a change in the numbers as our population shifts. If, you know, curious about how much we spend on education and so on, and maybe avoiding some of these challenges in the first place. Maybe now's not the time, but at some point it would be nice to have some information about that in the background.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Do you want them to come back as a delegation, Chris? Or,
Let's see where we are in terms of.
okay. So last year was 3,000, this year they've asked for 3,500. Generally on Strava, is council all right with that? Big Brothers, Big Sisters, this is the Quest Club mentoring program for grade 9 students. Students are matched with Quest students, and they look at more than just tutoring, but actually trying to create and instill a love of learning. Big Brothers, Big Sisters is a program we've supported on an ongoing basis. Any questions?
Wasn't a question. I'd be prepared to support that at last year's level, $10,000.
Yep. I'm done.
Armin, did you agree?
I'm happy to support this. I'm just wondering, maybe it's a general process question, to the level, do we need to be discussing the level that we're potentially comfortable with at this point? Because I think there's further vetting down the road, but
I'm okay with
Where do
people
you-
proposing different than what the organization has proposed. Just from experience, we will be above where we want to be.
yeah, that's why I was.
So if council has an appetite for reducing some of these asks at this time, I think that the members of council should put that on the table. So Doug put 10,000 on the table, supporting at the same level as last year.
That's cool.
Mrs. Jenna? Okay. The Canadian Adaptive Climbing Society. So this is a new one, I think. And to offer outdoor and indoor rock climbing opportunities for individuals with disabilities. It would allow one Squamish resident to participate in the program. So, Doug?
Yeah, I can support that. I think it's sort of consistent with other initiatives we've made over the past couple of years to start supporting more adaptive program around the park and so forth. So I think this is consistent with that.
Okay.
I think it's a great program. It's a relatively small ask. I think it had good impact, so I'm happy to support this one.
Any other questions, comments? Support?
Support.
Okay. Checkerman's Foundation for Environmental Learning. So this is about 35 students from Valley Cook Elementary who will be able to participate in their environmental and indigenous culture programs. Increase knowledge and sense of belonging to the area. I guess I have a question about why School District 48 wouldn't support their own students having an indigenous and environmental culture program. And I don't know if other council members feel the same way. Chris?
I had a bunch of questions similar to that. One is this literally one specific class, or is it a group of kids that have been identified as ones that would benefit especially from this? I was curious what field school fees were, and then what is Chickamus itself, the school district and the PAC putting into this program?
Of course, this is not our school district, but North Vancouver that's affiliated with the Chickamus Foundation. I would be
Valley Cook
interested.
is our school.
That's correct, yes. Sorry. I would be interested if there's, we need to budget time and we can't have a million presentations, but that we give consideration to an invitation to them.
Okay, thank you, Eric.
I was curious how the one with that 35 number, I'd assumed it's a class with similar questions to to Chris as far as how we came to this particular class having access to it. I think in general, I like Squamish youth going to the checklist center. It's great. But my notes had, should the school board be fielding some of this cost when we're topping up? And I think it was interesting where it wasn't the class applying, it was a checklist foundation applying to have customers pay. I don't know, the whole thing seems a bit...
Seems a bit nebulous.
Yeah, need some more clarity there, I think, before I feel comfortable endorsing the funds, but I like the concept.
Do we have their financials? I can't find it on the agenda, but who else is contributing to this? Like, are we a funding partner?
The Checkma Center is adding in $1,000, so the total,
That's incline value.
yeah, so the total, they said the total grant, or the total expense is $4,000 and $3,000 is being requested from the district. 1,000 in kind from them.
Nothing for us.
Nothing from SC48. Doug, anything?
Yeah, it's interesting because like Mayor and I were just talking about that before it started. Speaking for myself, I've sort of been resistant to supporting, and there's a couple of others that we'll see supporting different school initiatives because they are supported by education organizations. Sometimes it's a school district, sometimes they're private societies. And whether the municipality with limited funds should be sort of getting into that field at all. I'd be prepared to support this on a limited basis just because it's youth, and I personally, once again, tend to like youth programs, generally speaking. So I'd be prepared to put a contribution in, but not the whole amount, and hopefully they can look to others like the school district for additional funding. So I would propose $1,000 for discussion.
Eric?
Yes, the Checkmas Foundation and the Checkmas Center itself is fairly new. And this is new programming they're charting a course for. And I would only be prepared to support as much as far as Doug has proposed. But at some point, perhaps a conversation with them, what are their, to learn more about the programming that they're starting to develop. But this is brand new and charting new territory for them.
We've been proposing different amounts. I was wondering what your thoughts were on saying we would match funds up to an amount, or how much structure we put in there. A reduction is one simple mechanism that we have, but I wonder if we can help them leverage the school board by saying we pay half if you can fund the other half, or is this too much management passed on to staff or something like that?
I think that we can keep it simple, that it's
Yeah,
easier for
I'm with
everyone.
you.
I think PACs are the place to support extracurricular activities in schools. That's been my experience. So I think there's a decision here about either reducing the amount or not supporting. So, John?
I'll support the $1,000, and I like this program because of how it brings us together with our school district neighbors to the south. They've got a great facility out there that I think our community maybe underutilizes, and they might be looking at this as an opportunity to get some local kids out to that facility who will then talk to their parents and raise awareness of what they have out there and what's offered. And I also like the idea of supporting new initiatives with the message that they shouldn't get addicted to our funding. So a program like this, if we fund it this year, I don't want to see them back again next year asking for another grant. Let's help them learn to fish so that they can go to other organizations in years to come to support this if it's an ongoing program.
Okay, thank you, Jenna.
I like the concept. I like, obviously, supportive of connecting youth with environmental and indigenous cultural programs. I do have some concerns with the implementation of the program and why specific specifically Valleycliff was selected and/or which class will be selected. I would love to see more partnership with the school district itself and that being reflected either in the budget and/or in the narrative of the proposal itself. That hasn't been very clearly identified to me. And so at this point, I don't think I'd be supportive of the grant application.
So, any other comments? So right now, there's a proposal for $1,000. So, support council? We've got 4 there. All right. We want to save the ones where people have conflicts till the end. Can we, just for efficiency's sake,
Sure.
no, well, I'll just leave the room and turn. So we'll skip over Climate Action Network and come back to that. Community Foundations. So this is the Neighborhood Small Grant Program. And this program is really about stimulating a sense of belonging. It's addressing that sort of OCP goal of connectedness. And we did support this last year. It has far-reaching benefits in the community. Council. Jen?
I'm very supportive of this application. I think that the Neighborhood Small Grants Program is exactly what we want to be seeing as a community enhancement grant. I've seen it operate in Vancouver, the Vancouver Foundation, and last year here in Squamish, and as Mayor Elliott said, it has a very far-reaching impacts for the amount of money that we put on the table.
John?
So, support from me as well, and when the Community Foundation was originally created, some of their seed money came from this very program. And part of the vision was to have this foundation exist to relieve the district of some of the burden of this exact program. I don't feel that that vision is being realized. And so with this one, I would like this group to get the message that this is a great program, we support it. Can you find some other organizations to support this program so that they can wean themselves off of this level of funding from the District of Squamish by bringing in other funders?
Chris?
I like the program in general. When I went through the budget, I saw a line item for $2,500 for wages, benefits, another $1,000 for contract services. And, you know, I think we've been very hesitant to put in operational funding. And so it's sort of back to the Architects thing where I just wonder about our consistency in our messaging. And I know a lot of groups in town, they really tailor their programming to a large degree to the resources that are available, the grants that are available. And so if, you know, they might adjust the programs they could offer for the better if they knew some of these funding options were on the table. So I guess I'd like to maybe just draw our attention to whether or not we are taking a consistent approach. I don't necessarily actually have a problem per se with providing some operational funding, but I think we should apply it consistently. Those sorts of rules.
I've been watching the conversation in my own neighborhood regarding the last installment of this program, and it seems to me that it's one that has potential to grow and mature. I see that neighborhood residents are identifying public safety issues or amenities that would only be identified by the neighborhood once they get together and get in an annual routine of discussing these things, which I think is a positive outcome of the program. So I would like to see the program continue to allow it to mature and develop and become better utilized in the long run for its purposes. So I'd like to support that is at the same amount.
Any other comments? Armin?
I think this is a good event or a good foundation, and they do great work and builds neighborhoods. I would like to see, I forget what the annual reporting is in May or April or something. I'd love to hear more about that and what happened, and give me more information, because the effects of last year's program, although some of us have seen it, is something I'd like to know more about. But I do like it, and I would support it at this level, but I'd like to see an update at that time.
Yeah, I agree.
So, so I'm hearing that we would like them to come in and report out at the end of the year, but the general consensus would support at the $10,000 level. I know there's some dissenting voices in there, but right now we'll go for it at 10,000.
And just for clarity, I'm not necessarily dissenting against the proposal, and maybe it's more a question or a comment that we should revisit our policy about, could we fund some operational, more general programming that's less specific.
Yeah, and just on that point, I mean, you're right, I think the policy is, I don't want to call it vague, but there is some interpretation sometimes. And some of these programs, this is a specific program, some of these specific programs which generate costs that look like operational costs, like staff time or something like that. So there is sort of, it's sometimes hard to really draw a hard, solid line around it. I think what we're trying to avoid, speaking for myself, is things like funding their executive director's salary for a year or something like that, for their general operation. So it does, there is a bit of a subjectivity to it, absolutely, in these decisions. We do try to be consistent, but I think for me, that's sort of where we go. So I support this. This, as the mayor said, had a huge benefit last year.
Yeah, and I do agree that maybe some more clarifying language would be helpful, but the line in the policy for ineligible is operating expenses needed to sustain basic ongoing operations. And that in the eligible expenses is one-time operating expenses that support enhanced and expanded services or programming and are not required to sustain ongoing operations of the organization or its programming. And so there is that flexibility in the language of the policy at this point. So it's definitely not a hard and fast rule, but I think that maybe might help a little bit with the concerns like this.
I know that, and I am hearing what John said too about trying to wean people off of the district. And I recognize that the foundation is in year one of their 3-year fund development program, and so they are working towards having that $1 million endowment, and then they can self-fund more. I think through the vital signs report, through our own OCP, that showing community connectivity is a place of focus, that for me this is a good place to put some funds in the short term as they build up their own endowment. So we'll keep it at 10,000 level and move on to the next one. Based on what I've heard from council. Cutting barriers, employment and training. So this is related to the Under One Roof project. Cutting barriers is a partner in that. And this is about providing to help marginalized people and low-income members of the community with work experience, volunteer opportunities, and skill training. This is a new, is it? Oh, it's an increase. Small grant last year.
So Under One Roof is a project that the district has supported. And I think we all realize we put the land in, BC Housing and the province put in basically the building, which is now just starting construction. So we have, in past years, we have generally been very supportive of that. It's the continuation of Helping Hands. But I have difficulty with the increase, and I'm supportive to a point, because this is ultimately, I think, a provincial responsibility, and so I don't want to get too downloaded on. That's a sensitive thing for some municipal politicians. So I would be prepared to support it at last year's level, make a contribution towards it, but limited.
Others? Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I think it really goes well with what Helping Hands is trying to do, and it's the, helping people be self-sufficient. My one question reading through the proposal is it just wasn't clear to me what success looked like, and therefore is that success worth the money they're asking for? And so I guess it would be a little bit easier to say yes to this if I was clear on what the planned success is.
Yeah, similar to Chris's line of thinking. My one concern is kind of the long-term viability. My understanding is that the other main funding source is Squamish savings, and that's coming to an end at the end of next fiscal year. And then reliant on this grant for that project. So I'm unclear what implementation would look like. I know at the end of our last meeting on this, John requested delegation to come in from Cutting Barriers, and so I'm happy to wait and hear more from them.
Those okay with that? I'm certainly curious to hear more, and I know the scope of their involvement for their letters changed somewhat, so.
Yeah, there's a large increase from last year, but they also have a new facility, and it sort of makes sense, but I would definitely like to know, this is what I'd like to hear more about.
Yeah, it's interesting because the facility's not built yet, so I'm trying to imagine what's happening where and when, and I thought it was aligned with the new building, but now this grant would come in before the new building up, so where and how is this all taking place? So this would be a good one to have delegation on.
This is when I asked for delegation last week.
You did.
How do we do?
I might not have made a note of that.
Okay.
There were, through the mayor, there were
Well, they did.
some discussions around delegations, but council didn't formalize an ask on it.
Okay. So there's one for climate action network as well.
Yeah, we didn't discuss that last time.
It
Okay,
was
we'll come back to
possible,
that when
and
we
the
come back.
Chicamus had been suggested by one of the councillors as well, but we didn't really act on that other than to give them a little bit of a heads up, but we haven't acted on those three because we didn't have formal direction.
Okay. Eric?
I apologize, I didn't mention this earlier, but I do have a conflict on Environmental Conservation Society. If you'd like to postpone that to later or deal
Okay.
with it now. Very good, thank you.
Okay, so let's skip over, so we'll ask Cutting Barriers to come in. We'll skip over the Environmental Conservation Society and we'll move on to the Equestrian Association, which is to erect the coverall structure for a small riding area that was obtained, the structure was obtained in 2018. I believe council provided some funds to deconstruct the coverall, and so this is an ask to put it back up.
Yeah, they moved, they had, well, we helped pay for the moving of the new location. They acquired it, they moved it, now they want it to erect it in there.
So sorry, we contributed to the.
$15,000, yeah, to move it to where it is now.
Okay.
I'm all for supporting this to some level, but not $60,000. I don't even think $30,000. If I were to propose something, maybe in the range of 20.
I guess when I see a question, I don't necessarily think accessible programming, and they did mention some programming for people with cerebral palsy, I think, but I didn't see much to address affordability. So for our investment and where we can really have an impact with our investment, it wasn't clear that, to me, that there was value there. So I would have a hard time supporting this. Maybe there's something missing that I'm not understanding, and there is a bunch of sort of free programming provided as part of this, or what they do, but I didn't see that in there.
Sorry, Eric and Doug.
I see that they have underemphasized their track record of community service in their application because they've been long-standing and quite vital supporters of the Squamish Days weekend programming for many years. But I would like to see, there's a quote here, opportunity for other clubs, businesses that could benefit from a covered space for events or ongoing use. I'd like to see that more fully developed as a concept and better explored by the proponent as to other future uses. What are they? I see that staff has not checked off the box on cost sharing or cost effectiveness. I think that I would like to see more effort on behalf of the Equestrian Association to explore cost sharing and to explain the infrastructure costs as well as future uses by others.
Any other comments on the project?
Yeah, I had difficulty supporting this. When this came to council last time, and I'm going by memory, it was about a year ago, and we put $15,000 into moving it. It was located across the street on private property, more or less at the property corner of Loggers Lane and Finch. And that property was being sold, and it was almost an emergency application because if they didn't get this thing off the property quickly, they were going to lose it. And because the property was being sold, it had to be taken off, etc. So my recollection of that is we kind of went in there. It was not something we would ordinarily fund, but we didn't want them to lose the opportunity to keep this and get it moved. I don't recall any discussion at that time about ongoing costs or anything of that nature. And so it was a bit of a surprise to me, frankly, when I saw this item. I have difficulty funding things like sports clubs and stuff. There may be exceptions to that, but this is kind of for the equestrians. It's a private club, and I think they should be funding this themselves. I belong to private clubs, and I know how they can fund things through member assessments and a variety of different fundraising activities, and without going to a government. This doesn't kind of fit within my thinking of these things should be closer to charities, and this is not close to a charity. So I would have difficulty supporting this at any level, actually.
I think echoing some of what Doug's saying, that I see the project impacting a very small number of people. Even last year's 15,000, I think, is a lot. Having additional indoor space for other clubs is appealing. We don't have really anywhere that's like that. So yeah, I'm having a hard time with this one. Certainly not at the 60, and we could, I think, contributing towards it, so we end up with some space that could potentially be used by other clubs. Would be constructive, but no more than 5,000 or something that shows that we like the general concept of what they're going to end up with, but I certainly don't think we should be putting the bill for that 60.
Any other comments? Eric?
Again, I would like to see a more fully developed proposal, and I'd be happy to hear from them again in future. On the matter of private clubs, I think it should be noted that private clubs and private facilities, the curling club is another example, do provide services to the community and do provide shared use to other groups. And there is potential perhaps for this in this project proposal. However, it's not very well articulated. So I would not be inclined to support this proposal at any level at this time.
Okay. I'm not hearing support on this side of the table. I've heard a little bit of support here.
Just a question, if we did hold out for more information, I don't recall reading anything about an urgency. So if we wanted more time to dig into this to find out more, like, do they urgently need this money, or lose something permanently?
Not as far as we know, through the mayor, they have indicated that they will also, they have the plans to continue their efforts to raise their own grants and funds should this not go through.
Yeah.
Can we impose time limits? So in this situation, make $5,000 available on the condition that they would spend that money at some point between now and this time next year?
You, certainly you can do that. We can put a condition in the letter. I was just trying to think of the time frame, sorry.
But generally, we ask people to spend the money in the year they've applied for.
They're always
by
required
default,
to. Yeah.
it's a given. So-
We, yeah.
Go ahead, Chris.
No, that's exactly the point.
Yeah. All right, I think for me, when I look at this long list of organizations that have approached us for community enhancement grants and you're making decisions about the food bank and helping hands and cutting barriers, it's very difficult to prioritize $60,000 for this organization. So for myself, I would like to leave this off the list at this point in time until we've finished going through it. So that sort of provide 4 votes against. I think if I'm reading this side of the table
I
correctly.
can totally vote that, yeah.
Not supported, okay. So we'll leave that in. Farmers Market Association, the What's at the Market ID. Oh, is.
That's a pipeline, sorry. We saw that.
This is Chef at the Market.
There's one at the end.
We've supported this program, as you can see in the past, it's for the same amount. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm good with it. It's kind of a great neighborhood activity and have different initiatives from time to time. And I'm happy to support this one.
So this brings up some just more general questions for me. The farmers market often has applied, so the district has given the Arts Council a grant. It's been $20,000, I think, the last couple of years to then divvy up between the arts organizations. And I believe some of the history of that is that rather than having every arts organization from the council, it would be that money was given to the Arts Council, who just flows it through and gives the arts community some say in how monies are distributed, some ownership. And the farmers market typically, or very often, has gotten a piece of that money, which is essentially flow through another process. So, you know, is this a double dipping? And maybe that's not a bad thing necessarily. Maybe the value's there is the one question. But then also, you know, when I was reading through these, I was sort of, well, why don't all the sports groups go through one sort of the Squamish Sports Association, who then divvies it out, and just sort of trying to wrap my head around why the different approaches and how we handle these grants.
Through the mayor, it's been relatively organic, to be frank. So it started out as communication, as a regular community enhancement grants program. There are different municipalities that do this whole process differently, and they actually put it with a committee or something elsewhere and have set criteria that they have to follow. So this, the proposal from the Arts Council came from the Arts Council. We didn't solicit that proposal. They brought it forward as an opportunity. Again, for the reasons you indicated, seemed like a good idea to council at the time, I believe, and that why wouldn't you let the arts community, who really understands the programming, make some of those decisions. Beyond that, we really don't have a set rationale within the municipality.
Jill?
And with regards to the double dipping question, in their grant application, they say if this grant is denied, they would apply the funding to the Squamish Arts Council, and that grant would be split between the musicians that they have at the market and then this project of what's at the market. So they have
They have a backup plan. Any other comments? No?
Historically, does the farmer's market ask every year? Like if you think back over the last 4 years, you have a recollection of
We've had it for at least 3, I believe.
3?
At least.
At least.
Excuse me, sorry. I believe it's at least 3. It sort of came about with a bit more of the location, and my memory's really bad, so bear with me, but and I think some of the local food production concepts and things was when it started to come forward.
This just comes to my thought of organizations that are getting addicted to this funding. I'll support it
Okay.
with that concern.
Any other support at the table? Okay. We got enough support there, so we'll move forward with that. Food bank. It kind of looks like we haven't provided funding last year. We did provide in 2016, 12,500, and 2017, 15,000. My understanding is with the change in executive directors last year, they actually missed the grant application. So it would have applied, so here we are with a 25,000 ask. Council. Thoughts? Eric?
As I recall, in the past, the social services category, or at least a good number of these proposals, have been bundled together as a kind of almost a consent agenda and approved en bloc. And that, it strikes me, perhaps I'm wrong, but what I'm coming to is that discussion of these organizations and their projects would be a good thing, especially at this amount. Are we overdue for a chat with the food bank about their programming and where this fits in with them?
Well, I'll just make a comment. I think they had come to us before. We got away from the idea of having everybody come to us every year and got more selective, so I can't recall exactly over the last couple of years. I look at this as one of these things that certainly I can support, and I think the only question is not how much, because if you add up all the things at the start, we're way beyond where we were last year, and we are going to have to make some difficult decisions. That's just the reality of it. So the Mayor and I talked about this because, it looks like there was nothing last year, and all of a sudden this is $25,000 new money. Not exactly the case as you heard. So I'd be prepared to go back to the $15,000 level and support it at that level. Not that I don't support the food bank, but I think we are going to have to make some of these decisions. It's just the reality of it.
Chris?
Just having spent the morning at the community Christmas community care event, and I guess the level of community support, and from what I talked with people there, it's grown, and I think we have a real need. I do sort of see this as we're filling in maybe where the province should be doing more, but I think we have the capacity and the desire in our community for this kind of thing. So this is one that I would really tend to support, although I do like Eric's idea of looking at social service as a whole and making sure all the pieces are fitting together effectively rather than doing piecemeal. But I would not necessarily want to hold up this grant for that, but I think something I think would be worth doing, but I would support this in the meantime.
At the full amount. Thank you. Armin?
I think this is fills a need in our community, and rather than take it to 15,000 at this point, I'd like to support it for the full amount and acknowledge that it might be hard for us to get there and see how close we can get to that full amount.
Okay.
Maybe that's a discussion for a little bit later in the day we can circle back to it.
Okay.
I'm supportive of Armin's proposal.
And I do support, I got 3 for the, keep it at 25 for now, but we might have to cut later. And 1, let's cut it now.
Well, I was going to support Doug's suggestion of 15,000, but I'm also willing to come back and entertain an increase to this amount or an additional increase pending our further discussions on where we land.
I say cut it to 15 now because I know when we get to the end, we're still going to be 50,000 more beyond what. So I'm with Doug on this one.
Okay, I'm going to go to 15 just to swing the boat one way. And if we can put more here, this is definitely an organization where I like to put money behind. So, but yes, there's never enough. Yeah,
Just to Eric's point, I don't recall actually treating social services collectively like we do the Arts Council. The Arts Council was a specific council suggestion to them. I remember that from my first term, but I don't think we've ever taken that position. I think there's half a dozen women's centers and so forth. And I think we've always looked at them individually. I don't think we've ever kind of said it's a rubber stamp. Just here, take it. We've always had a bit of a decision there.
No.
Okay, so we'll move on to Helping Hands Society. And this application is an expansion of their current outreach team. It's aimed at connecting with vulnerable individuals in Squamish. The ask is $25,000. Again, I asked staff to go back. 2016, we supported Helping Hands on another project for $14,000. No funds in 2017, 2018. But historically, like if I had said go back multiple years, you would see support for this organization going back. Jen?
And just to clarify, this is a multi-year grant request, correct? 2019?
This is a multi-year, this would be for 2 years,
For 2 years.
And it's 25 each year?
25 each year.
Done.
Yeah, so in my mind, and it may not be correct, I've associated Helping Hands with cutting barriers because I know the presentation we had on Under One Roof, cutting barriers is kind of wrapped into that project in some fashion. This is one which for me also is a difficult decision because I've generally supported Helping Hands. And the district historically has provided the building for Helping Hands. I mean, that's a district building, fire hall and so forth. So, and I don't think we charge them anything for that. So we have contributed, and we do contribute to them. And so I'm again worried about finding only $25,000 in this particular budget, and whether, yes, we can get some support to that level. I think the reality is that would be very difficult. And so, but keeping in mind that unlike some of these others, we do provide them with day-to-day support regardless.
Maybe someone here could speak to the Under One Roof and how it was proposed, the programs were proposed to be funded, because I see this tying in with that, and I wonder, we've created this facility, and are there other plans that work for funding us? There is this, I'm sure there's a long list of programs that they have. They come to us with these two, as I'm seeing in here. I don't know if anyone can speak to that. I don't really understand that at this point.
So it makes me wonder if we should bring Helping Hands and Cutting Barriers in together just to talk about their program as a whole and bring the council up to date on what their programs look like within the building. This program is different because it's talking about working outside the building to go and speak to people who are precariously housed on boats and cars, in camps and communities. So it's not about what's happening inside the doors where they provide that support. This is about expanding the program to try and reach those that are precariously housed and, might not seek the services at the shelter currently. But if we can move them into a system of care, we may be able to move them along the spectrum of care towards getting them housed. So, but I'm supportive of this project in and of itself, but I'm happy if council would feel comfortable just having Maureen and Naomi come in and just talk about the program as a whole, if that makes the decision easier.
Well, and for the two, this and the cutting barriers one?
Yeah, that's Naomi.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, especially because they are requesting a multi-year grant. It's important to do our due diligence there.
I'm just going to echo the multi-year portion of that, really. That made me like to have
Others are okay with that?
I'd like to hear a presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up is the Hospice Society.
And this is the one that the letter of support came. it's in a different way there.
Eric?
My earlier, what was behind my earlier reference to the concept of approving several at once or considering several at once, where I was going with that is I don't think that should be encouraged. I think we should be looking at them individually. However, I think that some of the sectors that we have before us should be having their own conversation and better dialogue amongst the different groups. One example is in outdoor recreation, and it's SORCA is referred to in the Susan Chappelle correspondence, but another one is in the healthcare. The Hospice Society is one of 3 nonprofit charities working in the healthcare field. One is the Hilltop House Support Society, then we have Ladies Auxiliary and the Hospice Society. And in fact, they raise funds in the same way. They each have their raffles, they each go to the Walmart and the Nesters and sell raffle tickets and so on. The only organization that has ever come before the council asking for a community grant is the Hospice Society. Many years ago, my mother was on the executive, and she would tell me that it had never occurred to them to go to the district, and the same is true for the Hilltop House. However, they compete against one another. And so I have 2 issues is, are we supporting one organization's fundraising budget to compete against the other organizations? One of them actually provides free services to hospice, and that is the auxiliary, but they don't ask for any money from us to do that. So I would like to encourage here and in other sectors better dialogue amongst those organizations as to their fundraising strategy and where the district fits in. The only other comment I'll make here is that there is an allocation in their budget, although I can't read it very clearly, for fundraising expenses. The point I'm making is that some of these expenses go to compete against other local charities. And I don't think that we should be supporting that. I think instead we should be supporting conversations between those groups to sort it out. That's all I'll have.
At some point, it would be interesting to come back to this competing thing that sort of raises questions for me, but it seemed to me that this was operational funding again, and I may need to look deeper into that given Jenna's comments a little bit earlier. When I looked at their budget, what I saw was the revenues far exceeded their budget, which in some ways might be a good thing, but I just wonder about how reasonable their budgeting is given that, if I understood things correctly. Yeah, those were the 2 comments I had on that one.
I think the hospice has done an amazing job at the fundraising in their new, working towards their facility, or expanding their services with a pretty sizable facility, and I think that this is a natural way for the district to contribute to their overall well-being, and I'm happy to support this in the full amount. As far as the comments about competition, we can only look at the people that have submitted applications, and just by the very nature, there's only so much to go around, whether that's individual contributions from individuals in the community or otherwise. So just by the nature of everything, there's going to be competition. Now, if it's huge signs that say support us and not those guys, that's a totally different thing. But I don't think that's the case. So I'm happy to support a hospice to the full 10.
Doug?
Yeah, I mean, the letter, I just read the letter from Susan, and this year's SORCA is actually not a line item in this because they're in the middle of a 3-year grant, and so there actually is no offsetting SORCA grant to deal with. And this is separate, to my understanding, from the fundraising for the hospice facility, which was successful until it went out to tender and the costs were higher, and now there is a gap that's mentioned in the letter. And just so you know, the Sea to Sky Hospital Board, Regional Hospital District, provided, it was just under $700,000 to the new facility. So that didn't come from this corporate entity, but it did come in part from the taxpayers of this area. But it's the taxpayers of Squamish, Whistler, and Pemberton that contribute to that. So there is a community contribution to that facility. It's been a bit tricky with some of these things because in the past, We haven't wanted to fund things that are covered by Vancouver Coastal Health, for example. We're not putting money into the hospital. There's a lot of very needy things there, but or very good projects, but we don't put money in there because that's funded by Coastal Health. And it's just similar to the discussion we just had about the school district. They should be funding schools. So, but we have put it into hospice because it's not funded by Coastal Health to any great extent. Even their contribution to this new facility is rather small, all things considered. So this has gone, and I, to be frank, didn't look in detail at this year's application, but I know in the past this has gone to very much to training for community members who want to become hospice workers. It's all done on a volunteer basis, and so before you do something like that, you go through a training program, and they do it in groups, and this, to a large extent, funds their training programs for the next group of people to act in hospice. And we've looked at it, I've looked at it personally as just a huge benefit to the community in the leverage we get out of these volunteers, and so I haven't had difficulty supporting it. So, and I feel the same issue with it.
I'm certainly supportive of this one.
I will just, is it appropriate to speak to this, to the letter a little at this point, or do you want to leave that aside?
Well, we're not going to be voting on a sort of grant, so it's not really
Some conversation.
relevant because they were approved in a 3-year. Yeah, I think there's support for this one, so we'll move on. Howe Sound Performing Arts Association, local concert headlining 2 local performing artists during the Howe Sound Music Festival. Cash request is $1,240.
When I reviewed the details of this one, is my memory correct? Is part of this ask including $200 for a liquor license?
We'll just grab the application.
If that's the case, I'd like to see it drop it.
My curiosity is why they're not funded the arts council. Chris?
Yeah, my informal conversations, not with the House on Performing Arts, but other people in this community, is this may be just a try and see, and maybe in the past it was thought that it would be a good idea to have everything flow through the Arts Council, and the community may or may not be in the same headspace. I think if we did approve this, plus or minus the 200, it's an extra, $1,000, $1,200, taking arguably the total contribution to the arts to 21,000 versus 20,000. Still a small fraction of what sports and rec arguably gets. So, I guess there's a couple issues. At what level do we want to support the arts as a whole? What mechanism do we want to use? I don't really have a problem with this per se, and I would assume that if we granted this here, the Arts Council might be less likely to grant performing arts as much through their process. I would say in general, this program is amazing. We've had some, I was blown away. I didn't realize opera singers come from Squamish, unreal musicians, and I think it serves a important part of our creative community. So in general, I'm supportive, but is this the right mechanism? I'm not sure.
Other comments? Did we confirm whether there's a liquor license?
There is no liquor license.
There's no liquor license. We also just wanted to remind that there is a fee for entry, and we do have some general philosophies around fees for entries and whether or not the event then contributes to some other charitable or nonprofit purpose. So just to that context.
Meaning that we want them to be using their fee for entry?
Well, we're not necessarily totally opposed to fee use.
Yeah.
Or to charging fees if it's open to the whole community. And but often it's for the organizations where they turn around and then do some greater good for the
Jenna,
profits.
Very much appreciate where you're coming from. Looking at the budget, it looks like they've asked for specifically the amount that is currently unfunded, so it doesn't look like they're taking any surplus away.
Chris?
Yeah, my understanding is that the fees help pay for the event and other grants and so on, and some of their, I believe, the programming throughout the years to help fund this, that they're asking a grant for as well. Be worth confirming, but I don't believe this is a revenue generating event for them.
I'd like to echo Chris's earlier comments about considering how we fund arts and culture as a whole, look at it holistically. I'll be supporting this application. I think that in general our support or council's support of the Arts Fund and other measures is rather modest. And I think there's many benefits from the programming involved here, and that we should encourage ourselves to consider it holistically.
Doug?
Yeah, and over the years, I've been supportive of grants to the Arts Council. My concern is that this is kind of an end run around what I thought was the process we had for dealing with that. And so I'm not supportive just in principle on that, because I think this, as a council, we've made a decision to fund the Arts Council. Now they're in the middle, I think, of a 3-year grant, if I'm not mistaken. And so there is no separate line item for them. But I am concerned about individuals now coming to us rather than going to the Arts Council, which was the intent of these grants in the first place.
Yeah, Doug addressed most of that. I feel that although we want to support the arts and all the different shapes and forms that takes, if we have a mechanism through the Arts Council, if we're opening up the door for, if we fund this now, which isn't a huge amount, and frankly it's been a larger debate than the amount probably is worth. But at the same time, if this leads to a tidal wave of others coming around the system, so a workaround I see for that would be to consider topping up the maybe Arts Council funding if it needs topping up for another $1,000. If that's something that we would entertain, maybe that's.
I'm not sure we can do that because it's a 3-year.
It's a 3-year. We can't just add someone's application. Or change the name of the application.
Once you give them the money, they get to decide who they spend it on, so I'm not sure that adding it.
Can I ask a clarifying question about the situation that we have with the Squamish Arts Council? Is that's been the agreement with their 3-year grant, is that all arts grant applications would then go through them? Is that the language within the?
It's been our agreement since about 2002, like that they are the funnel, and that they develop a committee that decides how the funds are allocated through application process internally.
I won't be supporting this one because it's a small gap. I think you can fill it through either they're headliners, so increase the fee a little bit or get a sponsor, some small amount of money, and I think or apply to the Arts Council. So that's kind of where I'm sitting.
Just, sorry, and I forgot to bring it up. I had a note to myself that there is a concern which I just want to raise from the Arts Council that when this 3-year grant runs out and the Arts Council has to apply, there's concern about the timing, because if it turns out the Arts Council doesn't get a renewal on something similar, then all the arts groups have missed their opportunity to then apply directly. And so as we come up to the end of this 3-year thing, well in advance, maybe a year in advance, we want to think about and communicate out how we want to proceed on arts granting, if any.
Sure. Okay. Show of hands for support. Okay, we're going to leave it off. Men's Shed. This is about connecting older men in our community and for social networks. They do projects. They built bathhouses that are at Squamish and in the Estuary. That was pretty cool. And it's a safe and supportive social hub, funding for year 2 for 10 community-based projects. So we haven't supported them in the past at all, have we?
I believe this is pretty new.
I don't recall this one.
Yeah.
It is a new organization, and it was started by Rick McKinney, Council of Candidates, and works at Helping Hands. It's been really successful, so I wonder if council would entertain a delegation, because we haven't seen this group before. Would that be a good way to move? Chris?
I would support that. I just want to add a comment that, you know, I didn't see a similar, a women's shed or equivalent, and that also made me wonder, you know, when I looked through the applications as a whole, I didn't necessarily see all of our community represented in those who are asking for grants, and in terms of inclusiveness and that sort of thing, I guess I might expect to see the grant application more representing the community as a whole, and so what, if anything, do we need to do to address that? And that's, I think, a broader topic, but just to be one raise.
Through the Mayor, the House Sound Women's Centre does currently have a multi-year grant going.
I'm sorry?
So the House Sound Women's Center has a multi-year grant. So maybe, actually, just future reference, when we put this together next year, we should make sure those multi-year grants appear so that people know that we are supporting them.
Yeah.
I think
I did include one in the package.
It's in the original
It might be in
staff
last.
Oh, okay.
Great idea.
Great idea.
You guys are so smart.
She is.
I love working with you.
Just a quick request for
Yeah.
when the delegation does come in, their expense report, over 10% of their expenses are listed as petty cash miscellaneous. So maybe just a flag for them that'd be helpful to clarify where that is going and or what their reporting system is.
I believe this demographic is most at risk of social isolation. So there was some really important reasons why Rick took the initiative to start this group. But I'm looking forward to having that delegation come forward. I'm in conflict on the Montessori one, so we'll skip over that. Nonprofit network. Grant to cover the facility rental and breakfast for the community event breakfast with the mayor.
You in conflict on that one too?
No. I love having breakfast with people. So this has been an annual event on celebrate National Volunteer Day. And we were talking about the importance of volunteers in our community, so to me this is a no-brainer. Yeah,
Me too,
okay.
straight up.
Paddling club. They're back with requests for some inflatable boat, for rowing machines, and a canoe. For youth, I believe the canoe is for.
For a youth program that they're planning on starting up, for the youth program that they're planning on starting up.
And so the youth program will be a new part of their program. Eric and Armin?
Just a comment, quoting from the submission, we do not believe there is any other formal youth kids paddling program in Squamish is incorrect. There's the Mount Chikai Warriors, which is a very impressive and well attended program at the Squamish Reserve.
And they kick our butts every year.
Yes.
Armin?
I see as we increase our, as we improve the access to the water in Squamish in general, I think that recreation on the waterfront is awesome, and this is seems to be a healthy club, and they have a very thorough application. Their ask is $15,000, I believe, and which is double their ask they didn't get last year. So I'm comfortable to support the $7,500 if we can find a way to get there, and hopefully they can find a way to work with that.
Other Doug?
Yeah, thanks. And so this is another one of those instances where the district also does support the club. That is their building that is on the park on the Blind Channel. Yeah, which I don't believe we charge them for, but so there is support. There is a level of support certainly for the club, and I, once again, looking at all the alternative places to spend money on this list, have difficulty with sports clubs. As much as I love sports and so forth, I just think we, with a limited amount of money, have other more important things to spend it on. And private clubs, once again, I'm a member of one, a couple, and they have other ways to raise funds. And I know, for example, the Yacht Club runs a sailing program, but that's self-funded with the dues and so forth that come out of that. So, and it is a community-wide program. So there are other ways of dealing with this. We do support them generally with the existence of that facility on the waterfront, and I'm sure that as we go on and reorganize our waterfront, there will always be some place for them somewhere along the waterfront. So I would not support this at this time.
Others, Jenna?
I'm not supportive of this time, at this time either. I think if there was something in the application about, I love the aspect of including youth and kids and getting them on the water, but still don't quite understand the costing structure. It can often be expensive for youth to engage in that programming, and so if there was more language around accessibility or reducing barriers to access, I would maybe give it some more consideration, but at this point, I'm going to leave it.
Eric?
I'm happy to support them at last year's level. There's
We didn't
also...
support them.
Oh, is that right? Oh, I'm sorry.
They asked for that.
Ah, very good, I misread it. Well, I'll just, one of the objectives is safety on the water and that educational aspect. And that I am supportive of. Not at $15,000.
I'm trying to figure out where the expenses for the canoe for the youth, for the boat for the youth.
Equipment.
Yeah, they've left it on the budget. They have $32,000 for equipment all up.
It's a big thing, like they've got a 10-foot rigid inflatable boat, another 10-foot rigid inflatable boat, 4 rowers, and a trailer for the larger boats, which totals $32,000. But there's no canoe mentioned there, but then they say they're gonna buy a canoe. Like, that's the only part that I might be supportive of, is if you want to start a program, maybe, but I don't even know how much the canoe is. So anyway, I'm not supportive at this time. So is that 4? You have no support? Okay, we'll move on. West University, Melanie, you've got some information about this one?
Yes, this was a slight unusual approach to their project, I guess, because they are sort of, I mean, they will be making it for themselves, but in the application they do specify that they want to create it for the District of Squamish's use. I had to approach Dan, thank you, I have his email, regarding whether or not he has actually been approached by Quest University, and he wasn't, but he did give him a call and they have had a conversation since the application has gone in. And Dan is interested, but there's no actual specific plan together regarding whether or not this program does get created and whether the district will definitely use it, but there's potential for it.
So the only reason we're bringing it up is we just want to make sure there's no gray area between purchasing solicitation versus granting. And that's really the only comment we want to caution. If there's a broad community use and it's a great student programming, then that would be a good way to look at it. If it's truly to create a service for the municipality, then we go through procurement for that.
Council, Chris?
Yeah, it was, one of my questions is what's our ability as a municipality to consume and leverage the state of the system? And I think that's a question will require probably a fair bit of effort on our staff to make that workable. So realistically, I think if we funded this, it would have to be for something useful in and of itself, not necessarily that we would incorporate as a district, because there's a lot more involved in that typically.
Any other comment?
Yeah, the main expense that I can see was, or one of the main expenses was a software license, which was almost $4,000 annually. So I'm wondering about the shelf life of this and whether staff, and we can bring that up, whether we need staff input on the usefulness of the end product. or if council, we just feel it's useful to go through the motion. So I feel like we're creating potentially a lot of data with this, and maybe it should be, if it is a technology that exists and we would like to use, is this the best way to do that? Maybe we should go through staff procurement procedures or some other way.
Any other thoughts? Yeah,
Yeah, yes, when this came, 4250 from last year, if I recall correctly, was what I thought, if it's the same program, was a one-off mapping program with drones, which was quite intriguing, and we supported it to that extent. And I thought that was kind of just a one-off. There was no talk about it being an ongoing project. So this is something quite different from what we spent the money on last year. Yeah.
Yeah, that was my confusion, is that what's described here doesn't match up with what's the Estuary project.
No, this is different. The,
But that says equipment for new estuary monitoring program.
oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's like, it's a different project. Same estuary, but
But this is very much about a 3D model of our community. So,
That's,
Yeah, sorry, it looks like we probably
Is that a
recycled a
hangover?
template.
hangover from last year, okay. I just want to make sure.
Thank you for clarifying that for
It's
everybody.
interesting because Smart Cities was an initiative through our economic development arm, and we certainly don't want to lose the momentum we gained through that, but I'm not sure going through the grant aid process is the way to further what we want to do in that regard. So I'm not really supportive of this. I think if we want to get a 3D model, that's something that we would fund through our budget, and we would procure or work through economic development to partner with through our economic development committee. So that's my humble opinion on this one, is it's not the right place.
I would agree. I think it's a bigger discussion. With so much change, a 3D map of how it is today is something that could be archived and interesting, but for it to be a workable tool, it needs to be some budget laid out to maintain it, so it can still be something that we can maybe reference during zoning and development applications or something like that. And I see a usefulness of that, but it doesn't seem to fit with the criteria that we used with everything else in this list to me, so I wouldn't be supportive of this one.
yeah, my suggestion, I think consistent with Renee, is to just refer it to staff in the appropriate department, and I don't want to speculate what that might be, but whether it's economic development or engineering or whomever, and decide and look at it. If there is a use to it for the district, fund it through that. I'd be prepared to consider even a sole sourcing request if that was appropriate in that particular circumstance, so we don't have to go out to an RFP and go through all the steps. But I think it does sound more like a district purchase for district uses than a grant.
Any disagreement with that?
Nope.
Okay, so we'll refer that one to staff. Follow up. Then there's another one for Lyme disease, which is a web-based platform to obtain data regarding tick bites and subsequent disease and information to citizens for $8,500.
In our community grant policy, there's reference to projects that are the responsibility of other levels of government, as in the discussion of this in the eligibility criteria. I'm curious as to where Vancouver Coastal Health fits into this. Is there not a Vancouver Coastal Health programming dollars for a project like this?
Don't know the answer to that. I'm
Well,
not sure our staff do, but certainly health is.
It occurs to me that that is a more appropriate agency to be funding a project of this nature.
Okay, no support there. Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I had similar comments to the previous one, you know, ability to leverage this if it happens. I didn't see anything talking about why this would or wouldn't be the best methodology to collect line info as opposed to just some traps and you do little autopsies or, you know, so it's not clear to me that this is a good way to approach the problem. It might be really interesting for a project, but.
Little autopsies as opposed to big autopsies.
I'd also be concerned about like long-term viability of the project in terms of where that sits and who's responsible.
Eric, another comment?
I think similarly with the last Quest project application we just finished discussing, project planning would benefit from a different venue, whether district staff or Vancouver Coastal Health staff. I have some issues with project planning. I have some project planning questions for both these applications, and I don't think this grant program is the right venue to discuss those project plans.
Okay, I'm not hearing a lot of support yet. Okay, move on. Sea to Sky Community Services. This one gets spoken about already, or no, you've just got information?
They have two applications, and the one that we provide information for was the second one towards their taxes. This one's a different program.
Okay, so this is to fund property taxes for Center Point, not eligible for the municipal tax exemption.
Better at home.
Yeah, but
Number 30.
Oh wait, sorry, Better at Home. Sorry, I
Yes.
missed that one.
Yeah.
This is free nutritious meals for people who are seniors living at home still. Who wants to say no to that? Anybody? Okay, I'm feeling general consensus.
I guess I could say I'm in conflict in that.
Okay, now we're on to the next one, which is taxes. Does council have an explanation about this?
So we did provide an explanation last time because Linda Klassen wasn't able to attend, to just update the new oncoming members about our permissive tax exemption discussions around this property. Just a high-level reiteration is really comes down to housing policies that aren't necessarily developed yet as to how we would or will support low to moderate income housing across the whole community. So we were worried about setting precedents here.
It's a tough one. Chris?
Well, I just, not to belabor the point, but I think this is where we're stepping into provincial jurisdiction, not just with this one, but social services in general. There are big line items in here. I think they're really critical. I don't see the province stepping in, and I feel that as a community we have the capacity to step in. So I think, on the one hand, I'm inclined to push the province to do more, but think about who gets hurt while we have that debate with the province. And so, I have some inclination to be more supportive of these sorts of things than the others. But to the point we've discussed a little bit about, as we step into social services, if we do that in a big way, I'd like to make sure that we're doing it in a smart way. We're not just to the point, I think, of fixing little cracks. We're kind of taking on social services in a big way. So are we doing that in a cohesive, well thought out way? And I'm not sure sort of handling these as big one-offs is the way forward.
Do you have other permissive tax exemptions of this magnitude?
The permissive tax exemptions? Not to do with rental housing. That was the point that Ms. Klassen made last time.
Yeah,
We
not
are
with
not
rental
supporting.
housing, but are any of the other ones that we approved of this magnitude?
Permissive tax exemptions? That's 5,000, yes, for sure. We would have a couple, sorry,
47.
47. Trying to remember on the list of permissive tax exemptions. I think that's still pretty high in terms of any of our others. I can't really think of anyone who would have a higher one than that. We do provide some to the golf course, but to bring them down to 45, not to. So yeah, I think this is probably order of magnitude quite a bit higher than any other. And this also includes, they've included in here units that the province owns and manages as well, which was another concern that Ms. Klassen brought up.
Yeah. So, Council, usually I would let you all weigh in first, but to me this feels like a lobbying opportunity. So our ability to advocate to the provincial government to fix their policies around permissive tax exemptions because they're putting a huge push on affordable rental housing and subsidized housing. And so is there an opportunity to give us the ability to waive some of the taxes rather than coming to a grand main. And I realize that might be punitive to Seasky Community Services in the short term, but like Chris, I have a hard time taking on the province's role.
Just for clarity, there is some latitude within the permissive tax scheme to do some. The reason we had talked to council about it was we were concerned about setting a precedent around it. And so nonprofit is an opportunity, and then housing that is owned and of a health perspective are statutorily exempt from taxation. These didn't fit those criteria. So there are different schemes out there for some forms of housing and hospital care that are statutorily exempt. These aren't falling into these category.
Yeah, I have a problem with this in the sense that I think what we're really doing is we're supplementing a provincial budget. Historically, I'm not sure where council's awareness is on this, but we granted permissive tax exemptions to the United Church, which owned all the property, that whole block or this whole site. And it was made up of about 4 separate titles. One of them was the church, and that was statutorily exempt, but the other one's the parking lot and the grass and so forth. We gave the exemptions for because the entire thing was for community purposes, etc., and it was consistent with what else we were doing. So with the creation of the Center Point building, there's still parts of that building that are exempt, such as the church and I think some of the offices of Center Point. And this is if I understand it correctly, this is the residential block. But that residential block is for vulnerable housing and is subsidized, I would expect, by the province. So it's a provincial budget that basically runs Seasky Community Services and would run that portion, the deficiency between revenue and what the expenses are. So we're supplementing, in effect, the provincial funding of that. That's really what they're asking us to do, and I don't want to go there. We have, as a district, supported the Center Point project during its construction. We waived hundreds of thousands of dollars of fees, for example. So it's not like we haven't assisted that organization. To get into an annual thing of supplementing the province, or what the province should be doing, is to me a no-go area. And as much as, once again, as much as I support Center Point and what they do, I'm not happy with this in any size.
I'm thankful the community re-elected the two of you. You can bring this type of knowledge, because when I first read through this one, I thought this was one that was a no-brainer. And in light of what I've just heard around the downloading, I'm rethinking that.
So can I ask then if it sounds like we're leaning strongly towards no on this, but that we offer to Seasky Community Services to write a letter with them, sort of pushing the province to deal with these issues that have been raised?
We can do that, but I actually think this is a bigger effort on our council to work with the minister, because this won't be our only housing project that's going to grapple with this in the future, and I think that the province, it's incumbent upon them to look at how taxes impact the things that they're building. So I would love to sit down with Jay and figure out what the strategy is for going to the province.
So the programs have probably changed substantially since I worked in the social housing arena, but the province does support paying property taxes. They subsidized operating units often throughout the life of the building. It is absorbed back into debt payments and things like that, but they do support and manage this, particularly the subsidized units. There's an element of this that is just lower end of market, which means it's not necessarily heavily subsidized marketing. They have to stay, I don't know what the targets are now, Natasha, maybe you do, but it used to be 80% of market. 80 to 90% of market, I think, was lower end before, and several of these units are that. So I think you have to be cautious about how much you support if the province is involved in this project.
I'm not hearing very much support yet. I think there is support for working with Seasky to see if there's a provincial change that we can help them advocate for. That's the support I've heard, but I haven't heard support for the 47,000. Okay. But council's all right if I follow up with Jay directly. Scott?
Well, not to change the subject too much, but I mean, with the permissive tax exemption, our costs don't change. We just get it from the other tax years. And so it's almost the same as writing a check and taxing the court anyway. And so I think we have to be careful about when we're supplementing what we think is a provincial responsibility. And if the provinces, for example, with Buckley Avenue is going to subsidize a deficit, and that's their choice because they're dealing with the rentals levels and so forth, then would we want to, in addition, contribute to the operating funds of that? And that's, for me, a significant philosophical question. I get the point about supporting housing. No issues with that, but where it's a provincial responsibility and provincially funded, then I think we have to have a serious discussion about whether, by way of tax exemption or just writing a check, whether we somehow support that budget. So maybe a different discussion, unless I'm completely off track on that.
I'm not sure we're on the same page. I was going to sit down and talk to Jay about what her issue is and if there's a provincial solution that we can help her advocate for. Not us writing a check
Okay.
or waiting, but making sure she can cover costs for low income housing.
Yeah, and no problem with that, but if we're talking about going to the province and saying expand the scope of tax exemptions.
I'm not saying that.
Okay, I mean that, I thought maybe came out in the discussion somewhere, so
No,
that's a
sorry
different
if
thing.
I gotta be careful about that. Comment, okay. Okay, so take that one off for now. Trail Society? Care of the Compass Cruiser Trail.
I think this was one where staff was able to provide one comment.
Oh,
if
yeah, it was-
council's interested.
It was just to my council that Sorka's application last year for the 3-year funding was actually inclusive of the Trail Society as well. So it was 3 organisations that received that multi-year grant, and the Trail Society was one of them for trail maintenance and repairs.
Sorry to the Trail Society and the Squamish River Association.
Yeah. Eric?
Did you say Sorka, the Trail Society, and
The Turnpike Association.
on this application?
No,
for
for the
the
3-year
last
grant.
year.
Oh, I see, all right. Sorry, I am maybe a little bit hard of hearing, I'm straining.
Aren't we?
Can everyone just make sure they speak clearly for Eric? Well, no, it was the same with Ted.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I really appreciate
It was the same with Ted, and so Ted always chose his position at the
Right.
table, very strategically, but we can also make an effort to keep our voices at a reasonable level, and that probably helps Kelsey
Thank you.
too. Thanks, Eric.
I have passed on a memo or an inquiry regarding operations because I believe there may be a work order, consideration of a work order on the part of operations with respect to this location, this project location. But I'll back up a bit. Comments on the proposal refers to benefits to safe route as a safe route to school. I would have to emphasize that that is not the case. The trail in question here is not listed or would be considered, nor would it be considered in the Safe Routes to School program. It is, however, a much valued recreational trail, which has been in difficulty the last few years. The Coeur d'Alene report referred to is dated 2015. This is part of a multi-year conversation about this site involving the neighborhood, Squamish Streamkeepers, and the Trail Society, mostly. And the site is dynamic. The river changes every year. This report, I would suggest, may be out of date. And that's an important consideration. This year, the logs in the log jam have moved and the situation has worsened. And this, I believe, has prompted the inquiry with the district as to whether operations should come and have a look. There are private properties involved here. There has been flooding at this location about 4 to 5 years ago that impacted neighboring properties. So I think before we go with this project plan, which doesn't refer to those private properties, there needs to be a good discussion of where we sit with that. There is some liability considerations here potentially.
Okay, Eric, do you support this or not?
No, not at
Thank
this
you.
time.
Okay, any other support or not support? Doug?
Not, and for the same reason that we dealt with the Arts Council funding issue, we have given a 3-year grant to those 3 groups, including this one, and we're not specific about what trails they choose to fix. We leave that up to them. And so if this is a priority, there's the funding that's in place for it.
Good. Anything else? Norm?
I just had a note about funding it through some active transportation. It is a great connector, but my thoughts go to, I don't know how many years ago, Eric could probably tell us exactly how many years ago, we had the washout there that took out that one entrance to Valley Cliff. So that
2003.
That stream does require, and maybe it's already receiving at the very least monitoring aside from the trail. So it does bring up that issue, but I don't see that us supporting it through this process.
Okay. We move on. Volunteer Drivers for Cancer Program. This helps to cover the cost of insurance, overhead, and training for drivers. Can anyone say no to this?
For some reason, it's less than it was previously.
I was
Great. More organizations should do this.
In general, I liked it. I didn't see, and again, I was reading quickly, but anything about targeting people with less capacity to get transportation. It seemed like it was just, if you had cancer, this was an option for you. And I guess I was looking for a little bit more targeting towards those who really needed the rides the most.
I would imagine they're
not
targeting
drive
those
when they come
who
home.
need it the most and probably don't have enough drivers that aren't.
I'd just like to take this opportunity to commend them for coming to us and asking for less than they did last year, which is a refreshing change as I looked at these at the list, and so they've done a good job there. I think it fills a strange hole in the healthcare system that I was unaware of until very recently with this program, I like that their local donations have gone up enough. It appears the local donations they listed have gone up enough to offset the lower grant ask. So I think this shows strong community support, and I'm happy to support this.
Support. General hands. Thank you. Waldorf School. This is a reforestation project to remediate damaged forests on Sandberry Stream, which is located next to the school. Any support for this? Hearing none, we will move on. Watershed Society adopts a wetland program with its location, identity training, quarterly site visits, mapping, and developing the monitoring program. We've got 9 minutes left. We've got to go back and do the ones people are confident on.
Support.
Support. You can dissent.
No, I just had a question about
Yeah.
capacity. If the monitoring finds an issue, what's the capacity, what's the process to then do something about it? And are we funding monitoring that we can't do something about, or is there some clear way forward if we find issues?
It's a good question, although the Watershed Society has been very good at achieving grants. I think it helps them then target where they want to go next, which is why I'm supportive, because they have never come to us to fund a project, a big project. They've always found senior level governments.
I think you just answered my question, my question is about the duplicating efforts, but it sounds like this is, with that feedback, this is a whole, and it seems to have a low cost and potentially high benefits, so I'm happy to support this one.
Okay, I'm here to support generally. That goes forward. Okay, so is that the last one? All right, so let's go back to the one we were, yeah.
Just I was just wondering, does staff have a running total of where we are?
How much money have we spent?
Okay, including well, probably shouldn't, we've approved 100,710.23 so far.
Sorry, we approved how much?
So we're the total funded right now.
Total funded? Total fund including multi-year grants is 223,460 and 70 cents.
So right now, you're still below targets, but you've got some fairly big delegations waiting to come.
Hey, that's pretty good.
I was gonna say, we're below.
Okay.
I know.
So there's a
Um,
bunch of names.
And there's still a couple of conflicts.
Don't burst our bubble.
But you're doing well. Good job.
Okay, we'll go back to Climate Action Network. So, if you have a conflict, you need to stay at the table until you declare why. So that the microphone picks you up.
I am recusing myself because I sit on the board until tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good timing.
I'll be excusing myself as I'm an immediate past director of Squamish Can and have been involved in the programming concerned with this application.
So this is new programs for 2019, which includes the Mancomb Edible Schoolyard project, which is a much coveted project by all other schools in the district. Relocating community gardens from the property that's been sold just kitty corner to us, and strengthening and improve the current food policy council, which has really lit the fire under the district and got a lot of things done. So there was a bit of editorial on there. Sorry. $11,000. Chris?
For me, they really seem to have understood the policies for the granting. They're hitting in the OCP some of the things we want. So for me, this is one of the stronger applications and easier to support.
Okay. Any opposing views there? Armin, I'll let Doug, you can
Okay,
take one
Doug.
now with that face.
And maybe it is large increase, but their scope has increased. The food policy board, I'm coming generally from a place of support with this. I'm just trying to see if we can break a piece of this out and find it through some sort of process. The food policy portion, is there another way? I think we're gonna have a hard time, just numbers getting to this 11,000. So I don't know if we can support one of those projects through some other program that I'm not aware of, or if we need to support but reduce it off like we have with some of the others. Doug's thinking about.
Just by way of background, I was the council rep on Food Policy Council last couple of years, and they leveraged our support into $60,000 grant from the Real Estate Foundation. So I think they will use whatever we give them to make it even larger, if that helps. But they're also the ones that have helped us create the agricultural inventory and now the agricultural strategy for our district.
And that sounds awesome. I was curious, what raised that question for me was that in their application, they stated $5,000 in funding last year, but the report that we have says 3,500, so I just wondered if there was a gap that was being filled, was coming in some other way. Trying to ease the burden on this process so that we can get some of the other stuff done as well. But if this is the way to do this, then generally in support, but I think acknowledging we're going to have to most likely trim that back.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm supportive of this project. I even gave them $2,000 worth of election signs. So I was only concerned about the full 11,000.
Okay.
And it is difficult. I'd be happier with a slightly smaller number, I think, just because we have reduced some other very worthwhile grant applications. I'm trying to be a little bit consistent in that sense.
I can support the full 11,000, and if at the end of our process we need to trim somewhere, I think like relocating the community gardens, is that something that the organization could go back to the developer who bought that property and request that they help in moving up the gardens? So I can support it at 11, and if we have to cut, I'd have to come back and revisit it.
I was going to suggest 8.
I support it.
I'd support it too,
Okay.
because we're probably going to have to come back and cut it.
I think that's as close to 11 as we can get.
Okay. I got 4 votes for 8.
If we're going to shave off this one, there's other ones I want to shave off.
Yeah, no worries. We can come back.
I think we're going to have opportunity to share.
Okay, you'll be fine. Okay, the next one is the,
Let's just bring back Councillor Stoner.
oh yeah, and
Eric is going to be conflicted over you going.
Eric's got to come back and declare his conflict on the environmental society.
Yes.
I think you're just back briefly, Eric.
Yes.
So we're dealing with the Environmental Conservation Society.
I am a member of the Conservation Society, and so we should declare interest on this item. Conflict of interest status.
Thank you, Eric. Okay. So this is a grant to support the Eagle Watch program. It's all about public education, future ecology, preservation projects. Any questions?
Yeah, I just was curious where the watershed and Tourism Squamish were in this, funding for this.
I can answer that for you.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Just, I was wondering where Tourism Squamish and the Watershed Grill might be in this. It seems, in particular, those might be naturals to participate in supporting this as well.
If there's anything in their application, we can check, but otherwise I don't have any additional information on how they're funded.
Okay, Jenna?
Just curious if there was any history on why it was not funded last year.
We have other donations.
It was.
Oh, it was, sorry, I'm reading it.
I was gonna say, I think this is one we've consistently supported. We can certainly provide that feedback to them, Chris. I don't know the answer to where else they get funding for the program.
They did provide financials, and they did indicate that there are other donations of about $2,500, and the BC Community Gaming Grant. So they do have a variety.
It looks like they get some Squamish rafting, Cardinal Concrete, Sea to Sky gondola, Canadian outback rafting, and private individuals for contributions.
And I think they get in-kind support through Tourism Squamish. Certainly they promote people. This year?
Yeah, I'd just like to say in general, I like their programming. They're asking for the same as they did last year, but with inflation, technically they're asking for less. And I think they're out there in the rain and the sleet and the snow, and vehicles are a big part of sort of what I see as part of Squamish's identity. So I'm happy to support this, and their full amounts, it's still quite modest. So.
Okay, so I've heard enough support for that, so we'll go forward with that one. We can call it back into the room. So I'm in conflict on the next one, which is the Montessori school. This one's on the board, and my children attend the school. So I'll recuse myself from this decision and pass it over to acting Mayor.
What year is that?
Number 26. This is a request from Montessori School to fund completion of outdoor play spaces, bike racks, washing stations, outdoor water fountain, community gardens, and landscaping for a total tune of $35,000. Any comments, John?
I support supporting this. $35,000 though, I think is more than I'd like to see to go to this project. I like that this private independent school is making its space available to the community with these amenities. Just not comfortable with that large figure.
Do you have a proposed
You know,
alternative
I'd like
or
to hear
is this
from others.
Yeah, I'm generally not supportive of these things. I think I said before, where there's schools and things like that, I tend not to think that that's not really our mandate. And historically, we've had requests from PACs with the public schools and so forth, and we're now getting these things from the private schools. We just had one from the Waldorf school. And so if there is an identifiable piece of public infrastructure that will come out of this, I could consider that. Like otherwise, private school, private funding, and not part of this.
Chris and then Armin.
Yeah, similar to Doug's comments, I also, having visited it, it's fantastic, and I love the passion and in general what's happening there, but it wasn't clear that just with the location that this would be particularly accessible to a huge amount of the public. I was wondering about transit for the public there. Curious about what park options the developer was required to provide, and so what other parks might already be there. Questioning if when I think Garibaldi Highlands Elementary had some vandalism and a playground was burned down and replaced, I don't know that the municipality funded any of that replacement. So yeah, at this point I have a challenge with this one.
The facility that the group behind that school has been able to put together, and the work behind that is amazing, and I would like to be able to support, but the amount is quite large, and looking at it through the lens that we have to with all these other programs, it doesn't quite seem to fit. I see Squamish Can maybe coming in to help with there's 5K of this was for community garden, and I know there's some expertise there that might even shorten up that amount, and I'm sure that the smart people over at there have maybe identified that already. I'm short on the background of the District of Squamish involvement in the project as a whole, and maybe this is something like we found with some of the other projects where the district has provided some support, which I believe came through the development process and fees. So is that correct?
Doug, can you speak to that?
Yeah, I don't think there was any. We, as a council, rezoned this land, but it is entirely private. I don't recall any waiving of fees or anything of that nature with respect to this development. There's some arrangement between the developer and the school, but we were not privy to that.
Yeah, if it was the straight school, it would be easy to say no to. There's some daycare components to this too that I don't know. With the other choices, I don't think I can support it at this point, and certainly not at this scope. So,
Eric.
I'd like to support all of the comments that have been made so far, just two. In addition, I'm not in principle opposed to a private school or private club coming forward with showing community benefits and community use benefits. In this one here, however, staff has noted that, under cost sharing or cost effectiveness, that there's no check mark there, and I have to agree. Their budget, for example, for community gardens is 5 times larger than another one we've already seen in our package here this year. So the cost effectiveness and cost sharing would certainly need to be addressed. I'm not in support of this proposal.
Okay, 4 out of 6 oppose is what I'm hearing, or not supportive at this point. So I think we will cross off the list for the time being. I'm getting here. Thank you. With that, we've made it through the list, and I hand it back to you.
Thank you. Okay.
We did have a few that we put on the back burner last time around. That we might need to go back to. That's the BC Whippet Racing Club and the
BC
Minor Hockey
Whippet?
Association.
Any information on this?
The last time I happened to speak of this, it was just benched to come back, and it's just it's the same as usual, being held in kind on recreation, and the fee increase is a direct from quotes from the District of Squamish.
So I am not supportive of this application. I still find it a little bit odd that we'd be willing to support whippet racing as an event, given the history of dog racing and the challenges that type of event has had in terms of animal cruelty.
Council?
Very much the same. I would be willing to hear from this group, although I'd appreciate maybe hearing from the BCSPACA as well on this, because my understanding too, dog racing does not have a great reputation. Parents of good friends ran a greyhound rescue, so I do have concerns, and it's not clear to me the community benefit. I don't know that there's and maybe this is just my lack of understanding, but that this is a huge community thing.
So, just to be clear, this has been running in Squamish for many, many years, and the SPCA has never indicated a concern. So, just to address that. And then John?
Yeah, I remember this event. I don't know if it took some years off, but I remember seeing it when I was a kid. So maybe they're doing great things as far as the animal side of it, which is obviously a big component of whippet racing. It's fun whippets. So if we can address those, and maybe, and I think it'd be interesting to have an update, maybe, and include SPCA. I did think it was ironic that there was also SPCA related things on this list, and this was here. I was like, wow, these are, I like that even just the participants coming from camp for the weekend. I think that adds to the economy. Most of the increase is, well, the whole entirety of their increase in their ask is our fees as a district. Animal health is a concern, and they did say it's their most popular venue, so it made me think that people want to come here, which is great, but maybe they could be collecting some fees from them or up their fees and still be viable. So maybe there is opportunity to cut back the support if we are to support it all. And I think that addressing the animal health concern is the hinge for me. So I don't know if we
do
could hear
people
from
want them to come as a delegation?
Can we ask someone else to come to speak to it? SPCA wise, like, is that what we want? Is that what we're sort of what I'm hearing from this?
I think we can only ask the BC Whippet Association to come. So do people want to hear from them?
Well, as opposed to turning it down, I would, yeah.
Yeah.
I think so, because I feel that it's an opportunity for them, and if that's the sole grounds we're using to dismiss it, then it would be appropriate to hear them.
It's my experience that it's nothing like the dog racing that I think people have in their heads about what is horrible about dog racing. So I'd be supportive of having them come to speak to council to provide that assurance. People are looking for that. Do I have 4 votes for that delegation?
Yes, and I'm still.
Yep.
I've been to this event a number of times, including one year where I remember it was brutally wet. And the dedication of the folks who are involved in this is high from my observation, and very much oriented around the dogs. So while we hear about greyhound rescue and that as an industry, my feeling, based on my experience of having attended this event in the past, is whippet racing is not like that. And I know I have 2 friends in particular who have whippets and they race them, and the way those dogs are treated is very much like any other pet that I know of, except that some weekends they go to these organized events and they chase a rabbit tail. So I would support their full request, or even what they asked for last year, and hearing from them would be great.
And I'll just say that as Karen said, we've been granting something, waiving fees essentially, for years for this event, and the justification was partly economic development, as Armin mentioned. It brings in people from a fairly wide area actually for the weekend, and so there's all the spin-off benefits of that. And it is seemingly a well-organized event. I've never heard from anybody in the general public or any organization that there was ever any kind of an issue with this around animal safety. So this is the first issue I've heard of. And I'm not close to the industry, so there may be things out there that I don't know about. But rather than just dismiss it, I would want to hear from at least it would give them a chance to deal with that issue. And maybe there is a way they can deal with that.
Right, so we'll bring them back as a delegation if we can, please. Minor Hockey Association, I believe, was not, I think we were trying to figure out why the ask was so much bigger.
They've just included a lot more projects for next year. Last year it was really just to waive the fee for the use of the venues, and this year they're adding on the covering costs of new projects.
Council, what's your pleasure? Chris?
Well, just to reiterate the two comments from last time, from me was, the one is just understanding, are we better to deal with these through our fees and charges bylaw, or because it seemed like there was a lot, and actually I think that was one of the...
We have some information for council.
Okay.
So we did talk to Recreation. In general, our fees budget for the various facilities right now is $342,779. So that's our 2018 budget. We had some anecdotal information from Recreation. They were able to do some pulling out and looking at things. They talked to the pool rentals being about, which we didn't include in our number here, because pool is, we deal with on a separate pool. But the pool rentals, about 100% nonprofit usage, so all of our fees come from nonprofits generally, other than our admission type stuff. Field rentals estimated about a 95% nonprofit usage, and arena rentals is about a 90% nonprofit usage. So our fees are generally from, and that makes sense, most sports organizations are considered nonprofits and member paid.
Yeah,
So,
continue, Chris.
you know, based on that, that would just, you know, I would think fees and charges bylaws may be the more appropriate way to deal with this, and maybe part of that is about equity and making sure that it's across the board and that it's not just the not-for-profits with the resources to file the grant application, because it can be quite onerous, are the only ones that benefit. If we think these fees are too high for our non-for-profits, then let's deal with that across the board. The other comment, somewhat related to that I had, is we are, you know, wondering about how we're going to afford a second ice sheet and so on. And to my mind, we're going to need the users, figure skating, hockey, and so on in particular, to step up. Maybe not do the whole thing, but you know, to think about how we're going to manage that with rising costs surrounding everything around that on top of it. It doesn't quite add up to me, and so I would almost prefer to see a plan coming forward about how they will assist with the second ice sheet, rather than an ask for in here.
You supported the whole thing, part of it, none of it?
None of it at this point.
Thank you.
I propose that we go to what last year's in-kind ask was, but with our new rates, which would probably put around $5,000, according to my rough math. I think that if we, I think that's, there is an access thing to this, an access aspect to this, where if the funding's reduced, it's going to be passed on to the user groups and the parents, and it's pushing that cost and that accessibility further out. So I wouldn't like to see that, but I share the same concerns with the huge investment potentially about to be discussed with renovations or additional facilities or anything, but I don't think we should be scaling back the support, but we could maintain it as we move
Okay,
forward.
so I've
5,000?
got no support and 5,000. It is, you're eating into your lunch hour, because we are starting again at 1. So let's keep comments brief.
5,000.
5,000.
About 4.
Also, 5,000.
Okay, thank you.
And for clarification, we'd ask that the wording on that be the in-kind for last year, just so that we can
In-kind.
properly cost it.
Yeah.
It's a ballpark of last year's rates.
Yeah.
Okay. Was there anything else that I missed from last time that you have any pseudo decision on?
Everything else now is a delegation. We are meeting again for the delegations on December 11th.
Okay.
The only query we would have is whether or not you'd like to revisit some of the final questions that we had for wrap-up at that time,
Yes.
given you'd like to chunk into
Well, let's
it.
do the delegations and then try and wrap it up on the.
Finish it off. Okay, great. I'm sorry?
Carmen?
Would it be possible to see the, just the bottom of this now that we went through and said yes to those?
Oh, what- yeah.
Because we did celebrate that we were under before, so
Yeah.
that would be time to look.
We're just
again.
making sure we've got everything listed. So we believe we're at 231,460. Does that include the removal of the accumulated surplus for?
No, that won't for Kraken Dam.
Yeah.
So we'll take that off. So with that amount minus 2,700.
We're gonna fund some of it, but the way the policy stands right now, you would be looking at the 231, which is currently within target.
So, and that includes, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, Carmen and then Doug.
I think we have the same,
Yeah.
we tentatively put in the approval of all the delegations we're gonna see,
The other
Just
thing
to
is, do
see
you
if-
have the
if-
monthly?
where we sit, and then perhaps that'll inform our decision, we can go sooner, and maybe not need to see some delegations.
The BIA is going to blow us.
They'll have it, yeah.
That's an invoice.
That's 40,000.
Forget.
Yeah, I mean, we're way off, that's, I mean, yeah, but it'd be good to see how way off we are.
Didn't help you.
77,000. That's just $77,000.
We did talk
So
about
make
this
sure that
being
we-
only 5, but the delegation would be to potentially increase that on the cutting barriers,
Oh,
is that
that-
our understanding?
Yeah.
Okay.
So put 5?
Has
I don't think
council-
we made a decision.
You haven't,
on
no,
it.
but that was the discussion, but you'd like us to put it in here at their full ask,
I'm just-
correct?
Make sure we go away with the right.
Almost $100,000 per month, rough amount.
I don't think we can.
Sorry to do that.
Doug?
Am I, just going back to the other slide, was, just so I'm clear, that number of 2, whatever was included this year's portion of the multi-year grants?
Down at the bottom.
So here's the 100, this $342,908 includes $122,000 of OT grant.
And what was the target, was to?
DT policy account 276.
So we're at 342.
We approved everything that the delegations are presenting.
Oh, I
Throw
forget
the
that.
cap in there and show them.
Without the delegations,
We're at 236 about.
Which one did they have?
I asked for a complicated
Well, they've already-
Excel.
Yeah, but how much room do they have on delegation?
That's my
Yeah.
apologies.
Can you tell me what the
Sorry
difference
about
is
that.
between the cap, so they know how much room they have?
I got what I needed from it, but.
Yes.
What?
40 grand.
What's our target, sorry, Christina?
It was 276,797.
Okay.
Policy account.
And that would still be, just for clarity, that would still be a slight increase over last year's taxation, so you will still see it, but that's within the policy of 1%.
And that includes the 122 of the multi-year.
You did well, honestly. It was a big, big ask, so we'll see how the
For
delegations
council,
shake
I think
down.
For you
Yeah.
council, it was really well. Okay, so, motion to recess. I don't need a motion, I just call a recess.
To
Call a
resume at-
recess to reconvene at 1 Mary. Welcome back, everyone, to Committee of the Whole for December 4th. We are kicking off post-lunch with the Squamish Estuary Restoration Project. I'll hand it over to Chris Wickham.
Thank you. My name is Chris Wickham. I'm the Director of Engineering in the district. And I'd just like to introduce, we have a whole cast of characters here representing an exciting project that really spans all levels of government, including Squamish Nation is quite involved, the Wind Sports Society and the Squamish Terminal is quite involved as well. And it's been about 1.5 years now that the district has been involved in the project. And we just wanted to give sort of an update for this council, and then we're sort of at a milestone here for this project where things are going to start getting tendered and designed and built and everything, and staff have a couple of specific requests of council for direction. So around the table here and in the room, we have Emma Jarrett from Squamish Terminals with us, and Edith Tobe, Kimberly Armour, and Francesca Knight from the Squamish River Watershed Society, and Al Johnson from DFO. I don't know.
Alyssa from the Windsor Society.
Great, thank you.
And Randall Lewis is also expected to be joining us with Squamish Nation.
Fantastic, thank you. So I'll hand it over to Kimberly from the Watershed Society.
Great. Thanks everyone for having us here today. And so we have a short presentation providing some background on the project as well as an update on where we're at today. At which point I'll hand it over to David to lead council through the recommendation process outlined in the staff report. So if there's questions along the way, I just encourage folks to speak up and we're happy to answer them. So what we're working on is the Central Estuary Restoration Project, and on the front here we have a few pictures. At the left and in the center, it's our resource technician and consultant undertaking biophysical analysis as a part of our project. And on the right is a restored channel that was part of a past SRWS restoration project out in the Central Estuary. So here's some overview pictures of the Squamish River Estuary at milestone points 1969, before the training berm was installed, 1973, directly after the training berm was installed. You'll also see in the lower estuary there's a large white section there, which is a dredge spoil pile. So the training berm was built in 1972 by BC Rail Properties, and it was to facilitate a coal port in the Central Estuary, at which point they also dredged the lower part of the river for deep sea shipping and put the dredge spoil into the Central Estuary. So what that did was essentially cut the estuary off from its floodplain, and the intent was to drain the river to the west side of the valley for industrial development in the Central Estuary. So if we fast forward to 2016, since that time there's been 9 culverts installed, in 9 locations installed throughout the training berm, as well as extensive restoration in the Central Estuary. The culverts were to facilitate the passage of fish and water from the river to the estuary, and then the fish channels and habitat was restored in that area for fish and wildlife. So the Central Estuary Restoration Project for us started in 2013. We completed a study on habitat utilization in the Central Estuary in the areas that were previously restored, so from 1994 to 2005. So all the fish channels that were built and opened up access through with the culverts went in there to see if the fish are actually utilizing that habitat. The outcome was that it's underutilized, and it's expected that the culverts continue to limit passage from the river into the estuary. And it's also likely that the configuration of the training berm is driving juvenile salmonids out to deep sea. So essentially when they're coming down the river, they're not getting across into the estuary, which is their rearing habitat, and they're being sent up to deep sea. So despite past restoration efforts to bring the fish over, while we've been successful in restoring the habitat, the fish aren't getting there. So in consultation with our project partners, which are Squamish Nation and Department of Fisheries and Oceans, we came up with some options to improve fish access into the estuary and as well improve the habitat. So those options are to replace existing culverts with bridges, to realign the spit, which is the lower 1 kilometer of the training berm, and to install a flow control structure under the CN spur line to restore connectivity between Site A and the bridge pond. So a couple pictures here just for reference. At the top we have juvenile salmonids, so that's what we're trying to get across into the estuary. The bottom left picture is the river side of culvert 3. You'll see that you can't actually see the culvert because it's underneath the water, so Salmon in that instance, and this was taken last week when the river was quite high, so salmon in that instance would need to swim down to access the culvert, which is outside of their regular character. And then on the other side is an output point on the estuary side, and you can see that that culvert's perched. So the culverts are accessible at some points to salmonids, but with fluctuating water levels, they often can't get through there. So, okay, so that was from 2013 to 16. So moving forward, 2017 to 18. So in the past year, we've been very busy. We completed a feasibility study that was focused on past and potential restoration efforts to enhance fish and wildlife in the estuary. We met with all stakeholders who provided general support for the 3 project recommendations. There was a few conditions on that and feedback points. One is that we had to assess any adverse risk to flood to Squamish and avoid that. 2, we have to avoid sedimentation at the Squamish terminals from any project, any modifications to the training berm. And 3, continue to work with the Wind Sport Society to maintain wind sport access in the area. The SRWS received funding to undertake consultation, baseline assessment, and long-term monitoring studies. So just so you're aware, some of the assessment that we're undertaking includes biophysical, fish assessment, flood and sediment transport analysis. And we also have funding based on the consultation and assessment, to engage in project planning, design, and construction. So we completed a baseline assessment that would support a bridge opening at Culvert 3 in the training berm. So on the bottom photo, where that yellow dot is Culvert 3. And we continue to consult with stakeholders on the design and construction of that bridge, which we're hoping to realize this winter. So just to give you an idea of what it looks like at Culvert 3, the top, let's see, so the top left photo is Culvert 3 estuary side looking south, and the bottom photo is Culvert 3 estuary side looking north. So it says you're driving down the training berm. It's just when it starts to open up to the estuary, for those that are familiar with the area. This is a short video that I'll play of the riverside of Culvert 3. And just to give you an idea, it's kind of ideal for fish because it's not in the direct flow of the river. The channel actually goes north. So if the river's heading south, the channel comes north. So fish can seek refuge in that channel and then get across into the estuary. And with the channel facing north and not being in direct flow of the river, it limits impacts that are associated with flow of the river to bridge infrastructure, as well as any sediment accumulation coming across. So with that said, without further ado, here is Culvert 3. So that's the rivers in the distance and the north-facing channel coming up. There's quite a bit of river riparian area that is protecting that and where a proposed bridge location is. And at the far end there is where the bridge would be. And this just gives you an idea of how significant that riparian protection is. It's got some fairly large trees in there, and it's a pretty big area. So from a fish and infrastructure perspective, it's really an ideal location for it. Yes.
So with the culvert crossings that Kimberly's talking about, the number 1 to 9 from the north end going south down to this spit. And the Watershed Society worked on all but one of those in partnership with federal fisheries from that time period that Kimberly's mentioning, from 1995 up to 2010. And culvert number 3, when it was constructed about 10 years ago or more, again, the locations of each of these were based on historic photos where the connectivity occurred before the training berm had been constructed. And the studies that we have done since on fish passages, Kimberly's mentioned, has shown some of the limitations. But this culvert in particular, when it was constructed, it's an off-channel, there's a tidal slough leading up to it. So as Kimberly's addressing it, it's well protected. but we still were getting large woody debris. And you can see in the photo on the right, the trash rack. So we installed the culvert with federal fisheries. We'd secured funding from BC Hydro's Fish Wildlife Compensation Program. Then a few years later, found that there was quite a lot of woody debris accumulation, so went in and installed the trash racks that you see there. And it's part of the relationship that we've had over the years with federal fisheries, that when we're securing approval for doing projects and working with the oversight of DFO, we have the ability to do adaptive management as we go and make sure that the project's functioning and the features are functioning as planned. And that's where we're at today, where the culvert isn't conveying the fish as we had originally anticipated. And this site was selected because of the stability, where it's not within the flood protection dike of the river, and it's not in the immediate direct paths of the Squamish River. So it was taking those considerations, meeting with staff on site, that led to the decisions that were solidified with the flood modeling that Kimberly will talk about in a moment. So just some more background on how we came about to choose that location.
So to give folks an idea, as Edith mentioned, we did undertake flood modeling and worked with district staff on that, building on the work that was done in the integrated flood hazard management plan process, and I'll let David speak to that in the follow-up presentation. But essentially, we're not seeing a significant risk by converting that culvert into a bridge from a flood management perspective, and we are seeing the potential for significant environmental benefit there, excuse me. So to give folks some ideas, on the upper left side, these are examples of bridges that the top bridge was recently installed in the Ashlew, the bottom bridge installed in West Vancouver. So we're working with staff on the design construction of that to ensure that it meets the needs of the area, the maintenance needs of the district, as well as recognizing the recreational use out there. So just some, we don't have a design yet. We're in the process of working on that. We'll continue to consult with staff on it, but these are some potential examples of what the bridge may look like. Again, this is just on the other side of the slide here, culvert 3. Something that's interesting to note, the bottom photo on the right side is that river side of culvert 3. And there actually is a maintenance access in there. So, you know, when woody debris does accumulate in the area, there's that potential for maintenance access in there that already exists. So from so this year, 2018, we're working on design construction of the bridge and seeking council's endorsement around that David will speak to. And looking to get that completed in winter 2019, but from 2019 to 2023, continue to work with stakeholders on bridge design construction, continue our biophysical assessments to address any changes resulting from the project following, as Edith mentioned, the adaptive management framework. Undertake regular and ongoing stakeholder engagement to inform phases 2 and 3 of the project. So that would be realignment of the spit and as well the controlled intake across the CN spur line. So we've had very much a focus on phase 1, which has been the bridge construction, and anticipate come January meeting with all stakeholders to initiate the other phases. And then we will continue to undertake analysis to inform design construction options for phase 2 and 3. And then based on analysis and stakeholder input, eventually implement phase 2 and 3. So the map here shows our phases. So phase 1 is replacement of culverts with bridge, which we've zeroed down to be culvert 3. Phase 2, realignment of the spit, which we'll start negotiation and discussion on in January. And then phase 3, the controlled intake, which again we'll start discussion on in January. For background's sake, our project partners, as mentioned, are Federal Fisheries and Oceans and Squamish Nation. Stakeholders that have engaged in the process so far, and this list could grow as we move forward, are all listed here, and we've had ongoing discussion with all these parties. And also our funding that we've been able to raise to date is almost $1.8 million to support this project, and we continue to seek out funds to meet the full needs of this project. So that's essentially my summary. I'm happy to hand it over to David at this point unless there's questions that council has.
A couple of references in the staff report I'd like to comment on.
Is this specifically to what Kimberly has spoken to? Because David still needs to present the staff.
Oh, please.
Yeah, that's kind of the other half. So it might be,
Yeah.
unless there's any specific questions related to these slides, it might be
I'll come
best
back
to-
to it.
Okay.
Thank you, Eric.
Okay, so bear with us while we switch over here. This one? Okay, David, can you switch slides?
Sure, yeah, thanks.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. So here today to present on some district considerations for this project, of which there are 3 main ones. The first is potential flood impacts and whether introducing any hole in the training berm causes any increase in flood risk to the downtown. The second is ownership and maintenance of the new channel, the riprap, erosion protection through the channel and the bridge. And then finally is on bridge design considerations. So first, to give an overview of flood protection in the area, shown in red is the Squamish River dike that obviously provides flood protection against the Squamish River. That transitions to the Squamish River training berm, which is shown in yellow, and the proposed culvert, or the proposed opening, is through the training berm. The flood risk changes from a river one to a coastal one around this area, and so that's why the river dike ends and a sea dike begins. So shown in blue is the CN rail line, which is not a flood protection structure, but it nevertheless provides de facto flood protection. It's to an elevation that the coastal waters can't overtop it. And then behind that is the district's formal sea deck structure, which is not constructed to provincial standards, but provides flood protection nevertheless. And it's identified as an area that needs improvement. So as I mentioned, the proposed channel is in the training berm. It's not in the dike. That means it doesn't need to go through a Dike Maintenance Act application or be reviewed by the provincial inspector of dikes. But despite that, staff did have some questions as to whether introducing this opening could have any impact on increasing flood levels in the estuary or at our dike. So the Squamish River Watershed Society engaged Curwood Light Elevate, completed some flood modeling. KWL has the district's river model, so they're in the best position to do that work. So the conclusions of that study and its staff are that there is an existing risk to flooding in the downtown. Water levels right now can rise up to about within a foot of the CN rail line. So in an extreme condition, water wouldn't be overtopping unless there was waves. So if you introduce waves on top of that, you could have some waves overtopping the CN rail berm and entering into the bridge pond. So that it would be quite an extreme event for that to happen. This new opening would increase flood levels by a very small amount, so only 2 centimeters at the CN rail berm. So even with this small increase in flood levels, there'd still be about a foot of freeboard between what's called the still water level and the top of the rail berm. So still water excluding waves. The water level at the sea dike, so behind the CN rail, would probably be even less than 2 centimeters because there is going to be, basically the water is going to only be 2 centimeters higher. There might be a slightly higher wave overtopping rate that enters into the bridge pond, but then there's still another level of flood protection, which is the sea dike behind that. So overall, it's considered that the increased flood risk due to this opening is basically negligible. In terms of ownership and maintenance, there are three main components to this. The first is the new channel would be constructed through the training berm. There would be riprap or large angular boulders lining the channel to provide erosion protection for the training berm. And then there would be the bridge that spans over top. So in terms of maintenance, there is no formal maintenance agreement right now for the training berm, but the district has been maintaining it, including grading the road and repairing flood damage over the years if necessary. So we think it's safest to assume that that would remain the practice and that the district would be responsible for maintaining new infrastructure on the training berm. And so we're reviewing this application with that lens. So the maintenance responsibilities that we anticipate would include annual bridge inspections that we do for all of our bridges. So we'd have another bridge to the list, routine bridge maintenance, and repairs to the erosion protection. We think the costs would be small, probably in under $5,000 to $10,000 per year.
I'd just like to add to that. This is a conservative assumption. We're still negotiating with the province. This is on Crown land and services the wildlife management area, which is a provincial asset on either side. And so it makes great sense to us that the province would own and maintain this bridge and eventually replace it when it came up on life. But those negotiations are ongoing and unlikely to be speedy. And so in order to allow the Watershed Society to use their grant before it runs out, we bring to you sort of the more conservative or most conservative position as far as where we could end up in the maintenance agreement.
Further to that, the province has a delegated legislative mandate and fiduciary obligation as Crown, subject to Site A and Squamish Nation, to have an appropriate consultation with us. So they will be contacting us also for that purpose.
So the staff recommendation is that the district work with stakeholders to formalize a maintenance agreement for this new infrastructure before taking any additional maintenance responsibilities. And then also as a longer term initiative that the district seeks to formalize a maintenance plan for the entire training berm, just to make sure that expectations are clear. And finally, in terms of bridge design, the whole project team shares the same objectives. We want this to be a safe bridge, durable, low maintenance, and to fit within the budget constraints of the project. And so some specific design standards are that it would be designed to the Canadian Highway Bridge Design Code and the TAC Guide to Bridge Hydraulics. It would be designed with a design life of 75 years, which is standard for a municipal bridge. It would be a one-lane structure with a 5-meter width, so that's wide enough for a vehicle and a pedestrian or a vehicle and a cyclist to be on the bridge at the same time, and it would have full height railings for fall protection. There's some other minor elements like barriers to ensure that vehicles wouldn't drive into the channel, signage, that sort of thing, but we're going to be involved during the design of the bridge and expect that those sorts of details will be ironed out through that. So these are the recommendations that the District of Squamish support. Modifications to the Squamish River training berm, including replacement of an existing culvert with an open channel through the berm and a new single-lane bridge to create an improved connection between the Squamish River and Estuary, and that the District of Squamish establishes a maintenance agreement with the province and Fisheries and Oceans Canada for new infrastructure prior to accepting any maintenance responsibilities. And actually, in saying that, I realized I forgot to include that DFO would be responsible for actually maintaining the channel, clear of woody debris, and that has been the practice for maintaining the channels to the culverts, and so we expect that that would remain the case.
Thank you.
Thank you, that's it.
All right, questions, Eric?
Well, first of all, have any issues been raised regarding the single-lane bridge? Of course, Squamish Terminus itself is accessed by a single-lane bridge, but are there potential scenarios for the need for a wider bridge in future?
Through you, Mayor. We have had discussion with the Wind Sports Society, who are the predominant user group in that area and present here today. It's known that speed is an issue out there. Single lane could actually be calming to speed, and provided it has the signage to make that safe access and egress, we think it would actually support everybody's shared responsibility and commitment to that area. Additionally, it saves project costs. So, building a double lane, just don't see really the need for it from a watershed society perspective, and I can let David add to that.
From a traffic volume perspective, there certainly is not a need for 2 lanes. There's very low volume on the road. There wouldn't be queuing or anything like that. We think it's important that there would be a proper transition where you have a full width road that narrows down into a single lane, just to make sure that vehicles don't come upon this unexpectedly. So that's from a safety perspective. But yeah, in terms of traffic volume, it's not expected to have any impacts. The bridge would be designed to be wide enough to accommodate maintenance vehicles. So
That's my question.
yeah, we can get a grader across it. If we needed to get an excavator out to do maintenance work downstream of the bridge, it would be wide enough for that. So those are the kinds of design considerations that we've taken into account so far.
And for clarity, a single lane typically is 3 meters. This is 5 that we're proposing, so it would accommodate both the vehicle and recreational users in the area as well as maintenance equipment. So it is a single lane plus, but not quite a double.
In the context from the Crown and consultation with us, when they do contact me, the Squamish Nation, there'd be in continuity with regards to least impact to the wildlife management area, in particular to the least impacts of human activity in that area is safe for the wildlife in there that were originally developed with Sequoia and Estuary Management Plan for was wildlife and species. And not too many two-legged critters running around or speeding up and down or everything, right?
Do you have a follow-up, Eric? Or you good?
I have 2 additional questions.
Go.
In the staff report, there's a reference to that the project is also identified in the Marine Action Strategy as a Category A action for continued support. I just wanted to offer a clarification there, if you like, that A does not denote priority. A refers to activating projects, and you have C, R, P, and E, so that it's not a priority. And I mention this because the Marine Action Strategy has a list of priorities, and there are 11 of them. And I believe that this project, this is really the first one we're taking it on among those 11 identified projects in the areas of governance, ecosystems, marine economy, and gateway. Is actually, it is just a clarification that these other projects will benefit because they involve the same stakeholders, and we're going through rehearsing ourselves for taking on these others. But does not mean you have first priority. I do have another question on another matter.
As long as it's a question, Eric.
Well, I think that as you are already identifying, Kimberly, that the Watershed Society intends to undertake consultation on phases 2 and 3 as early as January, might we not point out that phase 2 and 3 involve a repurposing of a portion of the transportation corridor of the Estuary Plan, and therefore should properly be referred to the Squamish Estuary Management Committee. And I just wondered if you have that intention.
So through you, Mayor, there's an Estuary Management Committee that is happening on December 6th. We've requested from the chair that our project be on that agenda. As you are aware, the Estuary Management Committee is going through somewhat of a transition, and our project is working within the intent of both the Estuary Management Plan and committee process.
Thank you. So in summary, you will be raising this at the upcoming meeting of the Management Committee.
Maybe let Edith add to that.
We want to keep all parties, including the members of the Estuary Management Committee, up to date on our proposed next few phases, as well as updates on the current phase. We also will be engaging with the project partners as we go to make sure that we haven't left any considerations unattended. We also are at a very preliminary stage when it comes to discussions around phases 2 and 3. there's no guarantee that it will have impacts on the transportation corridor or on other areas until we have those discussions. It's part of a much broader conversation point. We don't know what phase 2 right now will look like in terms of a realignment. We really have to have those discussions. So I'm not saying it won't include the transportation corridor, I just don't want to make the assumption. We just don't know at this juncture right now. There's a lot of considerations that phase 2 has to take into account, including Squamish terminals needs, the provincial needs, and ultimately the wind sports needs. So those are not items that we can address today, other than to give assurance today that we will be having stakeholder discussions, public meetings, and bringing it forward at every opportunity through the Estuary Management Committee.
Thank you.
Just further to that, the management committee, Squamish Nation, we've been engaged in dialogue with the Crown agency responsible for the Squamish Estuary Management Plan. From what we understand, the Ministry of Environment is looking at, and we've been having some discussions in the past and more recent with the province in regards to their mandate, their legislative mandates within the area. They have stepped away from the Squamish Estuary Management Committee with the province, so it's kind of a connection that needs to be reconnected again with the Crown. They still have a mandate subject to the wildlife management area. The Squamish Estuary Management Committee, as mentioned, we continue in the continuity of meaningful consultation with all parties, but also we're also engaging the Crown on it too.
I have Chris with a question.
Just two sort of related ones. Just to confirm, and from the discussion, it sounds like doing phase 1 doesn't necessarily in any way obligate us to phase 2 and 3. There's no flooding implications. That means we have to do that. And related to that, it sounds like phase 2 is pretty far out, so maybe there hasn't been consideration. But in terms of the bridge, I would assume a dike realignment might require some big equipment. And would the bridge be an obstacle, or maybe we're just too early to sort of worry about that kind of thing?
Right there. The bridge is being designed for loading of excavators, of all those of large rock trucks. It will be designed in a manner that if we move forward with phase 2, that we'll be able to access without any limitations. So that definitely is something that would be a requirement of any bridge design.
You good? Doug?
Thank you. The question was around the budget, and you've raised about just under 1.8 million. Is that enough for phase 1, or is that enough for phase 1 and part of phase 2, or are you still looking for monies for phase 1? Could you sort of relate that to the phases?
Again, by way of mayor, I'd be glad to answer that. So we put in a proposal in 2017 through Coastal Restoration Fund, which is a 5-year program. In that, there's a breakdown every year for the budgets. They're very firm about the amount that is spent within each fiscal. So we finished the 2017-2018 fiscal. We're now in the 2018-2019 fiscal. There's a chunk of change, a fairly large one, $600,000, that has to be spent before March 31st or we lose it. We've spent a portion of that on our flood modeling and our fisheries monitoring and the baseline studies that we've been undertaking, but the vast majority of that is earmarked now for March 31st spending on a bridge, on the construction. As we go into 2019-2020 phase, which begins April 1st, we have, again, additional funding through the Coastal Restoration year 3, as well as other sources. So the other sources become really important because they have a lot more leniency in their end dates. They're not as hard pressed that we could extend beyond the fiscal deadline by a month or two if needed. So it's a really complex question to answer because we've got multi-funding and multi-years and multi-components within the project. So as project manager, Kim's overseeing all the various aspects of making sure that the I's are dotted, T's are crossed. I'm in the administrative role, making sure that we are addressing the needs within the budget. So in answer to your question, we're on target to what our intention is for phase 1, doing the bridge construction, and on target for phases 2 and 3 as we move forward. Right now, 1.8 million is probably not enough to fully address the needs of a realignment of the spit and the installation of an intake structure or a flow control structure across the CN spur line. So we will continue to be securing funding from additional sources, and that's a large part of this project, using the existing funding for leverage to access more funding. Also, there may be opportunities for value added to the municipality, to the wind sports, to Squamish terminals, that they may be able to access funding to benefit their needs while we have equipment out there. So there could be cost savings to the partnership groups as we go. Those are the discussions we want to be having in the new year. So the budget, part of it is very, very black and white, but a large part of it allows a little bit of leeway as we develop this further.
And if I may just add to that, as we get into phases 2 and 3 and learn more about what stakeholder needs are and opportunities for beneficial projects, as Edith mentioned, that will in large part direct our final budget needs. And so while we have what we have in place now, we don't fully know on a project of this scope and scale at this point how much is actually needed until we start undertaking the analysis and the stakeholder discussion.
Mindful of time.
Yeah. Just very briefly, again, right now where we're at in the 2018-2019 fiscal, I really want to emphasize that we've got the funds that we need. We're not asking, like the district or other parties, for additional assistance at this time.
Just further to that, I went to a funding announcement the other day with the Minister of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and the Premier was supposed to be there, but the Agriculture Minister was there. But it was an announcement of Wild Pacific Salmon, a new salmon restoration innovation fund for the province and the province of British Columbia. So it was $100 million over 5 years, and it's open. So this is new funding. So this is going to be another additional opportunity for us as a collective to make access to this new opportunity. So we're optimistic that we will have some future funding access to.
That's great to know. Thanks, Rhonda. Any other questions from council? Eric?
I would like to move that we...
I still have questions.
Sorry.
I was just wondering if there are other questions from council. My question, I think, for staff is, given our awareness of phases 2, especially, of realigning the dike, I'm trying to understand why we would invest in a 75-year bridge, because I know in the report it said there's 45 years for the framework, 7,500. And if we're thinking of realigning the dike in a number of years, less than 75, why would we build it to that standard?
I can take a first crack if you want. There's two main aspects to it. One is that there is uncertainty over the next phase, and so given that there is uncertainty, we are making a conservative assumption that that bridge would be there in the long term. The other is that the design life is sort of a good proxy for overall design and construction quality. And so a bridge that has a 75-year design life may have slightly lower maintenance requirements than something with a 45-year design life. 45 is a typical resource bridge standard. So we've had some detailed discussions with a bridge engineer, consulting bridge engineer, and he indicated there really isn't that much of a difference between a resource bridge standard and the municipal bridge standard that we're looking at. There's some coatings and little, changes in
Cost.
Cost. Well, other than cost. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
So from an engineering perspective, what you're saying is there's not much difference, but
There's not much difference, and we indicated that pertained to cost as well, that there shouldn't be that much of a difference in cost to move from a resource standard to a municipal standard. So, yeah.
and can we repurpose that bridge? Say we realign the dike in the next 10 years. What do we do with that next bridge?
I got the question of who owns it.
Yeah, great.
It depends who the owner is, certainly. But they do that with resource bridges all the time. Pick them up and move them to another location. So there's certainly, from a structural perspective, it could be reused.
Okay.
I would add that there are still recreational uses further out along the training berm that would still be there as far as hiking and fishing and other things other than winter sports. But really, we had a fair amount of conversation over sort of 45 years, 75 years. We believe that the cost difference is not that large. There is uncertainty on whether phase 2 will proceed, and if it does, when. And it may be something if we find out that we're wrong and it is a deal killer for this project that needs to be revisited. But at this point, it doesn't look like that would be a deal killer.
On that point, can we clarify who owns the bridge? I'm guessing it's the province, given that it's Crown land.
Through you, Mayor, the structure is owned by the provincial crown. And perhaps it's best to let the district speak, but there's various agreements in queue as to maintenance and ownership of those structures, but none of those are finalized. So at present, it is owned by the provincial crown.
Okay. I guess my last question is to the Watershed Society. Phases 2 and 3 have sort of broader implications for economic development, for recreation, and obviously Squamish Nation is a partner in this, but how do we keep council apprised of this? I know our staff will be involved at a really deep level as this proceeds, but how do we stay informed? Because, you know, we will, I think, hear from the terminals who have a vested interest in this. I think we'll hear from the Wind Sports Society. So how do we know, how do we keep that sort of vision for the long term and stay in lockstep with you as we go along?
Thank you, Mayor, for that. The Watershed Society is hoping to have very regular, monthly or every 2 weeks, probably monthly meetings in the coming year. What we really are hoping for, if there's an opportunity, is to have, working along with staff, to have perhaps access to District of Squamish, a councillor, to work with us with the larger scope and the larger vision of where this project could lead. We're going to be making the same request to Squamish Nation Chief and Council at our next opportunity. Hopefully in early January, we'll present to Chief and Council and request the same, that they appoint a councillor to work directly with us, because obviously we've got the good fortune to work with Randy at the staff level, but having that broader vision and opportunities to think a little bit outside of the limitations that we have today and look at what we have as potentials for the future with the other various groups and the needs of the community. That would be ideal from our standpoint if that's something that council would wish to entertain.
Can I clarify on that point how that then varies from the Squamish Estuary Management Committee and why we wouldn't just push to reignite that and have this conversation as part of it?
Or you just leave your whole can.
No, no, it's a fair question, again, by way of Mayor, thank you for that. We're talking about a specific project. We can only talk on behalf of that specific project. As many at the table are aware, up until 2013, there was an Estuary Review Committee process that brought the District of Squamish, Environment Canada, Fisheries and Oceans, and the province to the table to review any application that was undertaken within the estuary. That dissolved when federal fisheries pulled out of that process. So,
And the province.
And the province pulled out since then. And while the Estuary Management Committee has its own mandate, and we do intend to continue having presentations and updates, in the past, they've only met once or twice a year. This project is moving at a fast pace. We really hope to keep all the parties engaged on a, as I say, monthly or more frequent basis. And there's decision makings that are going to have to be made fairly quickly within that time frame. So I think the Estuary Management Committee is a part of the whole stakeholder group, but by dealing and communicating with the District of Squamish Council, it's been years since councillors actually sat at the SEMC table, so that's not a given that that's going to occur either. But I don't see it as a conflict if that is the case. But this is, we're talking about a specific project within a much larger context.
If I can just add to that too, I think through this project, we're going to see discussions come about that belong at the SCMTC table, and I'll give the example of dike maintenance. So the maintenance agreement for that area, for the district, is established through the SCMP and Squamish Wildlife Management Plan process. So while it's an outstanding issue to address, as staff have noted, it's not something that is within the timelines of our project or the mandate of our project. And that's where, while our project may bring about these discussions, I think that there's opportunity to parallel those discussions into the SEMC process that is currently being reviewed.
One final important piece. Federal fisheries and the province still are not at that table with the Estuary Management Committee. And we have to have discussions with them. So.
All right. Any other questions, Council? And just with regard to, if you feel that a council representative supports your work, I'm happy to bring that back to council for a conversation at another time. But after you've met with Squamish Nation, I don't want to politicize this project in any way, but I also don't want to lose the continuity of council just being aware of what's being discussed and that sort of big vision. And how we hold that for all the stakeholders involved, so not just the District of Squamish. So let us know if we need to take another step. Council.
I'd like to move we approve these recommendations as presented.
Seconded by Doug. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Maybe we'll take a 2-minute recess while we shuffle people. Thank you. All right, welcome back to Committee of the Whole on December 4th. We're now on item 3, which is our draft sponsorship policy. This came as a result of last council's strategic plan. This is piece of work that was initiated this past year, I think. So I'll hand it over to Natasha. We'll go from there. Thanks.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Natasha Bullock. I'm the Senior Director of Community Services. With me is Tim Hoskin, the Director of Recreation Services. And with us in spirit is Devin Guest, Manager of Arts and Culture, who did a lot of the legwork on this policy. So the purpose of the policy is to provide a framework, a policy framework that reflects the values of the district, but still really enables council to have some discretion and is not overly burdensome relative to the financial implications of any given sponsorship agreement that we enter, and also that gives staff some guidance so that we are able to pursue alternative revenue opportunities to fund capital and other programs that are upcoming. We'll talk more about that in a minute. You can see from this slide that the way that we are understanding what sponsorship is that it's an alignment of brands that creates value for the buying brand, in this case by aligning with the sort of good name of the District of Squamish, and it creates resources for the selling brand in the form of generally revenue for the sponsorship opportunity. Mentioning this just to highlight that it's not advertising, and advertising is when we would create space for a company to sell a product or an idea that's out of scope of this policy, and it's also not partnership, which carries a different legal definition and is out of scope of this policy as well. So in terms of defining what sponsorship is, we need to talk a little bit about the implications of a sponsorship policy and what this would mean for us. So the choices that we make when we structure the sponsorship agreement have implications for the value of the sponsorship opportunity. So that, for example, the type of sponsor that we choose, for example, if it's Whole Foods brand, may not have as much to gain from a sponsorship opportunity with the district as, say, somebody like Big Tobacco would. So therefore, the sponsorship arrangement we would make with somebody like Whole Foods would probably be valued at less because it would be worth less to them than the one that we would make with Big Tobacco. So those are the kinds of ideas that we need to be thinking through as we're entering into this.
If we make one with Big
If
Tobacco,
we- yeah,
which
right.
is not allowed.
Which is not allowed.
Draft policy.
As an
Your
illustration,
example.
case in point, that these are the kinds of things that we need to be thinking of, the implications of the choices that we make in terms of the policy. The policy review that we did to develop this, we looked at 13 different municipalities in Canada. We found that the population size, the communities with similar population sizes didn't tend to have robust enough policies, and because we have some unique assets, brand and tourism assets in Squamish, we felt it was more appropriate to align ourselves with the larger communities' sponsorship policy. So those are the choices that we made, and we'll get to, in a minute, we'll get to a point to have a few decision point discussions, and this will be relevant for that conversation. Where we're at in the process, we're developing the policy. So what's our sort of vision and parameters at this stage, and this is a fairly high-level conversation. And then next we'll drill down to doing a bit of an audit of our saleable assets. So what do we have to sell, and what might it be worth? It's a bit of an environmental scan. And then we'll proceed to evaluation process where we sort of ground truth the learnings from the audit. And get a sense of how that fits into the real estate facility strategy and our various needs in the district. And then we'll develop a more comprehensive sponsorship strategy, particularly with respect to Brennan Park and in the recreation department, which is where we'd like to implement this first, should we proceed in this direction. Sponsorship as a policy is a critical enabler to Brennan Park, of course, because in the context of the real estate and facilities strategy and our district facility needs, we do anticipate that Brennan Park is going to be the one that will be most appropriate for sponsorship opportunities. So it makes sense to us to sort of pilot it in that area before exporting it to other programs. Decision points. So there's 3 decision points I want to draw your attention to. And we'll talk about what the issue is, what the rationale is, and where the outcome where we landed. And if you like, we can pause at each one of those and have some conversation, or we can go through all the way and come back afterwards, after we go through all of them. Let's see how we feel. So the first thing is about eligibility language. This is arguably the most important question. So the question being, where does the policy draw the line between a categorical no and having council discretion? The whole policy is really constructed for council to have some discretion, but there is obviously going to be some areas that we're not interested in considering proponents eligible. So the rationale that we landed on was anything that's sort of commonly considered to be offensive content or content that's regulated by majority age restrictions in a venue that caters to minors. Doesn't require discretion, those are just no's. And then the public image side of it is more about council having the ability to interpret community values as they evolve and change, that there is sometimes some subjectivity and evolution of that council will be connected into. So where we landed on that was that the policy does disallow consideration of alcohol or addictive substances for minors, or demeaning or derogatory portrayals or of people or groups, but it does give discretion around that public image piece. Do you want to pause here and talk, or should we move on?
Questions? I'm happy to stop here if there's questions, but they need to be questions. No opinion giving it, just clarifying questions. Jeff?
Is there any consideration to getting consensus from the community around who these sponsors might be beyond the rationale for the obvious no-goes? And I think of an example, we were up on a tour of Dawson Creek a couple of years ago, and they had this marvelous community-centered pool facility, indoor riding range, stable, a whole 9 yards. And there's a great big sign on the side with the name of an oil and gas company. And if you brought that down here, I think probably some significant percentage of the community would be upset with that being the sponsor. And is there any way we can deal with that? Or is there any contemplation of dealing with that kind of thing? I look at, well, I won't comment, but I look at this as being a difficulty of getting kind of community buy-in to particular sponsors, because there's always going to be somebody that's going to be upset with something.
Certainly, yeah, I think that's the council discretion piece around something being detrimental to the district's public image. So if a big oil and gas company came down and wanted to fund something, would council, we would bring that to council and say, hey, let's have some discussion about that. Does this seem like it aligns with the public image of Squamish, or is it something that doesn't reflect our community? And then you'd be able to, we certainly could build in some process around that in terms of going out to the community if and when appropriate. That's up to council.
Follow-up? I mean, I can understand the larger issues coming to council, but would every decision, I mean, if we were talking about naming a room after a particular company like that?
Yeah, the next slide goes to the delegation authority, and it really depends on the dollar value, is how we have it now, but it's flexible. So if it's a $5,000 value of naming a room at the library, that's something that would fall within staff purview. But if it's $1 million, large recreation facility or whatever, then it would be something that would come to council.
Slightly related question, but through the Brand Park public engagement working survey, did this get, I remember there was some discussion around sponsorship. Was there an actual formal question or any specific feedback that we received through that process?
There was definitely engagement around alternative funding, and sponsorship was part of that. The community does embrace the idea of alternative funding. Because the alternative to alternative is taxation, and really the crux of the question comes down to is the likely scenario is companies are going to be looking for social value, and that comes with a price. And as a community, we need to define where we fit on that spectrum. And to reiterate what Natasha is saying, I think that if there's any doubt, and especially in the bigger picture pieces, definitely in the bigger picture pieces, we'll be taking this back to council, looking for direction to make sure it aligns with council's values.
So I have a few, maybe I'll just start until you cut me off. You want to have some as a group?
Are they related to this first point, decision point? Start with those.
Yes, questions.
Yeah.
So I saw pornography is one of the things that's on here, and that seems to have a common use and a dictionary use. We have demeaning and derogatory. We don't want those, but I'm wondering if we are missing exploitive and or explicit, and if those are the things we're trying to get at really with pornography. It says we will not allow advertising yada that promotes alcohol and other perceived addictive substances. Do we consider just slashing the name of someone that sells alcohol the same as promoting alcohol, or just promote actually mean something a little more like that can amplify this brand as opposed to just the brand's name? And then also, I've heard often claimed that marijuana is not physically addictive. And so with the language here, would marijuana advertising be permissive?
So I'll answer your second question first, through the chair. The advertising, just splashing someone's name up who sells alcohol, for example, that would be more akin to a sponsorship relationship. The buy this product, that would be more of an advertising relationship. So the first scenario where we're just putting up someone's name would fall within the purview of this policy and be subject to the regulations that are in it. So that's a question. Does that answer the first question?
So you could say my alcohol brand adventure center. You couldn't say buy my alcohol brand adventure center.
Yes. However, if the adventure center, how it's structured now, it was geared towards minors, then you couldn't say that, because that would be, an alcohol company would not be eligible for naming an adventure center for minors. Okay, so second question, or your first question rather, the exploitative and explicit language. I think, acting reasonably, one might read the way it's worded now and probably infer that it also means those kind of more detailed explanations of, sort of offensive content, but we certainly can make it more clear if that is comfortable. So there's that. And then the third thing, marijuana, I don't know, I think we need to think about that.
Well, just to build on Chris's questions, it's a controlled substance in the same way that alcohol is, and so why would we? And
treat it
same with
differently?
tobacco, so why wouldn't we treat it the same?
And it is subject
It's not
to
about
a
a-
majority age restriction,
Yes,
so I think probably it would fall within what's already laid
And I
out.
think under addictive, we have to think of gambling as well. I mean, will we take grants from BC Lottery Corporation or BC Lotteries? So lots of people do, but that's also an addictive business.
So you consider that should be in scope?
I'm wondering how council feels about gambling. So say the casino wants to sponsor something, or we want to take a large grant from BC Lotteries Commission, which is built on people's addiction to gambling, basically. Although I guess some of it's recreation.
It's a good point, Karen. I hadn't thought of it, but I think it does belong, in my opinion.
Gambling.
Gambling, gaming in that list.
Others?
Yeah, the lottery is an interesting thing because a grant from them doesn't necessarily involve sponsorship or advertising, but they distribute lottery funds, and the Rotary Club goes after it, and I know a lot of other sports organizations go after lottery funding, seemingly without any problem. So I guess we'd have to decide whether that was an exception, because it's not like going to a casino, which causes problems. It is a form of gambling for sure, but it's such a widespread thing in our society, seemingly without anybody else objecting to it. And it is a source of funding. I mean, that's the reality of it for a number of different things.
And through the chair, it would not fall within the purview of this policy, because it's not, applying for a gaming grant would not be a sponsorship opportunity. I think it's a good conversation to have anyway, but that would not be a sponsorship relationship.
Other questions? You good?
Yeah, well, I'll speak to it. I know that I was lucky enough to go to the BC Winter Games a few times, and it's all BCR funded, and it's still voluntary tax. But I think there's a difference between that and a purpose-built gaming facility. So I don't know how we address that in the language there, but I think BC money might come in handy. I don't know if we want to take that hardline approach, but I don't know where we draw the line for that. So
I think for me, I don't want a casino branded on any of our buildings. But there maybe is a place for a lottery corporation fund. I have a question about what is an ethical scan? How do those get done? I've never heard of that.
I can speak in general terms to an ethical scan. Robin is nodding her head quite a lot, and I wonder if she would be able to speak in more detailed terms.
So there could be a company who comes forward and they want to sponsor the soccer field or something. But yet, in the background, they are someone who are high polluters, a bad fertilizer company or something like that. And that's part of the ethical scan when you look at who their other customers are, or who their customers are, who their own suppliers are. Maybe they have unethical fishing practices, and then they get fish bones, and whatever it is. That's an ethical scan. You go very far and wide. You don't just look superficial, like, oh, they're great people, even in some instances, look at their directors, do a run of their directors of their boards and companies and things like that. And of course, it might be, there is a threshold on their sponsorship as well. Like, do you do the same thing with $500 as $500,000? It may be a deeper dive into their background.
I was just wondering like how much that costs and where that threshold is. And the devil's in the detail on that one.
That's right, yeah. And I think it's that threshold type thing. Sometimes it might be worth spending $1,000 or $2,000 to find out that the values of a company or a corporation or a society or something match those of our community generally.
There are ethical investment funds, and so I think that kind of information is out there, probably relatively accessible without having to conduct our own investigation. And Van City, I believe, has one, and I think EBC had one, if I'm not mistaken. They are necessarily subjective, and I guess that's the thing we have to get our head around is the criteria for these other organizations scanning it. But if we went to Van City's fund and said, okay, yeah, we agree with that criteria, it's probably a simple fix. Yeah, we'll accept donations from those ones, but maybe not others. I guess the problem would be if it was a private company, it wasn't publicly listed in the stock exchange, people weren't investing in it. Now, how do you evaluate it? And one person's objecting is maybe not another, and go back to the first point, where we draw the line and some of these things like that. Anyway, but I think there are types of funds like that we could piggyback on if we wanted to.
My other question was time. So if someone has a large proposal in front of Squamish Council or in front of the community, or they're going through environmental assessment, do we draw the line and say a categorical no until things are approved? Like, it sort of puts council in a conflict of interest. So, hey, we're going to give you $1 million over here for your new pool, and here's our proposal over here. And how do we separate those two proposals without bias? And also, through the 3 environmental assessments that we went through on the last council, we got feedback from the community that the proponents were already in the community, whether this is true or not, but buying support. That is the perception for some of our community, that they're in there ahead of their project approval trying to buy support. And so I think our sponsorship policy should speak to the fact that if you've got something in front of council, or in front of the province, it's a no-go. I don't know how council removes itself from that.
Well, further to that, really, if someone's going to bring something forward, we may be unaware of it by the time we accept the funds to build the building, and then the next year they come with and granted they've already put the money into the community, which on the one hand is a responsible thing to do, but on the other hand puts us in a strange spot where we've already accepted the funds, or the funds have already been accepted as a sponsorship. So with that massive loophole, I don't know how we address that, but it's a major enough concern to really figure out how to close it as much as we can.
We can accept the funds with an agreement that it comes with no strings attached. That it doesn't obligate council on anything in the future. Depending on the timing of an application, like if you have an active development application or something else, it's no, and we won't take your funds right now. And if we know something's coming down the road, depending on how close, it might be no, not right now, or it could be this is a we'll accept your funds, but it doesn't create any form of obligation for the future.
So follow-up, I'm in and then
So I think if the language is strong enough that way, that's great. There are people in the community that have their business just has ongoing projects, and I think that if we really limit ourselves, I appreciate the cautionary tones there, but if we really limit ourselves from taking allowing them to contribute to our projects, which are in line with the values of the town. I think we'd be cautionary, but I don't want to limit that. There's going to be some that businesses just to have ongoing projects. It's clearly forcing it to, which is admittedly extremely difficult to accomplish, but I don't think we should explicitly rule them out of being able to contribute to our pieces.
Okay.
So do we have any sense of, I mean, we have this sort of nice idea, and I know it's been a conversation for a while, there's a bunch of benevolent companies waiting to throw money at us and pay for all our infrastructure and stuff, but do we have any sense of, with a community our size, is there a lot of people that want to give us money that we'd be comfortable with, or do we run a reasonably high risk of fretting over values and ethics and all of this stuff, and then no one comes and offers us money after all that?
Go ahead, Kim, and then...
Oh, sorry. It's good. So if I may, Mayor, to you answer that question and then add a bit of a thought. There is opportunity on relatively small dollar amounts, especially the companies that really do have good value, being benevolent. And looking to sponsor recreation programs. We already have quite a few, and we can broaden that even more. So I think that's pretty low risk. Where I hope we can get to today is that there's a comfort level for these lower amounts that we can move forward and really start getting this support from the community. And I think it's important that these higher dollar ones, there was a commitment in the job sponsorship policy from staff that we'll get back to you on that. We're not going to be making that decision without your input. It's your decision. And the other point on that is for any big dollar amount, the way to get the most value and the most competition on naming is a fully developed sponsorship campaign and marketing campaign, and council can input into that process. So if we see there's a process that might have some issues with some upcoming applicants within the community, we can probably foresee that and put some values around the expression of interest, or however we frame it, to kind of potentially sidestep that, or at least go into it with our eyes open. So the bigger dollar amounts, I think we have a way to navigate that.
Given we have 3 decision points, we will leave this one and go to number 2.
So this is, so delegation authority is something that we've defined in the policy. The question is, at what point are staff delegated to enter the authority to what Tim was just speaking about, to enter into sponsorship agreements. And what we've done is aligned it with the purchasing policy, with the rationale that the purchasing authority bylaw is an objective definable value that does correspond with staff responsibility, which is what we want. And, you know, I mean, the difference obviously is that this is money in versus money out. So the context is different, but the line has to be set somewhere, and consistency across the organization has some benefit. So this is where we placed it.
Natasha, do you have the figures for this council about what that delegated authority looks like?
I sure do.
They might not know.
So the CAO's authority is 200,000, CLT is 100,000, fire chief and directors is 50,000, managers is 25, and appointed staff is 5. So this is, as you'll note, just a financial dollar amount. This doesn't deal with length of, you know, like you can enter into a $5,000 arrangement that lasts 100 years. That's probably a bigger decision than so time frame, risk, these kinds of things do play a role that the purchasing authority does not deal with.
The other side of that, I think it's along that same line is the value. So if we accept a $5,000 sponsorship for 100 years, say, to worst case it on something that we could have actually leveraged for $100,000 in value. How do we manage that difference, which would be similar to purchasing, because if you're spending $5,000 on one chair, that's probably sensible to flex. But how do we put something similar in for in regards to this, or establishing the values of our assets, I guess. Is
So the question is so that we all agree on the value of the assets, more or less?
Yeah, what the price tag of each,
Each saleable asset is.
yeah, or sponsorable situation. I don't know how to frame that, that's why we're here.
Well, through the chair, in decision point 3, you'll see that we talk a little bit about competition threshold, and I think that's probably a little bit, that gets at that point, that it will, for something that is of, a reasonable dollar value that has a little bit of risk attached to it, I think it's $5,000, we'll do some kind of bid process with escalating levels of formality so that we have an opportunity to sort of test the market and see what it's worth, which is really the indicator of the value. It's what people are willing to pay for it.
So this is interesting to me because the purchasing authority bylaw gives staff the ability to approve contractors to do certain work up to a certain value. And it's money out, but it's for projects that don't come with an ethical or social or environmental nuance. You're gonna choose the best provider for the job, and they do a job. This is about making potentially some discretionary call without council knowing about, like, 200,000 is a lot of money. I don't know what the threshold is for our nameable assets, but like, what if we find out that 200,000 is the max we could get for naming the gymnasium or Brennan Park? I don't want to delegate that to the CAO. So I am struggling with how we take some of the discretion parts and keep that with council. Unless we can somehow define the ethics really, really clearly for all of us, that it's more clear. Like, I don't mind you guys spending the money delegated to you because it's on pipes or digging holes or dikes. This feels different.
Yeah, and I think to your point, we don't want to define it too closely because we do want to enable some council discretion. Some things you'll want to talk about. So defining it sort of really clearly and spelling it all out about what are the situations we bring it to you and has that other negative impact that means that you can't really have that much of a conversation about when something we never expected comes out of the woodwork.
I feel like anybody else has a question on this one?
I feel like that dollar amount is really high, and I wouldn't good at the grant process today is kind of the inverse of the grant process, and there's a certain amount that should just flow through so it doesn't get to us, but maybe can we back that up? What were the levels of 200?
200, 150.
Yeah, so if it was even 100, so we also don't want to impede someone that might have $100,000 to give us and add too much extra process to that. So,
Jenna, do you have some thoughts?
Well, I wonder if it's more so about adding a line or so under the delegation of authority section in the policy about if it does present, if the sponsorship opportunity does present some potential concerns around values, then it should be brought forward to the council.
At any value.
Yeah. At any dollar value. Because right now the delegation authority is strictly based on dollar value, so maybe just explicitly stating that could help.
We could, through you, Mayor, we could define it as anything above moderate risk or high risk, no matter what the dollar amount comes to council.
I feel more comfortable with that. How do other councillors feel?
Yeah, I think that number is fairly low, and I don't have a specific number, but I think there's a lot of things that staff can do. I mean, I think of the boards around the ice rink and stuff like that. There's all kinds of sort of sponsorship possibilities. Kind of at that level, I just see going into anything significant being quite political, and to start going through an ethical scan or something like that, or say that if you've got an application going on in front of the district or something like that that concerns the district, you're not part of the discussion, but, you know, when you start really looking at that, I mean, the people that are going to be potential donors or sponsors are people who do have a stake in the district in some fashion. They either have just completed a project, or they're thinking about the next project, or they have an ongoing relationship like a waste management contract or something like that that eventually will come up for renewal. And so it's hard to kind of weed these people out, you know. And I know, and John probably does, I mean, I remember talking to wood fiber people, and it was, for them it was a damned if you do, damned if you don't thing. You know, they were accused of buying off the public. There would have been just as many people if they were not doing any contribution, because they were approached by a whole flock of people who thought that they should immediately be contributing. So I don't want to just dwell on that one for other reasons, but that's an example. You know I've approached on behalf of different organizations over the years, companies that were considering setting up in Squamish in some fashion or another. And it's kind of their introduction to the community. Well, you can call that buying off the community, you can call it whatever you want, but those are the people that are really, in a practical sense, interested. So it's going to be, for me, it'd be a very much a one-off series of decisions, and happy to delegate the smaller stuff to staff, which, you know, at $10 or $15 or $20,000, if that was the number, they can say, well, a number like that isn't going to affect the council decision, so that's fine. You know, but when you start getting into anything that a reasonable person in the public could think is going to affect the council decision sometime, then I think that's where you start having problems. So I don't know the number, and maybe part of what I'd be looking for is feedback from staff on what are the numbers currently in place for some of these, call them routine decisions. And we can maybe use that as a bit of a basis.
Can I just ask for clarification on that? So you mean coming back with a range from the sort of audit of assets to say this is the kind of numbers we're looking at, so that we're not sort of arbitrarily assigning value?
Well, I think if you're looking at naming a building for something like that, obviously we don't have precedent for that. So that's a new, and that's clearly a big decision. But I'm thinking about the types of things we do now that Tim sort of alluded to, and I probably don't know all of them. The one that just jumps to mind is the boards around the hockey rink and stuff like that. How much is that? You know, we don't want to be weighing in as a council on all the different boards around the hockey rink. You know, and nobody would look at that and say, oh, so-and-so's advertising there, they're just kind of sway council in some decision. You know, that obviously just doesn't relate. So I think I'm looking for guidance, I think, from staff about sort of the level that you might feel comfortable with that may not be considered by the public as swaying a council decision.
Just first to separate, it is relevant, but it's not within the policy. Advertising is not covered under this policy. If we debated it, however, it will be covered under the fees and charges bylaw the next go around, because we have advertising under that bylaw. When it comes to sponsorship, I would like Recreation Services to do a lot more. Currently we have skates sponsored, we have some programs sponsored. Another example would be the climbing board, where we did do a campaign and received substantial funding for the community board. We have been approached, I won't announce it here because this hasn't gone through the full process, but we have been approached for the mountain bike program. And for example, that one I think has quite a bit of marketability, and we could see some pretty good dollar amounts to have naming rights or sponsored, which could give greater access to children and to others to mountain bike program. So the dollar amounts, I would say, are not huge at this point. I think if we were as staff looking at under $20,000, we'd probably cover 90% of any sort of sponsorship going in next year or two. I think when it comes to bigger sponsorships, as I mentioned, we're going to be doing these campaigns to make sure that it's done properly and we're getting the most value. And I think that's where council can get their comfort level, is before, just like community engagement, how you'll see Christina or myself sitting here and saying, do we have council's buy-in on what we are looking to engage the community? It'll be similar when it comes to a sponsorship campaign, is saying, these are the values, these are the things we might be looking for the naming of a recreation center. Does council see any issues coming out of that? They can scan as well as staff can the current environment of who's in the community looking to invest, and make sure they have a comfort level before we get proponents coming forward with potential investment. So we should be able to nip it in the bud for any of the bigger investments above 20,000, which 50, 100, whatever, 200 million maybe, and we can sort it out through the campaign.
Okay, I've got Chris and Jenna.
Just listening to this conversation and thinking a little bit, we get just bombarded with advertising all the time. And maybe on reflection, it's not so bad to go into a public space and not seeing advertising everywhere. And I wonder if an alternative approach would be to say sort of a general no to advertising, except, you know, the threshold is $100,000, and if someone comes with us, their $100,000, then at the community's discretion through council, we discuss those big ones, but otherwise, under than that, we just keep these as non-commercial spaces.
So no board advertising of the hockey game? There's an advantage to, I'm just going to challenge you on that a bit, because there's an advantage to local businesses advertising their products and services. So we get the community to support local businesses through advertising, whether it's in the recreation guide or on the boards at the hockey rink. Like, do we want to eliminate that?
One possible response to that is encourage them to sponsor the local skating club or the local hockey team, and have the local groups decide their ethical thresholds and have them manage that piece of it possibly.
Thanks for the clarification. Jenna?
I'm going to pass Tim answering my question around the difference between advertising and.
Just brief, well, it's a comment, and I think I'm going to ask questions now.
Well, we got another one we got to talk about still.
But just on this point, I'm not a tax expert, but I know, having talked to clients, they're sponsoring something, there has to be exposure. Otherwise, you'll have difficulty writing it off as a business expense. It becomes a gift. So inevitably, you're going to have some kind of recognition out there and some value to the sponsor, which is basically advertising or something like that, for it to be a legitimate business expense. And if it's not a legitimate business expense, you're closing a lot of doors right off the bat.
I was, just to go back to the threshold, I think the $50,000 threshold is fine if you want to scale that to different levels of authority below that. So CAO at 50 and then less at 20, and maybe a lesser level for the under 10s. Providing the values there, which I think is what's in the next, or is one of the other
Competition threshold.
Yeah, just to make sure that one of those people's not signing off on a value that is providing, you know, too much, or $100,000 in value for a $5,000 deal that was done. It's sort of the.
Is there a general consensus in council to lower the delegated authority and connect it to?
Yeah, I can look at it as the top.
50? As a 50? As a starting point?
And Chris would like to lower it to like substantially lower.
I'd go the other way, maybe, for it to go in that direction.
Right.
And would we also like to add a line about any perception or, you know, values risk bring to council regardless of the value, the dollar value?
I think so. I think if we're going to test this, I think this was Jenna's comment earlier, that we should maybe go slow. And I think we've done that with our delegated authorities over time. We started at a level, and then you see how it works, and you move them up over time. And I think until we have a better sense of what our assets are kind of worth in the sponsorship world, that we should have a lower number until we see what we might be marketing.
Okay, last one. So similar to the previous conversation, I think. So what's the trigger point for different levels of a competitive bid process? And we have, again, aligned it with the purchasing policy, which is increases the competitive process to correspond with the value, which is best practice based for procurement. This is, again, same issue that length and risk are not dealt with in purchasing policy, just dollar value is. So that we might want to have similar mitigations.
Christine?
Sorry, I have to weigh in just because I just want to make sure that this would be handled as a separate policy though. Just bear in mind that we are looking at making some fairly fundamental changes in our procurement going into 2019. I can't guarantee that when we are drafting the alignment of that policy, that we would always stay in alignment with the values dealing with sponsorship. So I am a little bit concerned that we keep tying it potentially to purchasing delegations, as they are different practices and procedures. So just as I don't mind if you use those values and whatever, but I really caution you to not use those as policy tags because, like I say, when we go to align procurement, we have totally different values and best practices to consider that may have nothing to do with sponsorship.
Fair point. It's a bit of a moving target. What do other communities do? I mean, there's not a lot of communities our size that are heavily into sponsorship because they're situated in places where they're not going to generate a lot from sponsorship. It's more of their local business market, that sort of thing. So what's reasonable?
Smaller communities who don't have, particularly robust policies and probably don't get a lot of this, they don't have like a new rec center coming up or whatever, tend to just have everything into council for discussion. And the bigger communities tend to have some kind of dollar value, delegation threshold.
Do you have a suggestion on like what would go to a purchasing competitive bid in terms of sponsorship?
You mean like an example of what that might?
What would we be trying to get sponsorship for that we would put out to a competitive bid?
Maybe a sheet of ice. Right. Second sheet of ice, naming rights might be something that we would put out to a competitive bid. That would be a large, potentially we'd have to do a scan of the value, but that would almost certainly meet the bid threshold, so we would put that out to market and see what people are interested in.
Naming a dance studio.
Naming a dance studio would probably be a, I don't know what the value of that kind of asset would be. Something like that might fall under that probably would not be a direct award. That would probably still be an informal quotation. Or we ask people that we knew were interested.
The only thing I can think of that's comparable, and I wasn't directly involved in it, but with the hospice fundraising, for example, naming rights for one room was about $100,000. And that's, I think, more or less for all time. It's not limited to a certain period. So that might give you an idea. Brennan Park dance area in Brennan Park, which is a high traffic area, see a name in the door, that could be worth a fair amount, for a lengthy period of time.
It's such a good point, and it's good to have a number. The National Forum that deals with sponsorship has cautioned us that we should not expect this to be a golden egg. And I mean, we need to do an audit of asset by asset to kind of ground truth this, but we have been warned that if we think that this is going to solve all our capital problems, it definitely is not, but that if we do it well, we can certainly create the right alignments and some mutual benefit.
I'd be happy to share a bit of an example. Previously, before I came to district, I was in charge of the Trans-Canada Trail and asked to help them come up with a new business model, business strategy. And one of the key things that we did is because we were looking at $100 million that needed to be fundraised, and it just seemed inconvenient. But we broke it down into, okay, we only have this amount of energy. There's no way we can
carry on looking at $50 a meter to make the Trans-Canada Trail happen. And we had to start looking at $1 million chunks, $2 million chunks, $3 million chunks. And that's where the majority of the energy had to be focused. But we also can lose the opportunity to have grassroots excitement around the Trans-Canada Trail. So there always has to be energy in a place for every family to purchase or part of that, but it needs to be easy and accessible. So I think as we go through this, we'll develop a pretty simple process around how to sponsor or how to name a program with recreation services or different areas, and pretty have some very clear-cut ways to make that happen. But when we're coming to these $1 million, $100,000 donations that we'll be seeking, it will be a very laser-focused strategy on who we're trying to target and who we're trying to bring in. And that will need council's involvement and have a strong comfort level on our approach. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I think on the day-to-day stuff, it's going to become just the norm that we'll see businesses coming forward and say, how do I sponsor a recreation program? And it will just become a normal business practice. It'll kind of just how we go about things.
Chris?
We've talked so far about this in the context of community values and also sort of more immediate monetary impacts. But it seems to me that, you know, if every sponsor was a mountain bike company, that would say something very particular about our community versus everyone was a golf club company. And so there may be sort of branding economic development considerations that we may want to think about. I don't know.
Chris, if you're looking for a comment, I'm not sure if I'm interested.
Is it tied to our branding strategy? I think
Yeah,
that's what you're asking.
and economic development in general.
Yeah.
Because it's a statement too, it's not just getting money, it's a bit of a statement
It's
of
about
who
who
we
we
are.
are, yeah. So it's aligned with the brand. That would be part of the criteria of our strategy, is that it's aligned with our brand.
Alignment, that would fit in right with their values. The brand should go to the heart of our values and therefore be in alignment.
So here's a question, the OCP doesn't list values.
We do have values listed in other areas, such as the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So if it came to something with recreation, we've also heard a lot about values with the community engagement around the recreation center in Brennan Park. So we could make sure there's an alignment there.
Okay. I'm just seeing if there's any more questions.
Well,
I know we're horribly behind.
I'm curious about the competitive process, and I think if we have two companies that are coming to us that are potentially interested in let's go pie in the sky, $1 million for naming something, should we not approach it from a place where we can find out how we can take both of their millions of dollars rather than the competitive process? And I think there's maybe tens of thousands of dollars, just whatever, but a way to fit that together more so than a competitive situation for.
It's a good question, Armin, because what I've heard you say, Tim, is that we're going to develop a strategy, and this is a multi-phased approach, and we're going to do a scan, and then we'll come up with a sponsorship strategy. And so to me, it doesn't sound like it's competitive, it sounds like expressions of interest, or like we launch a marketing campaign. So are we really asking people to compete against each other, or are we going to put out more of an expression of interest or a campaign and sort of troll and see what comes back? Are we really going to, we're not really going to, as Armin said, refuse $1 million from two people if they both want to participate.
Do something. Through you, Mary, yes, so power of language, we say competitive is that everyone has an opportunity to bring their ideas forward. It's in our best interest to extrapolate as much money as possible so that it can do good work and not have people going head to head against each other. There could be times when both proponents are of a similar business that they're going to be looking for exclusive rights. We won't be able to nudge them in a new direction, but that would be more like an EOI where we would have those conversations and try to make everyone happy.
I just want to put another question out there to council. Right now, across our country, people are having trouble with the names of buildings that currently exist because they were named after politicians or explorers who now, in the light of what we know about our history, don't make sense to have their names on buildings anymore. Communities are grappling with taking down statues and what to do with them because those people don't seem relevant anymore. So I actually want to challenge the idea of naming things because right now the people with money get to put their name on buildings. They don't even have to have done anything great, they just have to be rich. And I'm not sure for me, philosophically, whether that's a good enough reason. I like the fact that I walk into Brennan Park and I see the Tantalus Room and Black Tusk Room, and maybe you get the right to choose the name for your room, but maybe you don't get to name it after yourself or your company. And so I just want to put that out to council, like, you know, to Chris's point, do we want our children in the Cardinal Concrete Room, or do we want them in the Black Tusk Room? And I think that's important philosophically. And so I agree with companies sponsoring programs and doing advertising on the boards, but I am quite conflicted on the idea of naming something after a person or a company. And I wanted to put that question to council before we wrap this conversation up. Armin, Doug?
Say the Black Tusk Room could have a big plaque that this room provided by, and I think that's an important distinction, and whether that lessens the value or not. We may never know, it's hard to gauge these things. So I think we could accomplish both things. But when it comes to my mythical two people with $1 million scenario, or more, to name a certain facility or a portion of facility, and that comes with the naming. I think that might have to be part of the debate that we have case by case. But if we develop the policy where you don't name the room, say Black Tusk Room, the plaque, I think that's our starting point. That'd be great. And then changing the name of things might go back to that dollar value trigger, if that's part of their requirement.
Thanks, Doug, and then Eric.
Thanks. So yeah, interesting point, because listening to this, I think this policy could work for things like programming, for example, to contribute to operating funding for things that we might not otherwise put in the budget or to supplement the budget. And so such a company sponsors swim lessons, and they get a name on the side of the pool where the parents sit, and they're named in the brochures and so forth. When you start, and so you can deal with operating funding that way and help to supplement it. When you start looking at capital things, to make a difference on a capital project, now you're starting with significant numbers. And when you look at it in the context of Brennan Park's reno, that's a multi-million-dollar project, and so for anything to be really meaningful, we're talking about fairly large numbers, and what would they want for that? I don't have a lot of experience with that, but I've had some experience with that, and those are always in negotiation. And to Armin's point, yeah, you might get two guys after the same thing, and you want to keep them both, and somehow you parcel them off, and maybe they only pay $750 each, but you end up with $1.5 million instead of $1 million, and they somehow share the naming rights or whatever. But there's all kinds of issues around this thing, and maybe right off the bat, I don't necessarily want to say we're going to name anything after anybody. I agree with the mayor, because you're always going to find people in the community who, for whatever reason, are not happy with that, and in some cases, a considerable number of people in the community who are very unhappy with it on some things. So it's almost easier to have them pay the taxes. I mean, nobody likes that. You get consensus about that part. But you'll never get consensus on the other parts. And so, you know, with all the ways that we can fund something like a Brennan Park with grants and the ease of borrowing, and I say ease, you know, the interest rates are relatively low for governments and so forth. Maybe we're just heading off into an area where we just maybe don't want to go. I don't want to see Ford's name on the Adventure Center, for example, as the entrance to Squamish, and some car company sign or something like that. I don't mean to pick on any particular.
No, I don't want to pick on anybody either. It was just an example.
But I think, but inevitably you would be selecting one, and some people will think it's great and some people won't, and now you're sort of, in their minds, defaced our community. So I think we kind of limit this to the criteria that staff can guide staff around the delegated authority to staff up to a certain amount to deal with these things on an operating basis. And so they're time limited. Leave it to staff whether it's a 1-year commitment, 2, 3, 4, 5, or something like that, but we're not pinning a name to a building or a physical piece of something for all time. I think those types of decisions are going to be, well, maybe few and far between, but also fraught with danger, and we might as well let the elected officials take the hit on that, stay out of that discussion.
So Eric and then Jenna, we should really wrap up because we're like 45 minutes.
I'll pass, thank you.
For sure? We'll go to Jenna and then you go. Nice try though.
Good effort. I agree that we need to be very careful if we go into anything towards naming rights, but I don't think that's the only example of sponsorship. And I think, especially if we're talking about capital funding, there are other ways that you can acknowledge sponsorship towards a capital project, whether it's a large board that lists all of your goals over. So just wanting to say that I'm getting the whole baby out with the bathwater just because we're concerned about naming rights.
Quick, and in the spirit of feedback, as we've got here in the recommendation, it looks like best practices around wording with alcohol and cannabis is to separate and distinct, which isn't in any of the wording here. So, you know, if we see this coming back, I'd like to see cannabis taken out and distinctly separated from alcohol and not as other addictive substances, because of where we're at with recreational marijuana.
Good. Have you gone enough direction? Oh, Eric, you look like you're having second thoughts.
Well, back to your question number 1 and following up from John, I would like to include gaming. I would like more, perhaps, information from other programs. The scenario of BC Lotto Corp or a casino company leaving aside gaming programming funding, but what do other sponsorship programs do with respect to gaming companies?
Chris?
Well, I have some items to add to the list, but I'm wondering if this is a follow-up conversation, because I have
It will be coming back. But now is the time, if you want to influence the next draft, to put your 2 cents on the table.
Well, given the climate crisis we're facing and economic realities and stuff, I would like to see fossil fuel companies on that list too, given the other stuff that's on here.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Fossil fuel companies.
Fossil fuel companies.
I'm not seeing hands shoot up, so I'm going to go with that one.
Is that a recommendation you want to go back on?
This is committee of the whole, so if you have something to say, you should put your hand
I
up.
think once you start naming particular sectors like that, there's no end to it. So I would be opposed to
That's
that
not something
suggestion.
I would support.
But we have named sectors. Alcohol, tobacco.
I think that's in a different category than an industry sector.
Yeah, I agree.
Tobacco is an industry.
With advertising restrictions.
Tobacco, the issue is addiction and health.
So maybe I'll rephrase that then. Anything supporting or fostering the climate crisis.
Ooh, that's even more broad.
But I mean, like I think we could have, and this is part of my reason for not maybe wanting to get into it now, I think we could have a very long discussion about who should or shouldn't be on the list, and I don't know, trying to rush through that right now.
So I would, in the interest of time, I think what staff have is information from us and around defining some of those ethical boundaries. And I think that's the place and the alignment with our brand and who we are that we make some calls on that. It is coming back for discussion, and I'm happy to have that broader discussion there. I don't want to cut it off. It's a great conversation to contemplate in this day and age. But when we see the next draft, we may see how we might make those calls within the ethics. Quickly, Jenna,
I'm just curious if we can have some sort of assessment to see if we're going to be in a position where, whether we're beggars or choosers in this, and we're having and all these discussions are are amazing as far as around the ethics of taking money. I'm curious, it's like almost a market analysis of what we're gonna see, because we may need to have our discussions about specific ones, I think.
And we're not the only organization in the community grappling with this conversation around fossil fuel industries. It's happening in other not-for-profits and foundations, and the community reaction to that exchange of support. So we need to be alive to that as well as a council. So I don't want to cut this debate off. I think it's an important one to have, but in the interest of time in our agenda today, I think I'd like to leave it to the next draft and see if we've suggested a number of changes, and maybe once we see all those changes together in the next draft, we'll be able to have that conversation a little more clearly. Does that make sense, Council? Okay. Have you got enough?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well,
Well, Recreation Center grant application, I'd like to, Tim, since that's you, and we have delegation folks here, guests here from the next one, could we skip over that and move to item 5, which is the letter of intent for the Industry Innovation Program? Because then I'm right back on time. Take quotes.
Are you sure you don't want to make a motion to have the clock read an hour?
Unfortunately, I wasn't given the power to change the line.
This is my giant button. So this is somebody's water. No,
Okay. I'm gonna put, that's, did Tim just pour that
I
water?
just poured one.
There you go. So welcome. This is item 5 on our agenda for committee of the whole, the letter of intent, industry innovation program, and looking for council support. I'll turn over to Kate Mulligan, our economic development officer, as soon as she puts her
USB.
Welcome, Kate. And you can introduce everyone who's at the table.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott. Just give me one moment just to pull up the presentation. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I'm really excited today to bring together, I guess, 4 collaborating groups. We've got Quest University, Doug Monroe. He's the Chief Academic Officer with us today. We've got Aoife McNamara. She's the Dean of FCAT, so that's Faculty of Communication, Art and Technology. Did I get it right? That's correct. And we've got Louise Walker, Executive Director of the Chamber of Commerce, and myself, Kate Mulligan. We're here today to talk about a proposal for an industry innovation program. This program would be taking a collaborative approach between the 4 parties to build capacity for innovation in our region. So the objective today is to seek council approval to sign a letter of intent to collaborate on this innovation program between the District of Squamish, Quest, Simon Fraser University, and the Chamber of Commerce. Just to give you a bit of background, there's a number of different items within this proposed collaboration, but we are anchoring the premise of this collaboration in the creative industries. So just to define the creative industries for the purposes of this proposal, we're saying those activities which have their origin in individual creativity, skill and talent, and which have a potential for wealth and job creation through the generation and exploitation of intellectual property. That is a definition that was included in the document that was an appendix to the report from the Department for Culture, Media and Sport out of the UK. And I'm actually going to allow Aoife to talk a little bit more about creative industries in general and sort of what they comprise of.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, for us the idea of creative industries is as the definition said, but it's also around looking at the ways in which the intellectual property side, which is basically new ideas. So new ideas coming out of creative practice. how those intersect with more traditional areas of the economy as well. So one of the examples we've been talking about in our group has been around something like, say, timber technology. You might not necessarily make the connection between creative industries and that, but that's one of the things that we're looking at. So have the same thing with the apparel sector, the rec tech sector, all of those areas, even though they might be manufacturing technologies, a lot of the ideas that can come to them and can accelerate them and amplify the impact economically can come from the creative industry sector. So it's really around understanding where the connections lie between those different types of practices. And the other part of it too, it's the creative industries themselves, but also the idea of creative entrepreneurship. So where actual individual or small enterprises are propelled by that area. So that's really what we're looking at. And from our point of view, the reason that that's also important is that a lot of it's research driven. And as a research in university, what we're interested in doing is sort of flipping our usual practice where we have people in the university having research ideas that they then go out and see if anyone's interested in. And what we're more interested in is trying to figure out how you can actually figure out what people are already doing that's interesting and then leverage the capacity of the university to accelerate that. So it's a kind of a flip on that for us.
And I think the other thing that is your focus, your mandated focus on distributed learning opportunities.
Yeah, so that's, thank you, Kate. But yeah, for the reason that I've been so grateful to the district for facilitating so many of these conversations is one of our big focuses over the next 5 years as an institution is really around breaking away from that sort of campus-based university to much more distributed idea. And for us, that doesn't mean just building a campus somewhere. It means really trying to shift away from seeing universities as physical infrastructure, but more around networks. So how do we create the right kind of networks so whatever investment we have is available for, so for example, small and medium enterprises, for K-12, for all sorts of things. So we co-develop together. So that's very much, and the same with curriculum. So that how do we engage with community so that when we design curriculum, it's actually feeding into the needs of the community. So that's really where the distributed learning bit comes in.
And when you look at the industries that are profiled above, this is coming from the BC Sectors and Creative Industries definition. One of the things that became quite clear in some of the work we're doing around data analysis into industries and sectors, that the creative industries in Squamish and from all communities are not only enabling sectors for other sectors, other industries, but they're actually target industries onto themselves. So we really see the value and connection to Squamish. We just want to talk about the importance of the creative industry. So creative industries, they account for $5.2 billion in economic activity each year, and they represent more than 90,000 full-time jobs in BC. Right now, we have more than 150 firms working in creative industries alone here in Squamish, not to mention a number of other workforce that are working for creative industries in other locations, so the Lower Mainland and Whistler in a number of capacities. And another interesting consideration around creative industries is that Statistics Canada has seen a major climb in the value of intangible assets to a business, and most of those intangible assets are defined within the creative industries. So that was something that hit me and struck me as if we are going to build and grow our local industry, providing them with the capacity in terms of intangible asset growth will be really vital for them to be competitive. When I say that Squamish has more than 150 firms working in creative industries, specifically when we looked at a profile of what were those industries, we saw a number in graphic design, photographic services, computer system design, film, sporting goods, and apparel design. And I think Louise is going to jump in here and talk about some specific companies that are working in this space, and we can build a little bit on some of the innovation that they're doing.
Yeah, hi, Claire Council. I'm sure you're familiar with many of these companies, but just to give you an idea of specific names, and we are seeing a lot of strength here, and they're attracting talented workers and employees from Vancouver, so that's where we're seeing a lot of the population moving into these jobs. But we have companies such as the Design House, so those are ex-Arc'teryx designers who down in Headtown. I'm not sure what that street called.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what we're talking about. And so, they design apparel, backpacks, lots of sporting goods. And then there's obviously Seven Mesh. I'm sure you're all familiar with Seven Mesh. Again, ex-Arc'teryx team. So they were living in Squamish and set up their business, their manufacturing. We have a huge amount of photographers and videographers who don't necessarily work in Squamish. They're very well known across like the outdoor sports sector, and they travel across the world selling their services elsewhere, but really how can we help them scale within Squamish? And then even people like VentureWeb, which is web design, and they're attracting talent from Vancouver as well. So a whole range of different businesses that I'm sure you are all familiar with. And really we see an opportunity here to help them scale and to accelerate their growth.
And another point, you don't see it on the slide, is just the cost of living in Squamish, and the profile of who's living here now matches very well with the creative industries. Creative industries pay rather well in design and computer system design and film. So there's a real opportunity to create value chains, but also support the existing workforce and also perhaps compel creative industry workforce to choose Squamish, as well as new firms. So just a little bit on the project. I'm going to go really quickly through this, and then I'm going to allow Aoife and Doug to explain the two larger components of what we're proposing. First off, based on sort of the feedback we received from council, as a next step, what we would like to do is actually engage with Squamish Nation and SD48 in the development of the program. So we're not inviting them to something that's already developed, but instead really hearing from them how they think that this program could be shaped and what outcomes we could drive in that program. And then through that promote Squamish's design sector, and that's through a mapping project that Aoife will explain. And then a creative and applied learning studio, which Doug is going to touch on. Really what we want to do is work jointly between as parties and industry to promote design and a research lens in Squamish. We want to support design research activities, and that's not limited to just workshops. We want to really improve the capacity to develop innovation and IP here in Squamish. And then our goal is to work to improve access to creative and applied learning studios overall, but in a phased approach, which Doug will explain. We want to pursue joint fundraising opportunities with respect to the activities above, which could be in the form of public-private partnerships, could be in the form of grant funding with the province or federal government. There could be other money available, so we'd be looking at that once we know exactly what the program looks like. And then any other activities that would help build on this potential collaboration. So with that, I'm just going to hand it off to Aoife to provide an overview of the mapping project.
Brilliant, thanks again. Okay, so I just read this a bit of an introduction to the mapping process that I think is kind of useful. And that's all of this work, or the reason that these conversations came about, is that we know from the research that creative economies add a different type of element to an emerging economy, particularly economies that are outside major metropolitan centres, that the creative, being able to understand and better leverage that side of the economy can make a real difference in terms of being able to retain people. So our interest is in looking at the ways in which doing this kind of work can contribute to talent retention and development, but also to how that can then sustain a much more long-term economic growth rather than kind of bouts of things. Something is, we're now doing this, we're now doing that. So if we were to build this infrastructure, how would that impact the sort of resilience of a community to change and set them up for that, set us up for adaptability. So those are the kind of things we're looking at. So the phrase we use all the time in this work is design research, and really all that means is leading the research process by using methods that come from design. And it's not that complicated. But probably the most fundamental shift that I've had in doing that kind of work is realizing that you don't start the work by trying to find a solution to a problem. That you begin to understand that probably the problem is that you don't know the right problem. We all think we know the problem, but we don't know the problem. So really with design research is what it asks us to do is to reassess and to look at things differently so that we can really challenge the assumptions that we're bringing to whatever situation it is. So that's really the design research twist to it. So to do that, what our hypothesis is that one of the gaps that we have here isn't the quality of work or the innovation or the capacity of that work in and of itself, but it's that we don't tell that story. So we don't actually know what's going on, and we don't know how to tell each other what's going on in a way that allows us leverage and amplify those things. So the mapping project is really around some very basic things, like really working out where creative industries and entrepreneurs are. And we know like there's 150 or so of these, but really not just the obvious ones. So I'm a film company, or I'm a music production company, or a videographer, but I'm making windows, or I'm running leisure activities. You know, there's a huge amount of creative enterprise in that. It could be to do with process design. It could be to do with actual manufacturing and so on. So we want to really understand what's going on and who's doing that work. And we also want to see what is being produced by them. So what are we producing in terms of goods and services in those areas? So in what way are the creative industries and creative entrepreneurs producing goods and services in our community? So we need to know that. And what we want to, from doing that, we hope to identify gaps and opportunities. So it's not a major aspect of this at the moment, but one of the things we know the mapping will be able to do is be able to show us what we have, but also what we don't have, and where we can actually work to fill in those gaps. And I think the massively important part of this is all around networks. So identifying how we already talk to one another. What are the already existing channels? And that could be through going to chamber meetings. It could be being in trade associations. It could be through using social media. It could be there's lots of things that we do, but we want to understand them better. So what are those channels, and which ones are effective, and what's preventing some people from participating in them? And the goal of doing that is really to, if we understand them better, then we can make them more effective at discovering stuff. Because the job of all of that networking is really to bring things to the surface. What's going on, we all want to find out. So how can we improve discoverability? And then the second part of that is, once we know it all amongst ourselves, how do we then make sure the rest of the world finds out what we're doing? So what are our existing networks outside of Squamish with our trades, our industries, government, all of that, media? So we know them, then really by looking at that and understanding it, we can identify where the sort of gaps are that are stopping a bigger story coming out. And then our challenge will be, how do we bridge that? And again, all of this is around, the lens in all of this is really trying to understand how we can capitalize on this input of very highly talented workforce in a way that will keep them here. So, and our big challenge is, how do you go from being a small enterprise to a medium enterprise if you can't afford to do a lot of the very expensive, say, prototyping? And this is where the partnerships with the different universities are. So could we actually then figure out that, so instead of us building a new lab in Squamish or at SFU, maybe we'll build one together here that will also be a community resource for industry to do X, Y, or Z. So these are the types of things we want to find out. So there's some very basic outcomes that we want to start in our sort of first phase of it. And the first one sounds a bit disconnected from it, but it's actually the most important thing of all. And we want to create a pop-up community storytelling workshop. So that's not a workshop as in one day, it means like a space where we can actually create, we can do two things. We can collect existing stories, but we can also start telling new stories. So this would be facilities for things like podcasting, photography, product photography, collecting narratives, archives, all of that sort of thing. We'd like to do one of those. And we would like, and that will help us celebrate and share whatever it is we do now, but it will also, and I think quite importantly, is help us make new content. So it's actually another thing that's quite expensive and difficult to do if you're a small business. How do you actually do that? This workshop would be a place where there'd be equipment and technology, people who know how to do it, and you could come and work there. So you don't have to, everyone doesn't have to build that infrastructure for themselves. The idea is to create a collective space for that. And then having done those, Kate was talking about earlier on before we came in, we were talking about this idea of staging. You know, you do X, Y, and Z, and then there's a point at which you stop, take stock, reflect. And in the plan, the idea is, having done that for X period of time, we would then be in a position to actually think about what a strategic communication plan for creative industries and entrepreneurship in Squamish might look like. What do we want to tell people? How do we want to tell them? What are the platforms and networks? What are our audiences? What are our goals and targets? But we can't really do that yet until we have a better sense of what's going on. And the job of the communication plan will be to not just, we'll have identified the gaps, but it'll be to fill those gaps and really leverage the opportunities. So how can we actually get out there, tell the right people what's going on, make in a way that helps them build connections internally and drives new markets and all of those types of things. So that's what this part of the project's about. We see that as giving us enough information to then understand what we would do next. So in terms of physical infrastructure capacity, that type of thing.
And that's where we would move over to Quest around the Creative and Applied Learning Studio. So the outcome of this process would help inform the next process. And to Aoife's point, we really see this as an iterative process that we would start very small on a pilot basis, and then we would maybe expand the circle to be more foundational in terms of programming. So I'll let Doug take over and talk about the next aspect of the potential collaboration, and then maybe I think there's a couple more slides that are really talking about how it relates back to the district's priorities, but I don't want to, while you have questions fresh in your mind, go too far perhaps. I'm not sure if you want to ask questions directly at that point.
I think we'll go through the presentation.
The whole thing? Okay.
And then ask.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
thank you very much, Kate, and thank you very much for having us here. We had this wonderful serendipitous moment where a bunch of good ideas have come together, and they actually seem to support one another synergistically instead of trampling all over each other, which so often happens. Up at Quest, we've been just thinking through for a while how we could go beyond our existing facilities for light manufacturing, which is an awkward room tucked off the side of the loading dock, and support the kind of courses we currently deliver that allow this type of light industrial stuff. So we do some industrial design, we do some fine arts with sculpture. Doing these things in classrooms is not ideal. You're cleaning clay off the carpet, and so forth. So we've been thinking about how we can meet our desires to deliver that kind of programming, possibly in an off-campus light industrial space. And then that's led us to think a little bit about how we could have that space allow us to do similar sorts of things in other classes. So in a course on geology, developing tangible materials like a tectonic stress box or an augmented reality sandbox. Again, things that don't play nicely in a classroom, but that we could build and develop in-house. And that led us to think a little bit about the prospects, next slide, for building in-house apparatus to support teaching and learning. So if we're going to do some novel research with a student project, we could go and try to raise the money and buy off-the-shelf equipment for water temperature monitoring, or we could actually have the student build themselves with open source software and equipment. And the learning they get from that may actually be quite a bit better than learning how to buy a thing from Amazon and then put it in the water. And as we're having this conversation, of course, we've connected to the ongoing conversation with Aoife and Kate and Louise. And that's led us to start thinking about the ways in which this would create opportunities to deepen our connections with the Squamish community, which is a major goal for us in our next 5 years in our strategic plan. As you all know, and I think as most people in the room know, I basically sit atop a mountain of incredibly keen students who are just itching to go find problems to solve, and occasionally they explode into this room with suggestions for everything from parks to bus schedules to electoral turnout measures and so forth. Just short of 50%.
But 1,000 more people.
We could have. And so we suddenly think that this notion of an off-campus space isn't just about meeting internal needs, but about creating a way to link that population of incredibly keen, motivated, dynamic problem solvers with interesting questions and problems. All of our students are required to do some sort of honors project. Many of them will do an honors thesis. Many of them will want to build something or solve some practical problem. Many of them have aspirations of entrepreneurship after graduation. All of them have to do some sort of experiential learning placement. We're very excited about working with the Chamber, for example, to deepen our connection to local business.
We've already had faculty and students collaborate on shift scheduling at Zephyr, for example, or dynamic fare structures for BC Transit. That's easy for us to do because it's pure IP, it's mathematics. What if we could do that for tangibles? What if we could have an interested student with a background in videography work with an organization in town that needs someone to be able to do that, and we can connect those two people? What if we have a student who's interested in novel manufacturing methods? We're evaluating the relative insulation properties of different materials and building walls. These are all projects that have already happened at Quest. What if we had a spot off our campus in the community where people could walk in and say, hey, I've got this crazy idea. Is anybody interested in helping? So our goal with the Creative and Applied Learning Studio is to create that space, to serve our internal programming, to create opportunities for our students, but also to create opportunities to link with the community. And of course, we have this great idea, but we don't actually know what people's needs are. So it's very helpful to be coming into this project at a moment where we're looking at doing some work in mapping these industries, and mapping what people's challenges are. And that way we can create some pathways to link people with interesting challenges to a motivated population of people who would absolutely love to stay in Squamish after they graduate, if only they could figure out how.
And so with that, one of the other items that I wanted to touch on was just the potential partnership with K-12. We actually want to call it a K-16.
K-16.
And the importance that we think the integration at the secondary level, a project like this could play. I mean, we already see that there's programs that SD48 are running in collaboration with, I think it's VCC, the Culinary Arts Program. And there's a lot of other opportunities. I'm going to let Aoife just briefly touch on a project that SFU is doing right now, K-12, and there's actually one in the Sea to Sky region as well, just to give you an idea.
It's one of the things that's happening around talent development. We know in this sector, even though it's like 5.6 billion and a huge, over 90,000 people working in it, it's one of the highest areas of talent deficit in the BC economy. Massive problem. And for example, last year, the Cinematographers Union, over 80% of their new members came from abroad because they couldn't hire people. So these are big gaps. So one of our challenges, I think, as a sector is to understand how to better connect young people with those sectors. And so we're looking at moving away from the K-12 ideas, Kate said, into much more of a K-16. So we're working with the province on this, and there's a whole project around this transition. And so we have a strategy in place at the moment that we're doing as a pilot project in Vancouver, which is around the film industry. So we're actually looking to create a pathway with a couple of the schools where, well, by the time kids get to grade 12, they already have permittee status in the motion picture industry in one of the two major unions, plus they have the equivalent of an advanced placement qualification in this case it's film, but we would do other ones, which means they could go directly to university. And but the programs are really interesting, I think, because they target specifically kids who might otherwise not qualify for university. Because we know that many of the people, like with entrepreneurs, many of the people who are, we know from the research, endless research tells us, the people who are most likely to be outstanding innovators and contributors to this field are also the people who are very likely not to finish high school. And the problem is the only way universities at the moment recognise and recruit people is by high school. So we're actually missing the most important part of our potential workforce. So in designing these programs, the idea is to engage kids at about grade 8 and 9 before they distance themselves, disengage. So we're creating specific programs, and we're working with the provincial government to reignite a whole series of trades, Red Seal trades, that were kind of shelved about 8 or 9 years ago, and those are for the creative industry. So at the moment, the only ones that there's only 2 sectors of what I would call the creative economies that still have trades, and those are the culinary trades and horticulture. So all of the others have been shelved, and what we want to do is to bring those back and to develop programs for each of these sectors. So what we'd love to work on here is something around design, creative economies, creative technologies, and manufacturing in that area, so that students coming out of the schools would be able to go to any university or go directly to work. Is that what yeah,
that's exactly it. Thank you.
Yeah.
So just moving on into more practical considerations, budget. So Upon entry into the LOI, there's no anticipated budget impact to economic development's budget other than staff resources at this time. However, I want to just be clear that one of the opportunities as partners that we see is the potential to apply for grant funding, which then we may come back to council to request budget. So that's sort of the budget impact. In terms of organizational impact at this time, it's rather minor on other departments. Obviously, corporate services would be looking at legal review for the purposes of entering into LOI or any other set agreement. And then communications department in terms of their support around celebrating the new proposed collaboration or any sort of consultation or information that needs to be provided to the community. In terms of alignment to priority areas, oh, I'm sorry, it's not very clear, the white text. Really, this ties well into increasing the number and spectrum of jobs across priority sectors and creates an investment-friendly environment, and that's by demonstrating local innovation capacity and the support that we have as a community to drive innovation and competitiveness. And ultimately, from the perspective of economic development, we see this as perfect alignment to our sector development strategy that we're undertaking right now. And this would definitely meet many of the objectives within our plan around sector development. And what we hear loud and clear from industry is they need more opportunities, whether those are opportunities to access new talent and retain that talent, or opportunities to grow through productivity and innovation. We see that in our results. And then in terms of healthy community goal, it really supports local arts and culture, an aspect of the creative industries, and it really elevates, the idea is to elevate the important role that creative industries plays within the community as an economic driver for both in other sectors as well as onto its own, but also in local placemaking. And I think the storytelling exercise in concert with the other activities that are happening in the community around local arts and culture really help amplify the value of creative industries. And in terms of open and transparent government goals, it supports an innovative approach to partnership, collaboration, and engagement by bringing industry together with not-for-profit, with academia, and with government to work towards a mutual objective. And I just wanted to mention that this really focuses not only on attracting new talent, new firms, new investment into our community, but it's really the premise of this project is based on the existing firms here in Squamish and our workforce. And research shows that 80% of a community's job investment comes from existing businesses in the community. And research has also showed that reliance increases greatly in rural settings. So this is really more of a business retention and expansion project, although the lasting effect will be elevating our community's presence and our brand strength and how we're seen as contributing to creative industries, the creative industry economy in British Columbia. And there's an action plan that we've kind of mapped out here. We would like to execute the LOI. We would like to confirm the collaborators, so that's inviting in other parties, starting with SD 48 and Squamish Nation. We'd like to begin the process of planning around the mapping and storytelling, as well as starting the planning for our innovation space pilots, which we really see as a phased approach leading into CALs. So Doug, if you just wanted to expand on that.
Certainly is. I mean, one of the challenges, of course, we face in opening a new site is making sure that we can sustain that as a university. That's been a challenge for Quest in the past. We're good at pilots, and then we discover that the pilot doesn't quite succeed, and then we roll up the program. We'd like to not do this. What we'd like to do is, as you've mentioned, take an iterative approach. determine what needs are there in the community, determine how best we can fit that work, how to determine how we can make this financially sustainable, and move gradually towards a facility where we hang up the shingle and make this the one-stop shop for coming in and tapping this community upon their request. That gives us a chance to really be confident that we'll be able to sustain this in the long term. Our time horizon for Quest is to look at doing this in the next 5 years. It's an element of our strategic plan for the next 5 years. We want to make sure that we're moving in a reasonable manner to get that done, so we're not dragging our feet, but we also want to make sure that we know we can sustain this for long term. We plan to be around in Squamish for decades, maybe centuries to come. We want to make sure that we start something we can sustain. So we're imagining at this point that in the coming summer, so 12-month, 8-12-month time horizon, we start looking at some of the storytelling and the mapping projects that you've spoken about. That helps us get a better handle on what the needs are, what this can look like. In the coming academic years, we're looking at summer 2020, summer 2019, fall 2019. We're looking at delivery of on-campus programming using our existing resources. Do we find out what do people need? Can we support that? What else would we need to be able to support that? We need a bigger space for the CNC machine, for example. That gives us a better handle on what the use case of this is likely to be, and that informs where in the community and when in the community.
Yeah, and I would add that this is, some of these steps, are pretty definitive and linear, but the map story tells the Cal Studio Learning Legacy is really an iterative process. I think, saying we need to understand exactly what's needed in terms of capacity. We've mentioned 2 potential additional collaborators. That doesn't limit us to not looking at other additional partners, other academic institutions, industry partners, and so on. So by no means is this meant to be exclusive. And then just finally, it's the recommendation that the District of Squamish enter into a letter of intent, substantially in the form attached to the report from Economic Development, dated December 4th, 2018, to develop a Squamish Industry Innovation Program with the Faculty of Communication, Art and Technology, the Creative Applied Learning Studio, and the Squamish Chamber of Commerce. And that's it.
So council will take any questions?
10 years ago, Council received a knowledge-based industry strategy report, and you've taken it many levels higher than that because you are identifying that creative industries are part of a larger value chain supporting other local sectors. So there's customers for these services. My question is, and you've described the mapping project, we've seen your action plan, but in the coming months, you'll also be presenting your sector analysis from the Economic Development Department, which I understand the Chamber is involved with. When you do the sector analysis, that's your customers. Wood products, textile, what have you. Can you, in that exercise, identify how you can match? How will you seek to identify the local customers for design services that comes out of the mapping project?
Through you, the Mayor, I have a comment on the sector strategy specifically. So yes, we are hoping to come to Council in January, and we are hoping to present a portion of our sector strategy, and that is the data analysis that support recommendations. We see the sector strategy in terms of making those recommendations around where we place our focus and our priority. We see that not just from a data perspective, but we also see that from a values perspective. So we actually have a few different components of work that we're doing in economic development as part of also the Future Forward group for SESG. And in January, we would like to present where we are at in terms of the development of the sector strategy and recommendations. Through that process, we will have identified what we think are foundational sectors or industries, enablers, and targets to go after. And then the next phase of that would be to then develop a sector plan. Some of the work within that sector plan will address specifically some of the challenges and opportunities that particular industry are facing. A portion of the presentation, a portion of the work has been done and will be presented in January, but we're by no means completely done. So that's just sort of the update on the sector piece and how this integrates. But we've found through the work we've already done that this works very nicely to complement the work that we're doing on our sector strategy.
Do you have something to add?
Yeah, if I may. I think it does complement it, and I think it's been informed by it, because I've been involved with SCSG, so one of the reasons we're here at all from SFU's point of view is because of what's already come up through SCSG in terms of potential sectors. So for one of the things I think that the storytelling, even though it sounds like storytelling, it's actually about doing what you mentioned. It's around these are all the things that are happening. It's being used as a form of finding more information to supplement the work that's going on in SCSG. So specifically, you have a sector plan, but then specifically industry within that sector plan, what are your needs? So to identify potential customers, for example. So if we had if we were going to install a gravity chamber, who needs it? Is it the people designing windows? Is it the people designing sails? Those types of things. I don't know if that helps.
That's good. Eric, you good?
I have a couple of questions later.
I think Doug wanted to add something where I'm being mindful of time now.
Yeah. One of the things that this speaks to is one of the crucial enablers for Quest when looking at launching the space and expanding our capacity to support this program, which is just being able to tell what the demand in the community is. Are there people who would be interested in this? Right now we rely entirely on word of mouth and local networks. And as our community becomes more dynamic and the population changes more quickly, those networks decay and we're less able to get a good systematic feel for what we need. So it's very exciting to know that right at the moment where Quest is wondering, is there a need for this in the community, a bunch of people are doing the work to figure that out.
Right.
Very exciting.
Chris?
Two questions. One, every year or two, we seem to have a discussion about whether or not economic development belongs arm's length or in-house. Does signing this letter of intent paint us into a corner either way on that? The other thing, and this is maybe just my understanding of our organization as a municipality, I'm just curious why you would need council's endorsement of a letter of intent. I see there's some staff time going forward in the immediate, but there's that I see no explicit budget commitments or anything, and so why, as leading the economic development department, are you just not saying, yeah, great, it's in my mandate, let's go, and we don't need to ask council?
Typically, when we enter into any sort of agreement with other organizations, in particular at this level, we would bring it forward to council to ensure that that it meets the strategic objectives and priorities of council. And typically, the mayor would, I believe, be the individual that would sign the letter of intent, as opposed to economic development. That's question 2. And then in terms of in-house versus arm's length, I would rely on Robin to talk about what the impact of signing said agreement would be, but I believe the agreement is not with economic development. The agreement is with the District of Squamish. We just happen to be the department that's bringing it forward. Depending on whatever the outcome is with respect to where economic development resides, a business decision would have to be made on how this agreement would be serviced. Is that fair? Okay.
I don't think it ties our hands. I think it's something that, if we make that decision, we have to then figure out how it impacts all of the agreements that we're part of. Any other questions? Eric?
There are 2 design institutions, design instruction institutions in Vancouver that have had ties to Squamish projects in recent years. I used to work for one of them, FP Intel, at Forest Products Innovations, and Emily Carr University. My question is, and perhaps you've already answered it, but just to be clear, there is no exclusivity in this proposed thing so that you may entertain bringing people like that in for specific projects or to address specific sectors. That's totally open to happen.
For you, Mayor. Yes, absolutely. We wanted to start somewhere, and we wanted kind of an anchor group of collaborators to be able to start working at defining better the needs to Doug's point. And then we actually have already started talking about that, you know, like what does that look like? Maybe there's opportunities for funding, maybe there's opportunities for cross-collaboration between academia. So there's nothing preventing other partners from participating. And I've seen nothing but a very collaborative approach in this project from all potential partners. That fair?
Thank you.
Thanks for that question. Any others? Seeing none, does anybody want to put a motion forward?
I'm going to have a quick comment.
All right, so moved by Chris, seconded by John. Chris, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I mean, this really resonates with me. I like everything I've read. Just the one comment, though, is I've heard that at the federal level, there's been a real shift to only funding research that has a clear path to an industrial application or commercial application, and some concern or question that we're actually losing some innovation and so on by not just supporting, just someone wants to explore, has a question without that clear path to a commercial application. And so it's maybe us, we're thinking about inside and outside of this, can or should we be facilitating some of that more broad just exploration?
Great. It's just Chris's comment, so we're not going to respond to it. Any other comments? Eric?
The Squamish Nation participation has been brought up, and following from Chris's comment here, graphic design and branding, I assume, is part of the creative industry's picture that you're talking about. I was in Europe this summer and I could have sold a whole lot of Western red cedar if I just have Squamish Nation branding attached to it. And so that is a tie, the branding, to industrial design. And it also it whets people's appetite for investing in design. To start with the graphics and the branding is an easy pathway into encouraging design investment.
Thanks, Eric. Any other comments? I'll just speak to this. I do find this very exciting. I think it was last year, maybe the year before, I don't know, time goes by so quickly. SFU hosted a conversation called The Future of Work, and Anne-Marie Slaughter talked about her vision of the future, and she spoke to 3 industries she felt were sort of immune to being taken over by machines, and you know, it was care, it was craft, which this speaks to, and the circular economy, which I think this also will touch on eventually. And so this is really exciting because I think our future does lie so much in our creative economy, and I would love to see us really thrive with this kind of initiative. So this is really exciting. I'm happy to support it. And I wish everybody, you know, so much good luck as this gets off the ground. And I also want to just plant the bug in your ear that our library did a lot of community engagement, especially with families with young children, and looking at alternative programming, because so much of what we need for kids is not just during the school year, but also during the summer. And the types of camps that we offer, we don't necessarily have the facilities for. So don't forget about library, and don't forget that children need something to do 12 months of the year. For all of us working parents. So thank you so much. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks so much for coming.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Council will take a 5-minute bio break. So we'll recess the meeting for 5 minutes, just because I think you all need to stand up and have a break. We're back. And we're going backwards in time. Let's pretend we're not an hour behind schedule. To the Recreation Center grant application. So I'll turn it over to Tim and Natasha to walk us through this efficiently so that we get a bit of a break for our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Tim Hoskin. I'm the Director of Recreation Services. I have Natasha Golbick with me today. She's going to help bring us to the finish line with the grant application. Today, our objective is to update Council on application process. We also would like to confirm Council's direction that this is something they would like to proceed with, and also to confirm the strategy to fund the Wellness and Arts Center program through the grant. Brenham Park, it requires significant upgrades and expansion to meet our community demand and future community needs. I have handed out to Council to try to shorten the presentation quite a bit of information, but the key information is that we're really busy. It's going to get even busier. We know we have a lot of facilities to manage and improve over the next few years. I think it's important we take advantage of grants when they present themselves to improve our situation. So in short, Squamish as a whole, we saw a 14% increase in our population. This is going to be continuing, and we'll have exponential growth. And our program space is already well beyond capacity, and we unfortunately have to turn away people where recreation and programming is very impactful on their lives. I've got a very short video. Some of you may have seen this, but I wanted to share as we have a lot of new faces around the table. And to me, this is very impactful and really brings the story behind recreation, and not just the facts and figures of just how busy we are, but what it means to people. Should be working. Sorry.
Oh, that's not wrong.
I'm hitting play. Pause. Play. Okay.
What if it's not in PowerPoint? Up at the top?
My apologies. It worked in my office, so we'll move on. Just a bit of background. The video showed stories from members of the community around the recreation center and the positive impact that the center has on people's lives. So I am happy to forward that to council and provide you with the link if you'd like to look at your own leisure. We can do that. Yes, put it on the website. The pathway. We undertook some intensive community engagement in spring 2018 with the community around revitalizing the recreation center, as well as asking around the surrounding parkland and installing some values and vision and trying to get a sense of where we need to go. The community engagement report was adopted in October 2018, just a couple of months ago. And at that time, staff were directed to prepare a grant application for the Canadian infrastructure grant, specifically around recreation. Concurrently, while we move forward, we are looking at alternative funding models, and we are looking at developing a foundation or similar model in the upcoming, as part of the upcoming budget, and create a fundraising campaign in 2019 to fund recreation facilities. We also will be advancing all the recreation center components, and I'll explain that a little bit more as we move along, with different timelines and approaches for funding. Brennan Park Master Plan for the surrounding parkland will be developed, shaped from the community input that we received in 2018. This will be developed in 2019, and the future recreation center should be developed in the next 2 to 15 years. Just some pictures on the background around the community engagement. There was a community survey as well as 2 open house events, an opportunity to hear from the community on 3 different options for a new recreation center, as well as the impact on the surrounding fields and lands. The community engagement demonstrated there is an appetite from the community to fund Squamish recreation facilities, the community, some of the key points that the community brought forward is the community members recognize a need to respond to and prepare for Squamish's rapidly growing community and to address the inadequate facilities. Community members value the important role of the recreation center in the community in supporting child and youth development, fostering healthy lifestyles, and as a community hub. Another key point is the community wanted to see responsible government spending and wanted to ensure that investment in rec facilities matches Squamish's ability to pay for those amenities. While community members suggested multiple ways to fund increased investment in recreation, increased taxes, private funding, users' fees, or grants, but in general, they expressed reservations about increased property taxes. So not surprising. This graph shows that 78% of respondents to both the online survey and the public visioning events indicated support for an increase in investment in Squamish recreation facilities, with about 5% opposed and 17% were neutral. The community engagement results also showed a very strong preference for upgrading and expanding the existing recreation center and a strong preference towards the option one that was presented. The three options that were presented, number 1 and 2, were expand and upgrade with some slight variation, and the third one being replace. Option 1 and 2 would cost roughly $55 million if completed as a single phase, or $58.5 million if built over 4 phases. To replace the recreation center with a similar square footage and facilities is upwards of $92 million. All right. So this is the option 1, essentially where the community landed and what it looks like. It includes a second ice arena, wellness and arts center, an upgrade to existing facilities, and a renovation essentially, with the new customer service area being built, and an additional 8-lane lap pool being created. So here's some.
Question, just a second, Sam?
Sure, of course.
Yeah, just, as a news guy, I didn't realize that we were talking about an additional 8 lanes. What we were talking about was expanding the existing leisure pool by adding 2 lanes. In fact, I got into an argument with somebody in the swimming pool dressing room the other day about that.
Okay. Might have to go back.
So I'm just curious, without getting into the fine print, but what was the reason for adding an additional 8 lanes? I mean, do you see that kind of need, as opposed to just adding 2 more lanes, sort of expanding down to towards the bottom of the screen with the existing pool?
We don't see that need quite yet. The pool is getting extremely busy. The usage can be managed through an allocation policy, probably for the next 5 years. And what that means is, right now, in prime time use, after school use, we have swim clubs, public swim, and swim lessons. Most municipalities in Metro Vancouver, they have the clubs coming in the morning, creating more time and space for public swims and swim lessons in the evenings. So by making that fairly rather simple change, we probably can get another 5 years to 10 years out of the pool. The new 8-lane lap pool was a request by council to bring forward the cost out of the, when we came forward in February, council was curious about the cost of an additional 8-lane lap pool.
Yeah, I remember the discussion because of the going from 6 to 8. I just didn't quite realize it was an additional 8 lanes over and above the existing 6 lanes that we have. Anyway, so.
And the takeaway from staff was to look at an 8-lane lap pool. I don't think the logistics of just adding two lanes to a pool might not even be feasible. So 8-lane lap pool would address swim meets, pull a lot of the people that are just simply doing lanes and getting them away from the public swims, getting them away from the lessons, and creating more space.
Yeah, I see the value of 8 lanes, I just didn't necessarily see the value of 14 lanes, so, anyway, thanks.
Yep. Okay, so I'll move through these quite rapidly. You do have pictures of these in your handout, and these are 3D renderings of what the option 1 could look like. Okay, so the financial picture. So things we know is the district is facing $100 million plus in facility investment district-wide. We as the district do not currently have the financial means to meet all the improvement requirements. We have a funding gap at potentially $90 plus million. Borrowing would require an annual property tax increase that is not practical or sustainable to meet that $90 million. We have a long-term real estate and facilities plan coming in early 2019. And another thing we know is that this grant application deadline is before the real estate and facilities long-term plan. So we are looking at making sure we're being prudent as staff bring forward a recommendation. We expect the long-term real estate and facilities planning will prioritize the recreation center for improvement. And we anticipate it will also recommend funding through sources alternative to taxation. So what does that mean? Looks that we need to look for grants, seek grants from upper levels of governments. We need to fundraise. We need to create a foundation or a similar model and launch a fundraising and sponsorship campaign. For sponsorship, we need to seek investment and sponsorship from business and developers. We need to seek partnerships and see if there's opportunity for innovative partnerships with community groups, business, and other agencies. We also need to expect that this is not going to solve all of the financial woes, and the district contribution needs to be anticipated. And unlike other district facilities, the rec center really has a strong opportunity for fundraising and sponsorship, and a recommendation will be brought forward to council in the budget process that we develop a foundation or similar model and create a campaign for fundraising and put the emphasis on finding other ways to fund recreation facilities. And the grant opportunity that we have. So the grant is Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, Community Culture and Recreation. This is a federal program being allocated by the provinces. The province of British Columbia has set a deadline of January 23rd, 2019. This is very aggressive, and staff are working really hard on making sure we don't leave money on the table, and it does create a commitment to the district to commit its funding, its share of the project in the district's financial plan. The maximum grant funding per project under this grant is recommended at $13.5 million and has a finite cap of 73%. The decision to upgrade and expand the recreation center may impact the district's capacity to fund other high-priority district facility upgrades. And as I mentioned, this application requires significant staff time, and the window of opportunity to change direction on which recreation center component to apply for funding is minimal. There's not a lot of flexibility here. We need to move forward if this is direction of council. A couple other, the project must also start within 18 months and be completed within 5 years. The components are the Wellness and Arts Center. So if you look in your handout, you can see the layout. The Wellness and Arts Center has the lowest capital and the lowest operating cost. It also has the biggest impact to address capacity deficits, which really means our programs, so waitlist for our neuro program, for example, our rehab programs, our gymnastics programs, our camps, that sort of thing. It also has the greatest flexibility to meet multiple community needs. So what this means is it's bringing on significant square footage, and some of that square footage can be allocated, at least temporarily, to partners. For example, we could have a partnership with Vancouver Coastal Health, a school district, daycare, or we could put municipal staff in there and create flexibility that as we renovate or replace municipal hall or operations yard, that staff could be moved temporarily into the Wellness and Arts Center. The Wellness Arts Center plus renovation in the customer service area is another component, and this adds on, of course, the renovation in a new customer service area, which in itself creates more administrative area and program space. A key thing to note, as in the bullet there, is the Wellness and Arts Center must be built before the renovation, so we have a place to put programs and can carry on operations while the renovation is underway. Otherwise, we'd have to close up shop, which I don't think is a doable option. Second ice sheet is the greatest opportunity for fundraising and sponsorship. Ice usage is growing rapidly, and groups are being relegated to marginally accepted time slots. So what that means is kids are playing hockey really early in the morning and really late at night. Old timers that want to play hockey have terrible time slots, and they're losing potentially members that want to play hockey. They can't sign up, but it's an inconvenience, not a good time to play. It also has the largest capital and operating cost associated with it. An 8-lane pool, as mentioned earlier, an allocation policy would manage usage and keep the pool under maximum capacity for the next 5 to 10 years. So each of these components will be advanced simultaneously, but they will have different timelines for completion and different funding strategies associated with each component. They're all important. So this is the Wellness and Arts Center component. To save time, I won't read each bullet for you.
No, read those.
And we'll please take note of the capital expense and the net operating expense. So this comes in at a little over $3 million investment from the district, and a net annual operating expense of about $190,000. This component includes approximately 38,000 square feet of space, and will be a welcoming, barrier-free, providing convenient and easy access. It will have a fitness center. It will address the neuro programs, wait lists, and will provide overall wellness information, instruction on fitness, nutrition, meditation, and we'll also have a arts center component, which could have a whole floor of the center, which would be over 10,000 square feet of arts programming space, and what that would look like would be determined in consultation with the arts community, and could include visual art space, dance, pottery, and music rooms. The Wellness and Arts Center, as I mentioned, must be built before before a renovation. And I'll just bring you to the numbers on this one as well. The DOS for completing an Arts and Wellness Center plus a renovation in the customer service area, if we're successful at the grant, is just a little under $8 million at 7.8, with a net annual operating expense of $384,000. So this would renovate the existing recreation center, the auditorium, program spaces, would create permanent gymnastic space, improve the lobbies. There would be full height ceilings. The arena change rooms would be renovated, not expanded. The washrooms would be renovated, and a new customer service area would be created.
Yeah, question?
Sorry, just to go back, what's the size of the footprint of the Wellness and Arts Center? How much footage per floor approximately?
Well, it's 3 floors. The gymnasium would take up 3 floors. So it would be 10,000, 20,000, and then about 18,000 square feet, I guess, on the bottom floor.
Wellness and Arts Center?
No, 18,000 would be the bottom, yeah, the whole footprint would be about 18,000 square feet. So the footprint on the ground. So 1/3 of that, if you're looking at the drawings, the gymnasium goes up 3 stories. And then 2/3 of the building goes up floor by floor. So it would have an additional, the second floor would be about 10,500, the third floor would be about 10,500.
Oh, so the gymnasium moves to the green space then?
Yeah.
Maybe I better look.
So we're talking, because right now the gym is in the space, pink space?
Yes, so if you're looking at the new Wellness and Arts Center, that to the left is a shaded area. That is a gymnasium.
Oh, got it, okay.
And then to the right is the 3 levels of program space. So 1 floor of that would be designated likely for arts.
And the program space then by itself is about 10,000 square feet a floor, potentially up to 4 floors.
I'm going to just try again to make sure I'm clear. So the bottom floor, if we're looking at the whole green area, just the bottom floor is about 18,000 square feet. Okay, and then the far right 2/3 then goes up 3 floors. So the gymnasium has a 3-floor ceiling, and so each of those program spaces is at 10,500 square feet. Yeah, so or you can look at it, the gymnasium's about 8,000 square feet.
Thanks. No, I was just trying to get a sense of what we might fit in there. Thank you.
Second ice sheet. The rink, as we know, is at capacity during prime time hours. I've talked about the impacts. We are seeing some very strong growth, which is bucking national trends. The change rooms are small and not built for gender equity. The current ice sheet is only required for 9 months of the year. And just to give you a sense of when the kind of the trigger is for a second ice rink is usually around 25,000 in population. The ice sheet would be built adjacent to the existing rink on the west side, and there would be good egress and to each of the buildings, and would have really good flow. And of course, it would have new washrooms and lobby, and the existing ice plant does have capacity for 2 rinks, saving a bit of money. Okay. The pool option, the pool is owned by the SLRD. This would make it very difficult with the tight timeline to apply for a grant to use the grant for the pool. My recommendation is that we wait on the pool for a few years and deal with it through the allocation and prioritize areas that are at capacity currently. The pool does not create new change rooms, it's using the existing change rooms. So in summary, a formal recommendation will be brought forward to Council to apply for the grant in early January. A grant application deadline does precede the completion of the long-term facility and real estate plan. The district does not currently have the financial means to fund all the district facility improvement requirements. The decision to upgrade and expand the rec center may impact the district's capacity to fund other district facility upgrades, and unless otherwise directed, staff will bring forward the most financially prudent model i.e. the Wellness and Arts Center component. The Wellness and Arts Center component, in addition to being the most financially prudent, has the lowest capital, lowest operating cost, but also has the biggest impact to address capacity deficits and the greatest flexibility to meet multiple community needs. This approach allows time to develop a fundraising and sponsorship campaign for funding of a second ice sheet, and the 8-lane pool should not be considered. As I mentioned, we can deal through an allocation policy, and the application does require significant staff time, and the window of opportunity to change direction is closing on us. So the recommendation that staff are bringing forward is that the district prepare a grant application for the development of the Wellness and Arts Center at Brennan Park under the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, and bring it back to council for endorsement.
So just by way of a little bit of context, council, usually we sort of have a practice here that we don't chase grants unless we have shovel-ready projects. And so this funding became available, it was announced during UBCM this year in September. We're very close to identifying our shovel-ready projects, and so council directed staff to actually chase this grant, even though normally we would prefer to have all of that detail in place and a financial plan in place. Last council directed staff to pursue this. It's new money available from the province, and we didn't want to miss this window. So that's why it's coming to you in this order. And I've got Doug on my list. I'm happy to have anything else for Dan, John, and then Eric.
Thank you. Could you go back to the slide? We had the bullet points before and listed, which is one of the earlier slides, actually.
Of the, sorry, one more time?
The four sectors.
That one?
No, it was actually just text. Maybe the next one.
No,
not that one. Well,
what are you asking about?
In any event, the order was wellness center, sport and event space, arena, and then pool.
That one?
That's the one.
Okay.
And I take it that that's the recommended order that we approach these. Is that a fair statement?
I don't think that's fair at this time. Right now, my recommendation is council really take the financially most prudent. I think there's other aspects that will help prioritize any of these. For example, that's why I framed it that we would like to advance each of these components at the same time. But look at different funding models, different timelines to see that happen. For example, I believe the Wellness and Arts Center is the best fit for this grant, given the timeline and where we are at. But I believe we can advance the second ice sheet as a priority as well through the creation of a foundation and creating a fundraising campaign. So. I'm a little hesitant to say that these are in order of need. I think it's safe right now that the pool is perhaps the bottom one right now, but I believe we can advance all three of these almost simultaneously. It's just the way to fund them will affect the timeline.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say I actually agreed with that order, but I guess we can deal with them individually. So, thank you.
John.
So in coming up with this, was any thought put into second sheet of ice as the higher priority, as the number one priority, and then what the numbers would look like if that was the case? So we saw the breakdown of 73% in the scenario that you're suggesting for us. What would those numbers look like if we had the second sheet of ice as the number one? Okay, perfect. So I just wanted to know if that, clearly I skimmed through this too quickly.
It's okay, that's why we're here.
And then, have we lost any parking spots out of doing this? Like when I look at this diagram, it looks to me like we've lost a lot, but maybe they're made up somewhere else.
the parking is set up right now, there would be minimal loss. I believe we lose one road by the bus stop. My estimate is that it can be made up. I do not believe we're making the best use of our parking, and through however we audit that, we can probably make up that space.
Thanks, John. I've got Eric and then Chris.
Yes. During the past few years, I've been hanging out a lot with performing arts people and producing a book.
Okay.
And I have learned in hanging out with these veterans that there's a good consensus among them, and in particular those involved with technical support for productions, is that Brennan Park should be considered for a performing arts facility in future. It should be given consideration. My question is, when you mention arts and consultation, that would of course include performing arts. And when we look at the auditorium, is there not a significant roof repair, investment that was approved at budget time last year? What about the future of that auditorium? You've got it down here as the sport and event space. Do we need 2 gyms?
Short answer, yes. The existing auditorium under the renovation would be completely renovated. Permanent gymnastics would be put in roughly where the stage is, and that would go into what is now I'm going to be on the spot, I guess the talents room, what used to be the seniors room, that would expand right through the wall and create space for permanent gymnastics, which could then roll out to about half of the current auditorium. The auditorium, what is now has the storage on the far end away from the stage. A portable stage would be built that could support community meetings, arts, that sort of thing. There is opportunity as well in the development of the Arts and Wellness Center, if it's a priority with the community to have greater space within that. That can be looked at as well. We do have some flexibility as we move forward to make those adjustments.
And maybe I'll just add to that, we are working with the Squamish Arts Council to identify the sort of best use of that facility, and we have, upcoming this year, we're going to do an arts and culture strategy as a district, so we'll be doing a lot of stakeholder engagement, and this is really, if this is the direction we choose to proceed, this is our capacity opportunity, so the arts and culture strategy will largely inform the functional design of the Arts and Wellness Center.
I guess my blue sky suggestion there, I'm trying to relate it to your plans for those 2 gyms. But you've answered my question. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Chris and then Armin.
So I have a couple things. One, I really like seeing that foundation fundraising campaign ideas. I've had a similar idea in the back of my mind in terms of tackling this, so that was great to see. I've seen and heard some references about our population versus number of ice sheets and sort of expenditure versus ice sheets. But I'm also conscious that we have just almost, whether we like it or not, world-class biking, hiking, kiteboarding and all of that. And so when you have world-class activities of that nature, and then ice and other activities at the same level of other communities, I think we are providing a level of service over and above other communities, and in some part by accident. And as we talk about affordability, I think that's something to consider, and maybe a reason, and not necessarily a popular suggestion, to consider that maybe we look at a little less funding to some of these other things, recognizing we just sort of accidentally have above sort of quality on some of these other things, and so it's maybe a little bit balance, affordability and so on of our community. One of the things, there was some projections on revenue, and I just want to raise this in the context of the community enhancement grants we've been discussing. I think we heard around 90% of that money is coming from not-for-profits. We have quite a number of not-for-profits saying these fees are too high and they'd like us to give those money, they'd like grants to cover that. So I just would like to make sure we're being cautious about our revenue projections in that context. And then the final thing, the arts piece of this is a bit challenging for me. I see sort of 3 types of arts space needs, and one is learning space and maybe more for kids, and in there sort of a generic square building where kids are painting a bit, maybe beginner ukulele class, a multi-purpose, multi-use room at Brennan Park kind of makes sense. What I've heard is that an obstacle for a lot of artists who might train is the insurance to be able to train some of those things, and that's maybe more than space is where an obstacle is. The other piece for artists is the creation, and for a lot of that, I think a light industrial location might be more appropriate because you're dealing with paints and fumes and saws and loud noises. If you're a beginner band or even a more established band, you want a place that's soundproof, that has acoustic treatment, where you can leave your gear locked up and come back to it, and you don't have to pull it out all the time. And so it's smaller spaces, lockable. If you're thinking about an orchestra type of thing, then a raised stage and so on. So the construction is very dependent on what kind of art you're talking about. And then finally, there's the performance piece, and I've actually heard different comments than what Eric has heard. And it's my own bias too, to admit that for performance, I really see that as appropriate for downtown, where you can go have a drink, have dinner, go to the theater, go to the play, and then go to the bars again or whatever. And so there's a lot of money sort of dedicated to arts, and from my perspective, some of the conversations I've had, some hesitation of saying this is our art center going forward, and this is sort of our commitment to the arts, and some feeling maybe that a few classrooms for the arts is maybe what we should be looking at here. There may need to be a bit broader discussion about the needs of arts and where that belongs before we commit to this ongoing operational funding and $3 million in capital investment.
Yeah, so I agree with you, and I think there will be lots of consultation, and our decision today is not about designing the space, it's merely approving the grant application to move forward with this building in mind. So how that space gets allocated is not today's determination. Today is just, do we want staff to put forward an application for this part of Brennan Park? The design comes later.
I understand. I guess there are certain things though in that where design can't solve. Like for example, is Brennan Park even the appropriate location? So I just want to be careful that we're not, because if we do proceed with this grant, we are committing to $300,000 annual operating plus $3 million in capital. And so do we then have money for the arts facilities that are the priority needs?
So what I heard staff say is they'll consult with the arts community. If the arts community says we don't want any space in that building, we have 10,000 square feet that we can allocate to other uses. So I think our decision today is really about, is it this building plus the renovated space, or staff are saying they want this building, and then what goes inside of it will be determined if we're successful on the grant. Chris, did you have another question?
No.
Or you had multiple questions, which I don't think have been answered yet, so. Staff?
I was really going to just echo what you said.
Okay, and then to Chris's other questions?
The other questions.
I think it's more comments that I was hoping we're paying attention to the revenue, maybe there's
The revenue piece.
The revenue.
Have we taken a conservative approach on revenue?
I would suggest it's a very conservative approach. It is roughly at 6%, and we've used the same model through all the scenarios. I think revenue targets could be quite easily.
6% of what?
Of capital cost.
And to your point about the operating costs, a nonprofit rate that we talked about in the community enhancement grant process, that's not reflective of all the revenue that's the rental revenue. So when a group sort of takes over the whole space, rather than sort of there's other revenue streams that are beyond that.
Good. Great. I've got Armin and Jenna. I've got Eric again.
I had a couple questions. When normally the district advances these, shovel lady was the term. How far into the process of consultation and design, like how complete does that concept need to be able to submit what you think would be a potentially successful application? Like, is it just the footprint and the rough size, or do you need to go deeper into the issues that Chris framed and whatever else comes out as in the process? And do we have enough time to actually get to where we need to be to put forward a potentially successful application?
Yeah, I think it depends on the situation. I mean, we don't have opportunities to build rec centers very often. So there's not a ton of precedent for this kind of a project. But in other projects, the sort of homework that we like to have done first is the master planning, so that we've thought through how does this fit into our broader strands in terms of streams of work in terms of infrastructure, facility life, funding scenarios, our sort of bigger picture financial plan. We like to have that kind of work done first rather than. So in this situation, because we don't quite yet have the real estate facility plan done, we are getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, although we have significantly thought through and done community engagement on what are the values and priorities of the community, what are our options with respect to Brennan Park, and we do have a parking master plan that we are drawing from to actualize the vision. So we certainly are quite a bit down the field. It would be good if we were a little bit further on the bigger picture real estate strategy, but nonetheless we're in dialogue with everybody to know about that.
There's been the change rooms for the ice rink. I hear a lot about it. I've been in there. I know that. I'm curious how this grouping was done, and if that was a high enough priority to bump it into the earliest phase. So if there's an improvement there, it seems that it's kind of a standalone here, and I'm curious with the grouping to the upgrade of existing facilities, it sort of makes sense, but could that piece be considered independently and thus earlier than the whole picture of the rest of the upgrades, and if that's been considered or weighed up?
Good question, and you're correct that it is one of the number one complaints that we get is around the size of the change rooms. Renovating the existing change rooms could be bumped up in priority, could be improved. Expanding the change rooms is a challenge until the new arena is built, and the reason for that is to make them bigger. It requires pushing out a supporting external wall. And to do that as a standalone project, it would not be cost effective. It should be as part of the blue under the new concourse. And if we wanted to have bigger change rooms, that would be the time to do it. However, if we're undergoing that project, we would be getting new change rooms for the new arena, and then it becomes, is it still necessary conversation. It is a bit of a challenge.
So for the purpose of the grouping, so you've broken it up here, would it be more appropriate to consider that part of the new arena project and have that shaded in blue?
Well, if expansion is important, then it would be part of the blue. If it's renovating the existing ones and keeping them in relatively the same size, but upgrading them with new plumbing, new facilities, new paint, that sort of thing, then it's just part of the pink.
Okay, so it's still sort of establishing what
correct
is. Okay. I think that's
Good. Okay. Jenna, then Eric, and Doug, and I put myself on the list for that.
So I just have to say that in terms of recommendation, there are a few things that you said that I think are really good takeaways. Lowest cost, highest value, with greatest flexibility. Those are all really great things I think should be prioritized in the recommendation. My question is, it still means that we are committing to this grant application potentially $3 million of district investment, and not having gone through a budget process yet, I'm wondering what that means in terms of tax implications.
If I may hand over to
yeah,
the CFO.
But
put my foot about.
Well, so the debt itself, and I'm sorry, I'm kind of trying to remember off the top of my head. I think you have some debt estimates in there, and I think in the report we indicated what we expected the debt impact would be. Sorry, I might have gapped just a little bit on whether it extended past that discussion, but.
So the debt amounts are included in the operational cost in the report to council. So So the $190,000 operating cost for the wellness center does have the debt servicing included.
And then under the budget line,
Okay.
we also had indicated what the actual debt service would normally be for us. I don't think that got taken up, did it? So we felt that 15-year amortization would be about $278,000 per year of taxation impact just on debt service, and that's approximately 1% tax impact for the lowest choice of the options. Did that answer everything, Jennifer? Or Councillor Stoner?
Okay. Eric, Doug.
There's a lot of gymnastics in this report. You've got your public feedback, you've got the real estate strategy, or what we know of it, but it's thoughtful gymnastics, and I'm interested in convincing in your suggestion of the potential interim uses of the Wellness and Arts Center. And for example, library services, municipal hall staff. This is very interesting. And my question is, and perhaps it's to Mayor Elliott, when can we expect to receive the real estate and facilities plan? This is a daunting list of facilities here in relation to their application needs. Is it January, February?
Robin? End of Q1.
Sorry?
End of first quarter one, so probably March.
March.
And just in my own response to that, I think we have to be mindful of that. There's some important other buildings on that list that are in dire need, like fire halls, like the operations offices. So we have to be careful here because we haven't seen that whole plan and how this is going to be prioritized. So that is my one caution to council. There's other very important infrastructure that is in need of replacement, not just repair, but replacement. So I think that's why staff have come forward with the most flexible, lowest operating cost, lowest capital cost, because we've got to leave room for the fact that we have other buildings to address this to. So that's a good question, Eric. Thank you. I've got Doug, myself, and then Chris.
And I think my first question has been answered. So what this motion refers to is just the $11 million capital cost of the one building, the one addition, Wellness and Arts Center, which if we were successful would get 73% grant funding and leave the district with the capital cost of 3.1, give or take, million. And I say that because for a while you had the two together up there, which left us with $7 million, but we're not going for the two together, we're talking about the one. That's correct. And I'll just and I take the comments about, for example, the Arts Council. I have informally consulted with the Arts Council members, the odd one sitting in the back row there. And so without binding them or anything, I think there is a discussion around whether that is the Arts Center or whether that is just a place for arts. And there may still be an arts center downtown somewhere which has different functions. So we don't have to really get there right now, but I wouldn't necessarily go with the whole thing in one spot. I don't think that's maybe the intent at all. So I'll stop there. I've got comments. I'll wait until the motion's on the floor.
Okay, thank you. My question is looking at the grants that have come down from senior levels of government. They are looking for collaboration. They are looking for the involvement of First Nations. And I'm wondering, have we spoken with Squamish Nation about the kind of indoor space that might complement some of their programming? And, lacrosse, not played here, I don't think anymore. Maybe it is. Do we want to, have we engaged with them?
The short answer is yes, we will engage. It is a short timeline to get a letter of endorsement. I think it's fair to say in the grant that we have full intention to consult, collaborate, and to work with our First Nation partners to make this a success. I don't think we'll be at a place where we'll have a partnership letter or anything like that at that point.
Chris?
So two questions, and not to be a negative Nelly, but
If it turned out that, once we talked it through, this wasn't going to serve a lot of priority art needs, would we have the financial wherewithal to invest a similar amount of money and on what time frame into priority arts needs? And then somewhat related to that, if we came to that conclusion that this wasn't necessarily the best arts place, could we, if we want to say no thanks to the grant, so apply for it now, get it locked down, and then say, actually, we've done some more consideration, this isn't the time or the risk to that, and so maybe that's a way to move this forward, give us the room and time to analyze this, and then sort of decide finally.
That's a good question.
Since the Arts Council is here, you, as committee of the whole, and we love to have the public participate, do you guys, either of you, want to express an opinion of what we're contemplating today? And come forward, introduce yourself. Both of you, and we can introduce the new executive director.
Thank you for inviting us to the table. So I'm Sydney Lyons with the Arts Council, and this is Amy Liebenberg with the Arts Council as well. This is an exciting proposition reference, and is there a specific question?
So I think one of the concerns that I'm hearing is this the arts center, if this building gets built, or is it a component of meeting arts needs in the community? And so maybe putting you on the spot if you have some thoughts on that.
I think what is currently in this proposal looks like a really good candidate for contributing to our art spaces and facilities in Squamish. To call, I guess it would really depend on the definition of what an art center is and represents. And so from the Arts Council's perspective, an arts center is a very comprehensive space and facility that is accessible to the community that incorporates all genres and diversities in art, such as performing arts, film and media arts, visual arts, and a space for cultural celebrations. So bringing in the community groups such as Squamish Nation and the Sikh and other faith organizations into representing different cultural aspects in the community. So that's a pretty grandiose definition. There's a lot going on in there, and so it depends on what is intended in terms of going into this built space, and the question about is 10,000 square feet adequate for a comprehensive arts center, and looking at other facilities around BC, and is that a realistic number? Is it a great programming space to use to treat our capacity for youth programs and other elements? Yeah, absolutely. So I think it just, and then just to further that, if you want to talk of art spaces in general, going back to what Councillor Pettingill was saying earlier, you're looking at different types of construction needs, and I know that Bowen Island is going through this right now in terms of really identifying, for example, if you want to host music or theater, the acoustics of the space, if you want to host dance, what does the spring floor look like? All these other pieces are critical in designing this facility, so to say. Okay. Yeah.
Does that help, Chris? I'm not sure, is there an arts center in the facilities and real estate master plan?
There are arts needs that are sort of placeholders, pending the arts and culture strategy, where we identify what do we need downtown, and where is the best fit to put these things. But this is certainly on the radar. Robin, maybe you want to speak to that more.
And partnering, there's some recommendations about partnering and leveraging.
Yeah, but there's no
It's
specific
not
building
fleshed
because
out.
we don't currently have the asset, Chris.
Right.
So it's not going to appear in the facilities master plan as such. It's not going to be saying we need this much space and this much money.
It is
Still
on the
is-
needs list.
It's on the needs
It is,
list, but
yeah.
it's not replacing your current.
It's not replacing it currently, but it has been identified as a need, multiple needs, in multiple places. I'm not sure if I answered your question from earlier, but what happens if we apply for this grant and then decide it's not something we want to take? I actually don't know. Do you know?
I don't think it would be a concern. The emphasis is on creating a community space. As long as community space is created, if the end product is for arts or for recreation programming or another community need in that kind of nature, I don't think it would impact the Wellness and Arts Center, and maybe it's the power of language here. The way that was developed was the recognized need for art space in our community, and that there hasn't been enough emphasis on it previously, and we wanted to make sure that it was highlighted at the recreation center. That's not to usurp the process of engaging the community around arts needs throughout the community and what that can look like. So I don't think it closes the door, Councillor. I think it just kind of opens up an option for us. If that's not the right option, then we can pivot and look at different ways of accomplishing that.
All right, any other questions, or can we put a motion on the floor? Oh, Christine?
I was just going to clarify a couple of things. Generally with the higher level governments, they recognize that sometimes there are financial constraints. They probably would take some leeway on the fact that we would pull. I'm not going to say it doesn't necessarily reflect on future applications. I think you have to be cautious about that. There's also some fairly stringent stipulations around this that we do. I have it identified in our financial plan. We do provide a letter saying our council's supporting an application. So there's a reason for that. And so I think you do need to be cautious. The second thing, which probably was what Councillor Stoner was really getting at, was how does it impact the budget? We would reflect it in the budget, but like other programming, if we didn't get the grant, we would have the option to shut that project down because obviously the funding source is missing. We would not be able to proceed. So that $3 million, we would just freeze it at that point. Because we plan on it being borrowing, it doesn't have a tax implication at that point. We didn't tax on that borrowing in that 2019 year. So it is one of the reasons we've discussed this fairly in depth. Mr. Hoskins has certainly ground-truthed all that with me prior to this application process. And that's the reason that as staff, we don't have a large concern with you fielding this. And again, another concern here is this kind of money for recreational facilities does not come along very often in the big suite. And so I think as staff, we recognize it's a pretty important opportunity to capitalize because our real estate and facility strategy is showing us that we won't have enough capacity and we do need to find other funding sources to meet those needs. So with all that in mind, that's one of the reasons that as a CFO, I'm certainly supporting this application.
And with that being said, Doug.
I'll move it.
Moved
I'll
by
second
Doug.
it. I'll second it.
Seconded by Eric. Thank you. Thank you for the conversation. And staff, I appreciate your work on fleshing out all those options. Doug.
Thank you. And this, I recognize this is a decision, and the mayor told you this is maybe not the ideal way we would have approached this. We kind of got a little bit more ahead of it, but this just came along at the last minute at UBCM just a couple months ago, and I guess this is one of those things where you really have to take advantage of something that comes along because it just does not come along every day. And I don't see a downside to it. $3 million is not cheap, I recognize that, but for borrowing for infrastructure that's going to last 50 odd years, for me it is eminently defensible and doable. I don't think we're anywhere near our limits on borrowing capacity, for example. You can't turn down, it's very hard to turn down 73% funding because sometimes our share as a municipality with these things is even larger. So I have no doubt where the community wants to go in this. I heard it during the campaign, you probably did too. Glen Park Reno is one of the key things that I think the community is looking for, an expansion and increase and upgrading of facilities generally. And I think this is definitely the first building we go to because one of the key things about needs is the program. That's where you really hit the wall as far as capacity goes. And so this addresses that. We can debate maybe the sequence of some of the other things, and as much as I love swimming, I think there's still a discussion around whether we get a whole new pool or expand what we've got there, and we don't have to make that decision today. We've got other decisions to make, but absolutely, I think we have to take a shot at this, and if we don't get it, it's staff time. I appreciate that, but there's no financial risk to the district. If we do get it, we're just that much farther ahead.
Anyone else? John?
My heart says new arena first, but I love the work you've done. I know you've collected data that backs up the direction that you're giving us, so I totally support this motion.
I think that we've chosen the right place to start to address our infrastructure needs, not just at Brendan Park, which is obviously a need, but this space will allow us to be more nimble as we go about and address the other needs that we know are coming at us. So I think it's a great place to start. And of course, the opportunity to have it funded to that level potentially is positive as well, so we'll be supporting it.
Thanks. Chris?
I will be supporting this. I think my questions and hesitation has just been that, having been part of the Arts Council, I have a sense that arts have not had the level of funding of some other aspects in our community. And so there's a real, I guess, apprehension to make sure whatever funding we do get goes to the absolute priority needs first. And there's a multitude of sometimes incompatible needs and wants and desires. I don't know that we have a clear picture of the priority of those yet. And so, that's where my hesitation comes from, is making sure this is aligned with those, or if we go ahead with this, we're not losing our ability to deal with those priority needs. But it sounds like we have some room to adjust if this isn't hitting those marks, and I just would like to highlight, though, I think one way or another, whether it's this or not, I hope we can hit those priority arts needs.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think it's rare that you have all the information that you want in front of you before you make this type of decision. And so, in part, knowing that we don't have the real estate plan in front of us, and that's still forthcoming, a thanks to staff and previous council for having done the work to get us this far, to be able to be flexible and take this opportunity. As staff have identified, these sorts of grants don't come along very often. And I think we'd be wise to take advantage of it and at least put an application in. So I look forward to supporting this motion.
All right, with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Hey, I think we're done. Yeah, terminate. Moved by Doug, seconded by Jenna. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.